Hello everyone, welcome to this Power BI full course by Intellipaat. Data analytics has become a must-have skills for almost every job role in this decade. It is essential for sales to marketing and finance to product designing. Today, every job description highlights data analytics as a must-have skill. The reason behind that is almost 77% of data-backed business decisions succeed, says the research by Enterprise today. That's why data is a gold mine, and all the companies need every employee to leverage it. And for most non-tech and tech practitioners, Power BI is a go-to analytical tool that lets them quickly do the analysis and visualization with the help of interactive dashboards. If you're watching this Power BI tutorial for beginners, in that case, chances are you have already been asked to create a Power BI report, or you probably are trying to use data in order to make better decisions. Well, if you stay until the end of this free Power BI course, I can promise you that you will definitely be able to achieve your agendas. Because this extensive course has been taught by our top industry experts from companies such as Microsoft, Meta, and KPMG. Let's understand what all we will be covering in this course. We will start by getting ourselves familiar with Power BI, what exactly it is, how to install it, etc. Then we will try and understand the Power BI interface, the basics of Power BI, how to use Power BI with MySQL server, etc. Once we are done with these fundamentals, we'll look into Power BI Power Query Editor, how you can shape data in Power BI, data modeling, and DAX function in Power BI. Finally, we will comprehend how to carry out data visualization in Power BI, and we will also help you with the important Power BI interview questions that are most commonly asked in interview by large MNCs and startups. I hope you guys are clear with the agenda, so let's dive directly into the session. But before we begin, subscribe to Intellipaat YouTube channel and click the bell icon for regular updates coming from our end.
Power BI is a business intelligence tool designed by Microsoft. This software offers business intelligence capabilities and interactive visualizations using an interface that is simply enough for end users to access and edit their own dashboards and reports. The Power BI suite comprises software packages, apps, and connectors that work together to make your disparate pieces of data stand out, become interactive, and produce meaningful insights. The data you need may be in Excel, or it may be in cloud-based or on-premise hybrid data warehouses. Through Power BI, you can easily connect to your data sources, visualize and discover what's important, and you can even share it with friends and colleagues. David is a Power BI developer for Microsoft. Microsoft has created a new application and has launched its beta version in the market. The stakeholders would like to see how the application is performing. So, David uses the data collected from various sources to analyze, find hidden patterns, and create dashboards which could be understood by everyone. By allowing users to connect, visualize, and share data with other users or stakeholders, Power BI can help users gain deeper insights into their business. Power BI is available in both free and paid versions. Depending on the role in a project or a team, Power BI may be used differently. Power BI may be used differently by other individuals in other roles as well. The Power BI service, for example, is primarily based for viewing reports and dashboards. If you work with a co-worker who needs to produce business reports, he or she might create major versions of those reports in Power BI Desktop or Power BI Report Builder, and then publish them to the Power BI service where you can view them. A colleague in sales, for example, might use the Power BI phone app to monitor progress on sales quotas and to research prospects. The Power BI APIs may be used by developers to embed dashboards and reports into custom applications or to push data into datasets. Let's see what are the deployment pipelines and best practices in Power BI. The first one we have is content preparation. In this, you get your content ready for lifecycle management. Next, we have development, where we explore the best ways to create content as a part of the development process for deployment pipelines. Then we have test, where we learn how to apply the deployment pipelines test stage to test your implementation. In production, when preparing content for consumption, use the deployment pipelines production stage. It is also possible for professionals to become Power BI developers from different backgrounds. Power BI developers should have a wide range of skills in addition to familiarity with the tool. Now let's take a moment to review the other skill a Power BI developer should possess. He should have expertise in business intelligence tool, and extensive data specific experience is also required. He should also understand all Microsoft business intelligence stacks, and he should also be experienced in data analytics and software development skills. On an average basis, Power BI developer's starting salary would be from 6 lakhs per annum to 12 lakhs per annum in India, and will keep on increasing according to the experience. While in the USA, a Power BI developer earns from $200,000 per year.
So yes guys, so what we are going to do is we are going to install Power BI. Since Power BI is a product of Microsoft, we can install only it in Windows. So if you are using Mac operating system, that is Apple, you have to set up first your virtual machine. So this virtual machine would be your Windows virtual machine. So once after creating a Windows virtual machine, then same procedure you will be following. Clear? Right? Also, whenever we are talking about Windows, so since Power BI is a latest like application, you can able to install only in Windows 8 or above. So which means for your Windows 7, you cannot use your Power BI. You have to update your OS. So when you're going to update your OS, now we have till Windows 11. So you can update it to Windows 10 or Windows 11. Okay. So you can install it in Windows 8, Windows 10 and Windows 11. So Power BI will be supported in this OS. And even if you are using Linux operating system, for your Linux also same procedure. Mac or Linux means you have to set up your virtual machine, then you have to install your Power BI. Okay, so clear with this? Now we can start with our installation. So if we are going to take Power BI, Microsoft Power BI. So in Microsoft Power BI, we will be having many tools, right? So if I am going to take Microsoft Power BI and if I'm going to click the downloads here, we will be having various tools for Power BI. So please select this link. You will be able to end up in your home screen of Power BI. So this is all the products of Power BI. Right? So we do have Microsoft Power BI Desktop, we do have Power BI for mobile, we have Power BI Gateway, we have like reporting server, and we have report builder. So these are all the application, that is different application which Microsoft Power BI has, right? Out of this, for our course, we will be in need of only two, which is our Microsoft Power BI Desktop and your on-premises data gateway. So we are going to install our Microsoft Power BI Desktop followed by the data gateway. Perfect. So now if you're going to see, you will be having Microsoft Power BI Desktop. You will be having two options here. So one would be download, another one would be advanced download option. So here what would be the difference means, if you're going to select this download, it will directly take you to your Microsoft Play Store. So from your Microsoft Store, you can install your Power BI. That is easiest way of installing. Another one is, let's take, so this download, it would be applicable only if your system is Windows 10 or Windows 11, right? And like default, this would be the latest version if you're going to select from your default. Okay. And let's take, if you are a user of Windows 8, then you have to go with the second option. So second option is nothing but here you will be selecting your exe file, then you are going to configure. Okay, I'll show you both. So let's take first, my system is Windows 11. So what I'm going to do is I will directly click the download button, and here it will ask, do you want to open from your Microsoft Store? So as I have mentioned, it's a direct way of installing. So I can click the Microsoft Store, and from here I can download my Power BI application, right? So, or even if you can open your Microsoft Store, and if you're going to search for Power BI, you will be able to get your application. So I already have, so I'm getting open button. In your case, at first you will be getting the get option. After that, it will give a install button. Once you're selecting the install button, it will download. After that, you will be able to use your application. So simple procedure for Power BI desktop in case if you're going to download from your Microsoft Store. Right? Coming to the second part, let's take if I'm going to use the advanced download. So why we are going to use advanced download means, let's take I am having Windows 10, but my Windows 10 operating system has only 32-bit. So how to find that? You can go to your this PC properties. Okay, so you can go to your this PC or my computer, and from your computer you can check your properties.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. In Power BI, what is the purpose of relationship between tables? Your options are A, to create visual hierarchy, B, to establish a connection to external data, option C, to define how tables are related to each other, and option D, to apply conditional formatting to a specific column. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
Right. So here, if I'm selecting my computer, here I can able to see I have 8 GB and it is of 64-bit operating system. So if your system is default having 64-bit operating system, then you can try the first option. So for the first option, your system should be of 64-bit OS. If it is of 32-bit, then you have to come back to your second step. Right? I'll repeat one more time. So you can cross check your this PC property first. So if your system is of 64-bit OS, then you can directly select your download button and you can download from your Microsoft Store. But let's take if your system is of 32-bit OS, then you have to wait for some time. You have to choose your advanced download option. Right? So now I will show you the advanced download option. You can select your advanced download option. Again, here it is again, manually we are going to install. That is like automatically it will install, but here it's a manual installation. Even let's take if your system is of 64-bit, but if you are trying to do a manual installation, it will still allow you to install. Okay, so here what you can do is, you can able to see this is our latest version, which is released on 22nd November. Only 3 days back, there was a new release of Power BI. And whenever we are talking about Power BI, every month once Power BI will release an update. So for every month once, you will be having some update in your Power BI, right? So here you can click the download button. So here you can able to find your system requirements. So as I have mentioned, it supports Windows 8 and above. It will not support Windows 7. You can cross-check your OS, right? You can cross-check your system specification here, and here you can able to see it is available for both 32-bit as well as for your 64-bit.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Right? Now, if you're going to click the download button, here this is a pop-up window. So as I have mentioned, even if your system is of 64-bit, but if you want to install it manually, you can select your 64-bit and you can click the download. But if your system is of 32-bit, then you have to select the first option and you have to click the download. So my system is of 64-bit. So I'll choose the second option and I will click the download button. Right? So why we are using Power BI for a data analyst means, so considered, so for data, like data analyst profession, the two important thing is your database concept as well as your reporting concept. concept. Okay, so consider, so when we are talking about data analyst, the major skill which you need is, one is SQL, which is very mandatory, and the another one is reporting. So this reporting, either you can learn from your Power BI or it can be Tableau. So why Power BI means Tableau is older, it become very old application. Power BI is latest, right? After that, along with this, if you know any one programming language. So when I'm saying programming language, it can be Python or R. So if you know any one, you can easily become a data analyst. Right? So here for report creation, we will use the tool called Power BI for report creation. Right? So let's take here the concept. Why to use Power BI is a good question actually. So let's take, I am storing my data in my Excel sheet for later purpose, or let's take I am storing my data in comma separated value. So this is nothing but just the notepad file. How I will store means, let's take name comma age comma salary. So like this I will be storing my record. So that's the reason it is called as comma separated value, right? Or let's take, if I'm going to use apart from this Excel CSV file, let's take I'm having my data in my local server or in any cloud server, which is SQL. SQL again, it can be your Microsoft SQL, or it can be your Oracle SQL, or any type of SQL, right? So if your data is stored somewhere like this, Power BI will allow you to integrate with this data and you can able to create your visuals, right? You will take your data, then you will create your visuals with the help of your Power BI. So yes, in case if you have downloaded your exe file, you can, once it is downloaded, you can double click your exe file. It will ask you to select yes or no. And even if you're like downloading with the help of first application, that is from your Microsoft Store, and directly if it is downloading, it will automatically install it. So not to worry about that. All right. So now I have a setup screen. So can you able to see, this is a setup screen of Power BI. So like default language, we can choose English only. After that, you will get a next button. So whenever you're going to select the next button, so here you will have your admin rights. So let's take, if you're using your office system and if it has any username password, you have to enter your username and password. If it's personal system, it will give yes or no button. You can select yes. Okay. So after approving, then you will be getting your next screen. So installation, it will not be difficult. You have to just go with next and install. And also for installing your Power BI, it is recommended at least if you are having your 6 GB or 8 GB system, because Power BI itself, it will take 2 GB to store. And whenever you are opening your Power BI, it's a heavy software. Since we are going to use visualization, visuals occupy more space. So whenever you are going to use your application, it will consume more RAM, right? So let's take, if you are having 4 GB RAM, you can use Power BI, but it will be little slow. Not to worry about that. So this is again, let's take if you are having your 64-bit OS, and if you have selected to use the direct download, these steps are not needed. But let's take without in like installing through Microsoft Store, if you want to do it manually, then you have to follow these steps. Let's take, there are two choices for you for 64-bit user. Either you can download it from your Microsoft Store, or you can follow these steps, right? So now you can select with next. So same steps your 32-bit user also will have. So this is again advanced download method. So if anyone is having 32-bit, please follow the same step. You will be installing, like downloading your exe file. After that, you have to approve from your end. After that, you have to go with next. You have to accept the terms and condition, next, and install. So this is again option. So either you can download your Power BI in your C drive, or you can, if you are having any D drive or E drive, you can change your path also, or the storage path also. But if you are doing it with the help of Microsoft Store, it will take default C drive only, where you are having admin rights. It will take the default place and it will install there only. Okay, so now I will select next and I will click the install. So in the previous step, you will be having a small checkbox, enable desktop icon. So please enable your desktop icon. So once it is installed, you can able to see your Power BI logo in your desktop itself, right? So once the installation is done, the Power BI desktop installation is done. So if it is installed successfully, Power BI will auto launch its application. Let's take once after installing the application, it itself will open in your backend. So with that, you can like cross check whether you have installed your Power BI successfully or not. So if it is installed successfully, you will be able to open the application once the progress bar is done. All right. So the final step would be finish. So as I have mentioned, you have to go with next, next, next. Here also you can able to see. So if I'm not enabling this launch Microsoft Power BI desktop, so once I'm clicking finish, it will not open. So if I'm going to click finish, it will launch the Power BI application, right? And even if you're downloading from your Microsoft store, once the app has been installed successfully, it will automatically launch in your backend. So yes, Power BI will not support Windows 7. So if anyone is having Windows 7, so please update your OS to Windows 10 or Windows 11. Okay, so you can even do it by yourself. You can go to your Windows and you can update your system. It will be updated to Windows, like latest Windows. So yes, if you are a user of Windows 10 and if you want to update it to Windows 11, you can do it by yourself. That is automatically if you're going to update from your update center of your Windows, it will update. But coming to your Windows 7, that is the very old format, right? So it is like long back release. So in that case, I think you have to check your nearby store to update your system. They will be like using some OS card and they will update your OS. But if you want to update from Windows 10 to Windows 11, you can do it from your Windows update, right? So here, if you're going to check, in case if you have any latest update, it will update by itself. You can check in your system, Windows update, but this OS only for Windows 10 to Windows 11 you can change. But if you want to change from Windows 8 to Windows 10 or 11 or Windows 7 to some other OS, I suggest you to check the nearby shop to update your OS, right? So now this is the screen. It will ask you to create an account. So as of now, please do not create any account. You can close this. You will be able to get a Power BI screen interface. So this is your Power BI desktop. So now I'll tell you why we are using this sign in or why we should create an account here. I'll give you why. So let's take, as I have mentioned, Power BI is a reporting software, right? So you will be using your data and this data you're going to create a meaningful visuals. So visuals in the sense we will create a reports, right? So it can be bar chart, pie chart, any kind of chart. We will be creating report. So after this, there will be a concept of Power BI service. So when I'm saying Power BI service, Power BI service is nothing but you can access your Power BI from your cloud, which is from your browser. So if you have a browser and if you're going to type app.powerbi.com, you can able to access your Power BI service. So why this Power BI service, right? So this is again, example, I'm having Gmail application. At the same time, I can also access my Gmail without application also through browser, gmail.com also I can access, correct? So let's take, I can use it as application also or from browser also I can access, correct? And whenever you are going to access from your browser, you will be having some additional things like Google Drive and you will be having so many options to create your document, Excel sheet, so on so, right? Same concept here also. Power BI desktop is your application. So here, Power BI desktop is my application, but at the same time, with the help of Power BI service, I can access the Power BI from browser with some additional features. So when I'm saying additional features, here you can, like your trainer will elaborate whatever the feature you can able to access from your browser. Right? So yes, it will ask mail ID, if you want to create an account for your Power BI service, it will ask a mail ID. But here, the mail ID, you should be using your organizational mail ID. Let's take Power BI will not support any mail IDs. Personal mail IDs, it will not support. So if you want to create an account for your Power BI service, you cannot do it with your personal mail ID. Right? Power BI will not support personal mail ID. You need to have your organizational mail ID. Right? So only with the help of organizational mail ID, you can able to access your Power BI service, right? So here, if you want to create your own organizational credential, you can completely create yours. But the thing is, either you have to use your organizational credential or you have to use your Microsoft 365 account, right? So it will not allow you to use your personal mail ID. So if you want, you can create your account. Either you have to create your account in Microsoft 365, that is paid one. If not, let's take if you have your office domain. That can be anything. Example, Zoho domain or your TCS domain or Infosys domain. You should have your email ID with the organizational domain. If you are having so, Power BI will allow you to use 60 days free trial. So if you're opening your account for the first 60 days, it is free. After that, you have to pay for your account, right? You can click your credential, sorry, the mail ID. After that, this is very important step. You always have to choose work or school account. So if you're going to select your Microsoft account, you will not be able to use your credential. So make sure you're selecting your work or school account. Then you're going to give your password, right? So yes, if you can remember, I have shown you Power BI is like Power BI desktop is the application, but Power BI service is a browser. From browser, we have to log in, right? So this is again same. Let's take you can access your Gmail from your Gmail application also, or if you're going to like view from your browser, you have to give your email ID password and you can access from browser also. Same concept here. Power BI is a software as a service, which means you can access through your desktop also. And whatever you are doing here, if you're going to save or publish, you can able to access from your browser also. That's the reason you are signing in with app.powerbi.com and you are just cross-checking everything is working fine or not. Okay. Power BI desktop is your application. Power BI service is your browser part, which is your software as a service. So when we are talking about the new update or what would be the issue if we are using the old application. So example, let's take, as I have mentioned, Power BI will release update for every month. So in every month, the entire interface will not be changed. Maybe one or two feature they might have enabled or disabled it. So if you are having last month update, or let's take if I'm installing it now and if I'm using this application for 6 to 7 months, that is totally fine, right? So this is again like every month, whatever bugs that Power BI is having, it will be resolved and new version will be released. That's the only thing. So I'll make it very clear. Consider you're creating your visuals, right? So let's take this is my Power BI desktop. Okay. So Power BI desktop will be there in my system, right? So if I'm going to create any visual, it can be a bar chart or it can be a pie chart, right? So let's take, I want to share this report with someone. Okay. So at that time, let's take you are working in an office. You want to share this report with 4 or 5 people, means what you will do, you will just click the publish button. So once after you are selecting this publish from your system, it will be available to all with the help of cloud. So this cloud is your Power BI service, which you are going to access from your browser. So you will publish. So from your system, it will be available to everyone. Everyone can able to view your report. So connecting to this, we need a credential. That is your Power BI credential.
What do you understand about business intelligence? What happens? Business intelligence is what? there is the procedures, okay? There is steps which are there in your business intelligence, which is consisting of all the processes, architectures, and technologies, okay? These three things which can allow you to collect your data integration, that is, okay, collection, integration, then analyzing your data and presenting the business information. Okay, presenting in the sense in the graphical method. Okay, in the graphical way, using charts and visuals, you can present that particular information. Collection means you can connect from multiple sources. Okay, you are collecting just your data. That is what we are talking about. Okay, so after you create any presentation or dashboard or report, okay, based on that, any business person or stakeholders, they can take better decisions to benefit their businesses. Okay, so that is what your business intelligence is. So what are the stages of business intelligence which are there is, we already talked about that. That is collection, that is collecting of data from multiple sources. Like, let's say you have a particular store, but you have multiple branches. Okay. So from those multiple branches, you are collecting all the data at a single place and creating a master data. Okay. So that is what your collection is. From multiple sources, you are extracting your data. Then data cleansing, it is really important to make any kind of raw data useful by cleaning the data. Okay. Okay. So let's say I have 4 branches. Okay. And there I'm having one product. And apart from, if you compare that product to other products, that particular product is moving really slow. Okay, that means the sales is not happening that good for that particular product. So what kind of decisions can be made after that information? So we can do a lot of things. Okay, we can make a lot of decisions based on that particular information. Okay, so this is why business intelligence is required, not only for product, but in finance or any kind of domain which is there. Even if you guys will see data analysis or business analysis in pharmaceuticals, retails, wholesales, marketing, finance, etc. Okay. So all those domain require different kind of technologies from you. But what will be common for them is they might want Power BI, Python, and SQL. Okay. So these three things might be common everywhere. Yes. So if you guys are like applying for other jobs, or if you guys are seeing the job requirements and all, you might find these three things will be there always. Okay. Okay. So collection, it is nothing but collecting data from your existing sources. That can be your databases or any other sources. Then your data cleansing, that means modifying or deleting your data for better use. Reporting, visualization, that is your graphical representation of your data. Okay, in by using charts, graphs, tables, maps, etc. Okay, then decision making and prediction, that is the stakeholders can take a particular decision based on the information given to them. Okay, and we can also predict what is the outcome going to come. Okay, then we have BI use cases. Okay, what are the BI use cases? We can see BI is everywhere, as I said. Either it is performance management, financial analysis, education, pharmaceuticals, that is your medicals. Okay, everywhere you will find business intelligence. Wherever is data, there is business intelligence. Okay, and data is everywhere, as you guys know. So here is a data semantics example. Okay, this is for sales reporting and sales prediction dashboard. If you guys can see, This is some KPIs, that is your key performance indicators, which are showing you negative as well as positive, as well as the values which are there. Okay. So it will always be in numeric, that will actually tell you how your business is performing. Okay. Those are your key performance indicators. So here you guys can see sales by location, top 20 customers by sales, sales by segments, and year by year sales performance. Okay. Then here are some slicers are there. This is called slicers. Based on that, a user can apply some filters, date ranges. Okay. Q&A is there. That is NLQ. Okay. Natural language query. Okay, NLP is nothing but guys, you guys might be using Siri or Google Assistant or Bixby or Cortana. Those are all are your NLPs only. You are created using NLPs. Okay, that is your natural language processing. How we speak, the machine will be able to interpret that. Okay, that is your natural language. How we talk to each other. Same, we can talk to the machines also. That is what your NLP is. So here Q&A, whatever you are seeing here, that is NLQ, that is natural language query. You can ask questions within your Power BI in a simple natural language. That is like, what was the sales in 2015 for this particular product, like that. Okay. So that was just an example. So here is another use case. It is for education data management. If you guys can see, this is for Longview School District dashboard. Okay. And then various BI tools. Okay. Before that, for you guys, I will tell you guys to look into data story galleries. Okay. Data stories gallery. So to be frank, even I take inspirations from here whenever I'm creating any new dashboard within my organization. Okay, because here everyone publishes their work, and you guys can also publish your work and include it in your resume for better visibilities. Okay, so let it open. Just give it a second. So everyone, just see here. If you guys can see, this is what data stories galleries are. Okay. So here HR dashboard, project reports, or who was the best men's tennis player. There are a lot of retail case analysis. So I'll just open some of them for you. Okay. So this is how I actually just click on top kudos so that I can see which dashboards are getting the most likes. Okay. Based on that, I see what they are using and how they are presenting the information. So based on that, even I try to, take inspirations from them for easy and quick creation. I don't want you guys to copy anything, okay, but to see how everyone is working. Okay. So this is some construction management. Let me open that. Executive insights and meet or narrative statistics. Inventory stock analysis. So some of the dashboards I have opened, if you guys can see. So this is retail case analysis. Okay. So whenever you are designing a dashboard, the color coding are the most important thing to consider about. It is not like you should create something in with bright red that will be just pain in the eyes. Okay, obviously. So it should not be like, if someone is looking at your dashboard, they should it should be catchy and ease to their eyes also, and informative. Okay. So if you see, I like this dashboard, obviously, but there are some things which he might have done better. So if you guys can see, we can directly interact with the dashboard here. These are the buttons for the pages. Okay. The color codings are there, like what is the cost or what is the operating profit we have used. There are some of the slicers also. Based on that, you can see the data accordingly. Okay, so it is pretty much nice. So I think whatever information he have used a proper representation of data for each and everything. And but the color combination, we can say that is little bit awkward. So here you guys can see he have used these kind of map and charts and all. Okay, so this is pretty much that. Then if we see this HR onboarding tracker dashboard, this is having all the KPIs which are there, like 53 new joiners, onboarded percentage, average onboarding days. Okay, so here also you guys can see pretty much understandable what information they are trying to give. Okay, then in construction management, this is a full, slides type, like you can directly go where you want to go. This is like a home page. If I click on human resources, I can go directly to human resources and I can see all the data what are there. Okay, like the target, actual, deviations which are there from the target and actual, labor intensity dynamics and all. So a lot of information is there. Then this is also executive insights by decisive data. Here is again, this is looking a little bit messy to me. Not that good, but it's, I can say not better, but good. Okay. I can't judge everyone here. So this is your executive insights, providing information about performances like total profit, margin, average order quantity, total quantity, revenues. Okay. All these information. Then comes here a really creative one. So if I just click, it is not a lot information. Yeah. But if I click there, I will get this whole, buttons to see information about particular countries and all, like North America or Europe. You guys can see. So this is also good. The last one is this inventory stock analysis. This is really small. So you can also see this in, you know, you can increase the sizes, zooms and all. So you guys can look into this. Okay. So I'll just share the link with you guys. You guys can just go through this to see how everyone is working and how they are utilizing Power BI and how awesome they are creating the dashboards. Okay. Before proceeding, actually, I wanted to discuss about one more thing. That is your types of analytics. What are the types of analytics are there? So let's see. There are actually 4 types of analytics which are there. That is your descriptive analytics, where you actually try to find what is happening. Okay, by using a correct data and by implementing EDA process. So whatever EDA you are doing, it is a descriptive analytics. Okay, using this, you can know what is happening. So let's say you have a branch and I have already given that product example. So you guys can understand that by number of sales, we can know what is happening. We got to know that the product is not moving. Okay. And the sales for that particular product is slow. Okay. So using correct data and by exploring the data, we got to know a product is not performing well. Okay. Then comes your diagnostic. Why is it happening? Where we get to know why is it happening. Where we try to find the cause for that by And also we separate all the patterns, like for that product we can separate all the product patterns, like the frequency of the sales, or is there any other causes because of which the product is not moving. It might be the product prices, or there might be another product which is better than this, like an upgraded product. Okay, or there is no branding for that, or the people only don't know the product is there or not. Okay, so these kind of things where you can find why is it happening, that is your diagnostic analytics. Okay, then comes predictive analytics. So based on these informations, you can get to know what is likely to happen, what will happen. Okay. So by choosing right algorithm, or by building right business strategies, or even just by seeing last 3 months performance of that product, you can tell that, okay, this product is not going to sell more in the next month also. Is it correct, guys? Okay, so you are doing a prediction, okay, that what might happen. Then comes prescriptive. What do I need to do? In prescriptive analytics, you try to get recommended actions, okay, using your analysis, like what can be done so that that particular product can move from these tools. Like we can do branding, we can provide sales, we can decrease the prices, provide discounts and all. Okay, so all these are your prescriptive analytics that tells you what do you need to do, okay, to avoid that situation. Then there is one more analytics which is there, that is your cognitive analytics, where we see the neurological and behavioral analysis. This is really simple, even if you try to buy anything online, okay, like either it is mobile, clothes, or anything, you try to see how others have reacted or reviewed that. Like the reviews are low, or someone have given a negative reviews for that particular product. You are just reading the behaviors, and based on that information you are taking a decision, okay, the product is good or not. So let me take another example, one basic example. Okay, let's say you are having a headache. Okay, you are having a headache. How you get to know that your head is paining? Obviously, that's how you got to know that you are having a headache. Okay, so that is what descriptive is. Then diagnostic, why is it happening? You go to a doctor, he diagnoses you, he try to find why you are getting a headache. Okay, it might be like low water consumption, or stress, or anything else. Okay, so he gets to know, or he tries to diagnose you and gets to know why is it happening. Okay, then in predictive, he tells you that if you do not take medicines and all, so what will happen? The headache will be there, obviously. If you do not uh, take predictions, sorry, not predictions, but the medicines. Okay, so that's what he predicts you. And in prescriptions, he gives you tablets. Okay, what you need to do, you need to take the tablets so that you can uh, get rid of your headaches. Okay, so this is what a basic simple example. I hope you guys understood this in a simpler way. In prescriptive, what advanced analytics means here? Advanced analytics means here, like you can write an algorithm and all to find out what can be done. Okay, like in recommended actions. Okay, like the discount can be given, or you guys can analyze the previous data when the product was selling well, and you can create any algorithm which can find out like how it is performing in comparison to other products, and why it is performing low. So for those kind of things, that is what your advanced analytics can come into. Okay, like writing algorithms, or doing advanced analytics, like comparing it to other products or from previous histories and all. Okay, Can we say descriptive analysis is our problem statement? It is not as a problem statement, but you try to understand about data in your descriptive analytics. Okay. Like what is happening? That means you are exploring your data and seeing what is going on with your data. It might be profit, losses, product not moving, or business is slow, or business is fast, the hiring is slow, or the work is going slow or fast. So all these information you get to know in your descriptive analytics. So it is not like you will be given with a problem statement anywhere. Okay. If you are having data, you can see what kind of problem statement you can get from that particular data. Okay. And based on that, you can create a visualization which can provide information regarding that. Okay. That these kind of problems are going on within the businesses. Okay. So I hope you guys got these two things. So next topic is your various BI tools. So various BI tools which we are having in the market like ClickSense, Power BI, Tableau, Zoho Analytics, Oracle BI, okay, and Adobe also is there. So all these BI tools actually are are in use within the market, but mostly wherever you will see Power BI and Tableau only. Okay, mostly you will see these only. So ClickSense, Zoho, Adobe and all you rarely see, and Oracle though you will see it once in 100,000 times requirements. So I do not have ClickSense, but I do have ClickView here because I used to work in ClickView when I was working for Lenovo. Okay. So this is what ClickView looks like. This is fully, scripting based analysis tools. It is really hard to understand ClickView. Even I left the job after 3 months only, just because of that. Uh, and not get pity of me, guys. I'm just saying like that. So ClickView is little bit tough what I find it to work with. Okay, because it contains a lot of scripting knowledge and functions and all. There is a lot of them. So this is how ClickView looks like. You guys can explore it little bit if you want. You guys can download ClickView from internet if you guys want to explore little bit. Okay, but here you guys can find all the tools, windows, settings, toolbars and all. Anyway, we are going to see all the charts and maps uses within this only, because I have a file, ClickView file, where the data visualization charts uses are explained really well. So I'm going to use this. Okay, but in later stages, obviously. This is what ClickView is. So I have Tableau Public also, but in Tableau Public, what happens? You will not get a lot of data connectivity options. Okay. So if you guys can see, to connect with any particular file, you are having only this much information, like sources to connect with. Okay. If you guys will go for Tableau Professional, there you will get a lot of information connectivities. Like let me show you. So in professional version, you guys can see there are a lot of data sources connectivities available. Is it correct? Sorry, not it is correct. Are you guys able to see the difference between both of them? So in Tableau, basically, if you guys know pivot tables, it will be easy for you to understand. And if you know advanced Excel, it will be easy for you to work with it. Okay, because everything is depends on sheets as well as the data you have to give in the form of row and columns. Okay, and let me show you little bit if I can show you guys any kind of data. I don't know if it will open. No. So actually this is their layout, the dashboards and the here the objects they are having like tiled and floating text and objects. This is the layout regarding your dashboard. Okay, if I go to any other sheet, if you guys can see here, this is not a full, dashboard which is there, but you guys can get an idea like how it is and all. Okay, but if you want to create another, dashboard, this is how it will look like. You have to give values in columns and rows, and here your data will be there. On right side, your charts will be there, which you can utilize. And here are some other filters and pages and marks are there. Like you can use different kind of charts directly from here. Okay, and you can define the color, sizes, text details, and tooltips from here. So this is what your Tableau public or Tableau is. I hope you guys have learned little bit about this. Then comes your Oracle Analytics BI. Actually, this is what mostly we use, like I use. This is fully based on machine learning. Okay, like for bigger data and to utilize machine learning for data analytics. Okay, everything happens within the cloud, and there is everything happens with the use of data flows and everything. Okay, I'll just show you guys an overview of Oracle Analytics also. Actually, I'm opening it after so long in my personal laptop. I don't use it in my personal laptop. That's why it might take a lot of time. Okay. So actually working in Oracle Analytics is similar to working in Tableau. It is little bit, similar. So if you know advanced Excel and pivot tables, you will be able to utilize this also, but not to that extent. So you guys can see connect to Oracle data warehouses, to your data, sample order lines, sample workbook. And this is BI Ask, where you can directly ask anything related to your data or visualizations or anything. You guys can ask here. This is BI Ask. Okay. So this is a sample workbook which is there. So this is how, this is just a sample workbook. Here you guys can see the data connectivities, the home page and all. And this is all the visualizations which are there. Okay. But I'm not going to get into this a lot. So I hope you guys might get little bit idea about ClickView, Tableau, Oracle Analytics. Guys. Yes. Okay. Then comes here our Power BI, which we are going to actually utilize. Okay. So I hope everyone have installed Power BI. Okay. So this is how your Power BI looks like. You guys can see the get data. Then why Power BI is so popular is you guys can see even I'm not signed in and I just installed it from Microsoft Store. Still, if I just go to get data and click on more, I will find all the connectivities, data connectivities available for me also, even when I am not a Power BI Pro buyer, okay, or subscriber. You guys can see. So that is why you guys can see that Power BI is available for free for you if you are utilizing it within your system. You can utilize this to connect with any kind of data set which is available here. And if you are not able to connect with to any particular data set or data source, then you guys can utilize Python for that. Okay. As Python, using Python, you can connect with any kind of data set which is there available in the world. So this is how you guys can see some files which are there. Excel workbook, text CSV, XML, JSON, folder, PDFs, Parquet, SharePoint folder. I never have worked with Parquet, okay? But SharePoint I have worked with, and databases like SQL Server databases, SQL Server analysis services databases, Access, IBM DB2s, Oracle database, okay? MySQL. So if you guys will see in later stages that connecting with any kind of database, okay, only if you know how to connect with a single database, you will get to know how you can connect with any kind of databases or data sources. Okay, you don't need to learn about how you can connect Amazon Redshift or something. Okay, so if you know any of these connectivities, one single connectivity, you can directly connect with other database connectivities also. It is as simple as that in Power BI. You guys got my point? Okay, you guys can see Fabric Preview, Power Platforms, Azure, online services, as well as other. Okay, so here we are having web and open search, Paxata, sum total. Generally, I work with this one, that is your Vertica. That is what we use. Vertica as well as Oracle databases and SQL Server. So these three things I work with. Okay, so that was about your BI tools. Okay, then why Power BI? As I have already shared little bit information to you guys, but the affordability, NLQ, that is your natural language queries, real-time streaming, and custom visualizations also available. Affordability means it is available, the desktop version is available for free to utilize for lifetime within your system. Okay. Only if you want to share that particular dashboard to anyone else within your organization, then only you need pro or premium versions. Okay. So it is affordable. You don't need to pay to learn it or understand it here. Okay. Then NLQs are there. You can utilize natural languages to query anything within your data. Okay. Then real-time streaming. It says 60 days free trial. Yeah. So for that, Prachi, actually, only if you want to log in within your system. Okay. If I'm not signed in here, I can use it for lifetime. 60 days free trial is for pro version. Okay, that is the most by any kind of business intelligence tools. Tableau just gives 14 days. Okay, so after 60 days, you can, I have a workaround where you guys can create n number of email IDs and utilize this Power BI Pro version. But after 60 days, obviously, you will lose your data from there. So, but every time if you want to learn more about Power BI services or anything, I can show you guys a method using which you can create multiple Power BI accounts and you guys can utilize them also later. Okay. Obviously, when the Power BI services comes. Yeah, I will show it, guys. Okay. So don't worry. Then real-time streaming, you can stream real-time data and update dashboards in real time, okay, to the users. And custom visualizations are also available. Not only the available visualizations which are here, which you can see, not only this, but you can also get more visuals from the marketplaces, import a visual from a file, or remove or restore default visuals. Okay. So these two methods actually you can use to get more custom visuals, that is importing visuals from a file or get more visuals which are already available on the marketplaces. Okay. I hope you guys got this. So it's not like, that only Power BI is having real-time streaming, others are also having. But affordability is the most unique thing which you can find in Power BI. Okay. But Power BI does have its own limitations which are not there in other business intelligence tools like Tableau or Oracle BI. Okay, like the data limitations are there within your Power BI. You cannot import a data which is more than 1 GB. Okay, and you get 10 GB of storage only if you are taking a pro version, or you can get 100 TB for a capacity based. Okay, so limitations also are there with Power BI, but it is popular because of its affordability and easy to use. Okay, so introduction to Power BI. So what is your Power BI here? You guys can see it is a business intelligence platform as others, okay, which provides tools for aggregating, analyzing, visualizing, and sharing the data. Okay, so these are the process how you will be creating a dashboard or how you can utilize it. That is, first you need to connect with a data source. That is your data connection. It can be one or more from different sources. Then you will perform data transformation. That is making changes within your data. Okay. Then you need to create data modeling. Data modeling is nothing but creating relationship between multiple tables so that we can extract data from one or more table. Okay. So it is similar to that only, where you tell it based on what actually you need to join two tables. But here you are not creating any other table. Okay, you are just telling it, informing it that if it wants to extract data from other table, it can extract based on that particular information or relationship. Okay, so we will look into data modeling also. Then data visualization, we can create visualizations within our Power BI. Then we can share the reports. We can publish our reports and share it only to them who are within our organization. Okay. So that limitation also is there. Then you can just share the reports within your organization. Okay. So this is how you can utilize Power BI. Then what are Power BI components which are there? Okay, Power BI components are your Power BI desktop, which you guys have installed. Power BI services. Okay, Power BI services, which you guys will be utilizing to share the reports. Power BI gateway is nothing but to create a data connectivity for refreshing the data. Okay, Power BI report servers, mobile apps, Excel publisher, report builder, and Power BI embedded. Okay, so if we see Power BI desktop, it's nothing but your free application which everyone of you guys are having, and Power BI services is your cloud-based service where all the users can view and share all the reports and dashboards which has been created. Okay, then your Power BI gateway, it is mainly used to schedule data refreshes. Like if you have any kind of data and on premises or on any cloud server, you can install Power BI gateway and it can use this to refresh the data. Okay, any new data which has been updated there at the source, it can extract that new data using Power BI gateway. Okay, then Power BI report server, it is just your on-premises web interface, which is an alternative for your Power BI services. So let's say I am having a SQL server. Okay, uh, I am having my business and I'm selling the products, but I need to store that data somewhere. Okay, so what I can do is I can do two things. One is I can take a cloud server for SQL data storage, or I can uh, have one server system within my organization or at the workplace where as a server, okay, where I can store the data. So that server will become your on-premises server, okay, which is present at the location of your business. You guys got it? Yeah. Let's say you are visiting a hospital. I don't want you to visit hospital. I'm really sorry for that. Uh, but as an example, I'm just saying, let's say you went to doctor and he prescribed you some medicine. Okay. And to get that medicine, you might have to go to a medical store. Okay. So there can be two types of medical stores. That is one which is outside hospitals. Okay. Or one which is inside within the hospital. Okay. So the within the hospital medical store will be your on premises medical store. Okay. This is as simple as that. Okay, Power BI mobile apps. Everyone can have Power BI mobile apps. You guys can also install Power BI mobile apps within your phones. Okay, you guys can just install it from your Android Play Store, obviously, and you can log in with your account and you can see all the dashboards which has been shared with you, or the dashboards which has been created by you. Okay, for mobile apps you have to design it little bit differently so that the dashboard can be visible properly within the mobile. Okay, that also we will learn later stages when the designing part comes. Then we have Power BI Excel Publisher. We can use it to integrate MS Excel with our Power BI. Okay, this is nothing but using just Excel with your Power BI. Then report builder is there. This is to create any kind of paginated reports which you can print. Okay. Any kind of report which you can print on a A4 size paper or any kind of paper. So that printable area, if you want to design something like that, which comes like invoices, receipts, delivery notes, etc. Okay. Paginated reports is nothing but those reports, which you can print on a paper. Like if I try to print that particular dashboard, let's say this particular dashboard on a page, okay, this might not be the sizable or might not be designed for the printable format. Is it correct? Like for the A4 sheet or something? And this is not to print, obviously. This data is not this dashboard is not there for printing and all. Yes, so we can create like invoices, design invoices, receipts and all using our Power BI. Okay, report builder, where you can create invoices, receipts, delivery notes and print them, okay, on a paper. So that is what your paginated reports are. Then Power BI embedded is there. Power BI embedded, I have already shown you guys integration of BI reports with other applications. So where did you guys saw Power BI embedded? Did you guys saw Power BI embedded here? Not SharePoint, I'm talking about in this class. Get data and more. At the starting of applications, Power BI Cloud, there is option. Okay. Guys, that doesn't mean Power BI embedded. Okay, Power BI embedded means no, no, guys. I'm not talking about that. So I have shown you guys data storage gallery of Power BI on the website. You guys remember? So there you guys were seeing Power BI dashboards and you were able to interact with that particular dashboard on a web page. Is it correct? Yes. So that is what your Power BI embedded is. Okay. You can utilize iframes if you guys know HTML. You guys can utilize iframes or APIs. I hope everyone knows about APIs. Okay. So you guys can utilize them to publish or to view your Power BI dashboard in any kind of applications. No, Vinod. For that, actually, you might have to learn another programming languages also. Okay, like web development and all. Your work will be just to provide the API or the link to your dashboard. That's it. If you want to create any Power BI embedded application, then you have to actually work on those kind of application. Like if you want to implement it within a Java based desktop application or any web pages and all, then you have to learn those things also. Okay, so what are the Power BI pricings are? Okay, so Power BI free version, every one of you are using it. Okay, so the license is per user, obviously. In Power BI Pro also, the license is per user. But in Power BI Premium, it is capacity based. Okay, does anyone know what is capacity based? Number of users. Okay, as per consumption, number of users using. Okay, let's say I have a web page. Have you guys ever see any website which is working but suddenly it went down or something and then it came back again? Yes? Have you guys experienced that? Okay, so that is what capacity is. Okay, like let's say I have a website where in as per my server configuration, it can handle 10,000 visitors at a time. Okay, let's say, but on my website 11,000 visitors came. So what will happen? My server will not be able to handle that particular request of the that number of users, and it will go down. Okay, so we have some capacity of our server using which it can handle the number of user at a time. So that is what your capacity based. Okay, I hope you guys got it. We have 70 plus data sources. Okay, and it is available to all of the applications like Power BI free version, pro or premium version. Then ability to publish and consume content from app workspaces and dashboard. That means publishing and sharing the data. Okay, or dashboard. That is not available in Power BI free. And that's why you need a Power BI Pro version or the trial version also you can utilize so that you can publish and share your reports to others. And it is available for premium version also. The costing, Power BI is free for desktop. Pro version, it is approx $10 per month. And for premium version, it is approx 4,995 per month. Okay. Then storage limit, I have already informed you guys that it provides 10 GB of Azure storage. Okay, whatever storage you will use within your, you know, pro versions and free versions, you will get 10 GB of cloud storage, which you can utilize. And pro version also gives you 10 GB, but premium version gives you 100 TB of storage. Then comes your data refresh rate. Data refresh rate is nothing but how many times you can query the data which is connected with your Power BI. Okay, let's say you have a sales data and every time you are creating a bill, okay, your data is getting updated. Is it correct, guys? Yes. So let's say at 10 o'clock you open your store, at 10:30 you created a bill. Okay, then every 1 minute or 10 minute you are generating another bill. So what will happen? Your today's sales will increase, uh, okay, as per the bills. Okay, your total sales for that particular day will increase as per you do the billings. Okay, but how you can see that data in your Power BI, that okay, what is the total sales for today? You can do that by query the data again, like whatever the stored data is there. You can refresh your data and get the new data in your Power BI. You guys are getting my point here? That much? So what happens? Okay, no. And let me explain here. So let's say at 10 o'clock, you have built one bill. Okay. And then by 11 o'clock, you have built total of 6 bills. Okay. By 12, you have built around 18. Okay. So like this, you are creating so many bills, okay, within a time. Okay. So what will happen? You have only 8 given refreshes. Okay. Only 8 time you can request or query the data. Okay. So you cannot have it as real time as possible, but you can set a refresh time. Let's say at 11 o'clock, your data will get refreshed and new data will show on your dashboard at 12 o'clock once, at 1 o'clock once, 2 o'clock. So like this, you can do that till 8 time only. Okay, that means 3, 4, 5, 6. So every this particular time only you can set your refresh. That is every 1 hour. Or if you want every half an hour, that means 11:30, then 12, okay, then 12:30, then 1, then 1:30, then 2:30, sorry, 2 o'clock. So like this, till what time you can do that? Till 3 o'clock only. If you go as per half an hour only. You guys got this point here? Everyone? Now? Okay. So in free version, you can do data refreshes only 8 times in a day. Okay. Pro version also gives you 8. But in Power BI premium version, you get total number of 48 refreshes in a day. That means if you have 24 hours total, that means every half an hour you can set a refresh. Okay, for every half an hour for that particular day. But you might not have to set a refresh for every half an hour. Why? Because you will have a management, they will be available, or they will be seeing the data at a particular time, let's say from 10 to 6. Is it correct, guys? Or from 8 to 4, or 9 to 5, something like that. Am I correct, guys? Here. So based on that information, like the frequency of viewing the dashboard, you can set the refresh rates. Okay. Then ability to export content to Excel and CSV. Yes, you can export the data in Excel format also. Okay. So this is what your Power BI pricing is. So we are going to talk about building blocks of Power BI. So whenever you are in any interview related to Power BI, these are the most asked question, building blocks of Power BI. Okay. So what are the building blocks of Power BI are? The visualization, a single graphical representation of your information, which you show within your Power BI dashboard. Okay. The reports. Okay. A report is your multi-perspective view with all the visuals. Okay, which shows all the findings and insights for your data set. Then data set is what containing your raw data or the company's data or information which you are utilizing to create the visualizations. Then comes your dashboard. Your dashboard is just your collection of all the metrics on one single screen. Okay. So how you can see that is, let's say here, if I take any particular visualization, okay, this is your visualization. If I create this whole one page, okay, with all the visualizations, it will become your dashboard. And if I have multiple pages containing all other informations also. So this whole Power BI will become your reports. Okay, you guys got it? Okay, a single graphical representation of data is your visualization. Collection of these visuals in a one single page is your dashboard, and collection of like multiple pages, okay, where you have multiple matrices and informations, that becomes your report. Okay, then tile is just a snapshot of your particular dashboard. Like if you are using any particular dashboard which you have designed and you are publishing it as a separate into any other Power BI file, okay, that will become a snapshot of your whole dashboard. Okay, you are just taking a chunk of your whole dashboard and showing it somewhere else. That will become your tiles. Okay, these all you will understand more once we start designing, okay, like tiles or reports on dashboard. But these data sets and visuals you will understand easily. Okay, so what is the architecture of Power BI? This is the architecture of Power BI. You have multiple data sources, you connect with them in your Power BI desktop and create a dashboard. Then you publish it to your Power BI services. Okay, and you have your data stored on premises or on cloud using Power BI gateway. Your dashboard can interact with that data and retrieve the updated data all the time, and you can access these dashboards on your mobile, tablet, or laptops or desktops. Got it, everyone? The architecture. For data storage gallery, you can use there itself. If you explore there itself, you can log in there with your account, whatever you have created, and you can upload Power BI, okay, dashboard. I'll show you guys later once we create, okay, once we create the dashboards. So whatever the data transformation you do, okay, the data connectivity, all those things happen by using Power Query. I hope, like I know, most of you guys have worked with Power Query, but not all of you. We will look into Power Query also. Don't worry, that is also covered within this course. Okay. But in Excel, let's say if you want to connect with any kind of data, you can just go to data. If I click on from table range, let's say, okay, if I just give a table or range, let's say I'm just selecting this as a table, then from table range. Okay, so what will happen? This will open in your Power Query editor. So the same Power Query editor you will see in Power BI also once you import any data. Okay, that's why I asked if you guys know Excel, you advanced Excel, then you might be able to work in most of the BI tools. That is your Tableau, Power BI, or Oracle Analytics and all. Okay, Power Query and Pivot Table, which are there in Excel. So Excel is really powerful tool in the whole world. You can do basically everything. Even you can design the whole dashboard within your Excel itself. So Power BI desktop, we can see here that it combines Microsoft Query Engine M language with visualization and data modeling for creating interactive reports. So whatever changes you will do, okay, within your Power BI in the backend, everything will be done using M language. Okay, you don't need to learn about M language because everything is getting done by just click or drag and drop and everything. But if you want to explore more, you guys can look into that. Okay. but I would just suggest to first look into Power BI. Then you guys can look into mQuery language. Okay. Installation we are already done with. Okay. So let's look into some, how we can create a simple report in Power BI. Okay. So how can we do that? We are going to connect to a data source. Okay. Then we are going to transform data into a model. Model we have not covered yet. So we'll not do that right now. And then we add a visualization in that. Okay. So these three things we will do. So any kind of connectors we can use like SaaS connections, database connectors, file connectors, online services or anything. Okay, then we are going to transform it little bit. We can either transpose, merge, pivot and unpivot, fill and group by. Don't worry, these all topics will come one by one again once we reach to Power Query. Okay. Then we are going to add simple visualization like charts, cards, maps, trees or tables. Backend query. Backend query, if you're talking about databases, then it is not like Tableau is done by SQL. Okay. Tableau is something done by MDX or something it is called. I forgot the name. Okay. It is something like measures or I forgot the name of that. Okay. And within Power BI, everything happens within Power Query. And apart from that, you can do all the queries using DAX. But in backend, okay, everything is happening using your mQuery language. Okay. I forgot the name of Tableau's that engine. Like DAX we use in Power BI, we use just let me get that. I already have that somewhere. Yeah, MDX it is. That is measures and dimension uh, queries. Okay. Here in Power BI, we use DAX queries. But everything is happening using mQuery engine. Okay. In the backend. Okay, so let's create a simple connection from any data source. Okay. So I'm just opening my Power BI here. So let's take any data from internet. Okay. I'll take just simple data set. Any Wikipedia page. I can say IPL data. Oh, sorry, IPL wiki. Let's take. So here, let's see, guys. Okay. So here I'm having one online page. Okay. This is a web page. And here we are having information about IPL. Okay. And we are having some tables also here, which we can import in Power BI directly. How? We just need to copy this link. Okay. I'm copying this link here. You guys can try with any other links also like highest grossing movies or corona cases, corona wikis or any kind of data which is available. Okay. So here I'm using this. So in Power BI, I'll just click on get data. In home, I'm clicking on get data. Then here I need to find web. If web is not available here, you can click on more and just search for click on other and click on web. Okay. So this is used to import data from a web page. Any kind of web page which is available, you can import data from there using this. Everyone got this? So I'll click on connect now. So here two options are there, basic and advanced. Advanced means you can have URL parts, previews, command timeout or HTTP request header parameters also. Don't get into this right now. We will just look into the basic one. because we are using simple URL here, which is available. After giving that URL link, I will click on OK. So after we click on OK, it will open your connections and navigator. Okay, navigator, where it will show you the preview of your data. Okay, it can be from SQL or from any kind of data source. Whenever you are connecting, it will open navigator here. You guys got my point, everyone? Okay, so here you guys can see here are n number of tables are showing here to us from that particular web page. So if we click on web view, we can see the web version of that page also. And here we will get to see table view also. So how we can see that is we can click on that particular table, whatever is there, and the preview of that table we can see here. Okay, so let's see, table 1 is not of any use to us. Indian Premier League, column 1, 2, there is nothing else. Table 2, nothing else. Winners list is there. Okay, player acquisitions, teams. Okay, okay. Defunct teams, number of titles, finals. Okay, let's take this finals. Okay, finals we will take, teams we will take, and one more was there, that is winners. Okay, these three tables, whatever we want to import, we need to select those tables from here. If you are connecting with any SQL databases, you will see all the tables from that SQL database here. And what all tables you want to import, you have to select from here. Everyone got my point? Guys? Yes? So there, here comes two things. That is load. Second is transform data. Third is cancel. Okay. If the data is not in tabular format, it will try to show you the data as possible, like as much as possible. Okay. Like let's say if you are having text file, okay, it will automatically take spaces as a delimiter and it will show it to you here as a table format. So here we selected all these three tables which I want to load within my Power BI. Two things comes here, that is load, transform data, and cancel. If I cancel, the navigator will get closed. But these two things you have to understand. That is load. That means the Power Query will not get open and you will not be changing any data before loading it. Okay. That means, have you guys heard about ETL and ELT? Have you guys heard about this? Yes. So what is ETL and ELT? So what happens here is, if you guys can see ETL versus ELT, ETL is the extract, transform, and load process for the data. Okay. And ELT is extracting and loading, then making transformation into the data. Okay. That means in ETL process, data moves from the data source to the staging into the data warehouse. Okay. First, if you guys can see, we have data from multiple sources here. Okay. We are getting data from multiple sources, and before loading it to our data warehouse, we are making changes in that. That is transformation. Okay, like changing or deleting, removing, adding, or any kind of process. So after performing that only, we are loading it to our data warehouse, and then we are making the reports using that data. Whereas in ELT, what happens, you are getting data from multiple sources and you replicate them directly into your data lake. Okay. After this, what you can do, you can perform transformation or you can use them itself directly to create visualizations. This is what ETL moves from data source to staging into data warehouse. ELT leverages the data warehouse to do basic transformation. There is no need for data staging. Okay. So that is what you are seeing here. Okay. So if you guys can see here, there are two things that is load and transform. So if you want to directly import the same data which is there, okay, in your staging area, that means within your Power BI. Okay. So what you can do, you can click on load. But if you want to make any changes before loading this data, then you can click on transform data directly. Okay, sorry, I missed a question. Is there any difference between data lake and data warehouse? Yes, actually, there are a lot of differences. Okay, like the cost or accessibility or securities related, the purpose related. Okay, what it is used for and all. So, like if you guys can see the design here also. Okay, so data warehouse actually for your big data analysis, okay, but your data lake is for big data storage and research, okay, and the data type in your data lake will be unstructured. That means it is not structured data, okay, or it can be also semi-structured or structured, but generally you will find it unstructured data, okay. But here, your data will always be structured, okay, in your data warehouse. You guys got the difference between these two? So another thing is where you guys can see who uses structured data mostly and who uses unstructured data mostly. Okay, so what I'm saying is mostly if you guys have seen who uses structured data sets and who uses unstructured data sets. That's what I'm asking. Structured used by HR. We transform data. So actually, if you guys see the SQL DBAs, database administrators, if they are for SQL, is it SQL a structured or non unstructured data, guys? So you guys can say DBAs, business analysts, or data analysts mostly use structured data. But if you see unstructured data, on these kind of data sets, mostly data scientists, data engineers, DevOps engineers, those guys works with this. Is it correct, everyone? Yes. So you guys understood the difference between these two? I hope you guys won't forget this. The way I'm telling you guys is the most simple as possible. I'm trying. But if you are not understanding, please let me know. Okay. Okay, so you guys understood about data lakes and data warehouse also within Power BI, which is not the topic to cover here, but still. So this is what. But here, what happens? It is mostly ETL process only. It is extract, transform, and load. Okay. So I will click on transform data. So as soon as I click on transform data, what it will do, it will open your Power Query editor. Okay, you guys can see Power Query editor. Okay, so you guys understood whenever you are loading any kind of data or connecting with any kind of data set, it will always go through Power Query editor. Got my point, everyone? Okay, all those three tables also has been imported. If you guys can see, which we have selected. There are a lot of options. We will go through this in later stages. Don't worry. But for now, we are just going to look into basic things. Okay. First thing is, you guys can see in the applied steps. Okay. There is source, extracted table from HTML, promoted headers, changed data type. Okay. So how can you see how it was there in their previous stages? So whatever changes you will make in this table, all those steps will get recorded here in applied steps. Okay. So you can always go and see how the data was looking earlier before applying this particular step. You guys are able to see? This is the source. From this source, we extracted this table from HTML. Okay. And you guys can see it is as column 1, column 2, 3, 4. So it automatically recognizes the columns. So it promoted the headers automatically. Okay. And you guys can see the data types. Okay. Here we are having numbers, text and numbers. Okay. All these. So it tried to analyze automatically what kind of data is available in the column, and based on that, it automatically changed the data type also. Okay, so these all has been applied by Power Query automatically. So this is what basic data connectivity is. Okay, if you guys can see here also, same steps you will find. Here also, same steps you are finding. Okay. So now in this one, if I see the winners, okay, let's make little bit changes, not a lot that will go over your head. Okay, I'll try to do some basic changes only, and then we'll move forward to create a simple visual. Okay, so here we are having season. Okay, if API is there, API, okay, API is nothing but your application programming interface. Okay, it is as same as like you went to a restaurant, okay, and you are ordering a food. Like let's say you are ordering paneer, okay, paneer chili or something. So you are giving the order to the waiter. Waiter is going to the uh, cook, and he is telling that you want paneer chili, okay, and he prepares that paneer chili, gives it to the waiter, and waiter gives it to you to consume. So here the API is your waiter, okay, who is taking your order, going to the cook, getting he is preparing the food and giving it to the waiter again, and the waiter is delivering it to you. That is what API is. I hope everyone understood that reference. So API is as simple as that. Okay, it is just an interface to connect with two applications. How is it created? So it is nothing but application programming interface, okay, which helps to connect between, it provides an interface to connect between two applications, okay. It is same as you want to talk to me, okay, and if I want to talk to you or you want to talk to me, I am connecting you via Zoom, okay. For us as a two application, Zoom is working as an API, okay. It is taking your request, giving it to me, and I am delivering another request and delivering, Zoom is delivering it to you. Okay. It is, Zoom is not an API. I'm just giving a reference. Okay. This is what, like any interface between two applications, it allows you to connect with them. Same as I have given the example of a customer, waiter, and cook. Okay. You can understand it like here, let's say Vikas is there, and then the waiter is there, and the cook is there. Okay, so you are ordering paneer chili to waiter, and waiter is telling that you want paneer chili to cook. He creates, like cook paneer chili, gives it to waiter, and waiter delivers it to you. This is what here waiter is working as your API. So I can show you guys one code itself. Oh, not this. Let's say I have one weather application. Okay, this is written in Python. Okay, so what happens if I see here we are importing a request and we have given a API key here. So using this API key, we are requesting a web application, that is open weather map. Okay, so there we are connecting with open weather map organization using this API. Okay, and then what we are giving city names of where we want the weather. If I run this program, actually let me see, not this. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, wait. TFT main. Yes, so I'll just show you guys. Let's say here I'm having this weather.py. Okay, and just open a terminal here. And here what open weather is, if I search for open weather, my internet is a little bit slow. So it provides weather report of all available cities in the world. Okay, and it forecasts the weather conditions of multiple locations. If I see, let's say Bangalore here, sorry, Bengaluru, obviously. Okay, it is showing that 22 degrees Celsius and all. But what if I want to use this information, I want to extract in my application? Okay, that application I have to, which I have created, which is here in Sublime Text. Okay, this is an application which I have created. Let's say. Okay, so I'll just open a terminal. Okay, and I'll just write python-m weather.py. Okay, so here what it will do, it will just run that application which we have written. Okay, a simple application. And if I give any city name, okay, let's say Chennai. Okay, I am giving a city name. So what it will do, it will take this city name, okay, as your input for city name, and it will take this root URL API key to connect to that particular website, okay, which is providing the information about the weather, okay, and it will display it to you. You guys can see it will share that information in JSON format, and you can print all those information here. So the temperature is 28 degrees Celsius in Chennai, pressure, humidity, speed of wind and all. Okay. So this is to connect to this particular application which is there on the website. Okay, on the web, I need an API key. Okay, so that it can identify that I am a subscriber or a authenticated user to access that data. Okay. Similarly, you guys can also create one another application where you guys can get API of your chat GPT and create an application for that. Your own application. Okay. where it requests all the information from your web page to ChatGPT, gets the answer and shows it to you. So I hope everyone understood that information, and I hope it is worth it for everyone. And yes, James, an API is the connection which delivers the requested information between the requester and the source. Yes, that is what it is. So here I'm going to make little bit changes like cleaning the data. What can I clean here, guys? If you guys are seeing this data, what transformation should be useful here? What transformation we need to make here? As we can see here, we are seeing the numbers, that is 2, 3 and all, 4, 5 and all. Okay. I don't think that this information is required for us. Is it correct, guys? So what we can do here, we can either extract this information, okay, that is any value which is there. If I see second value, so we cannot segregate this data based on spaces, okay. We cannot segregate or separate these data based on number of spaces, because let's say if I go to transform, okay, or let's say within home, let's go into transform, okay, I'm getting into split column. So here we are having by delimiter. By delimiter means any given value if it is there, okay. Can we do that using space, guys? No, because if I give number of spaces 1, 2, 3, after third space it should remove all the rest of the values. But here if I see here we are having only 2 spaces, so it will not be good for us. So what we can do here is we can give a custom one, okay, and we can utilize the open bracket, and we can say each occurrence of the delimiter or anything, that is fine. I'll just click OK. Now we got our this data removed here, okay, moved into next column. And here we got split column by delimiter and changed data type also. But I don't need this, so I can right click and remove this column, and I can rename this to winners only. So now all the steps we took here, you guys can see it has been recorded, all of these steps. If I want to see, I can go till here. This was the data. Next option was splitting the column by a delimiter. Yes. Then it has changed the data type. Tried to, but it didn't. Okay. Then removed columns. That column we removed. And here you guys can see I have renamed the columns. Okay. So this is what some basic changes we have made here. Yes, you can restore it to previous step always. You can just click here. Okay. You can just click on this. Let's say if I am creating another split column. Okay. I'm clicking on a split column. Let's say by delimiter only. Okay. And I'm taking spaces each occurrence of the delimiter. I can click on OK. So it will split in multiple columns as much as possible. Like how much spaces it will find, it will split that. But if I want to remove that, I can just click on this cross and we will get back to our previous data. Okay. So I hope you guys understood this. Okay. So our winners of Indian IPL league is done. Now if I go to teams, team names are there, cities are there, the data type is correct, states are there, home ground is there, debut year is there, captains, head coach. So I don't think we need to make any changes here. Correct? So this data is perfect for us. Now if I click on finals, now here what we can make some changes. what kind of changes we can do here. So if I look into season, the years are correct. Okay. Winning margins are there. Okay. But here some scorecard is written. Okay. I don't think a scorecard is required for us. So what I'll do, I'll just right click and click on replace values. Okay. And what value I want to find? Scorecard. And I don't want to replace it with anything, just direct. Okay. So scorecard is done. We are having replaced value here. So this column is clean. And this one, what we can do here is after the comma, we are having the location. Is it correct? So we can separate them into two things, that is the stadium name as well as the location. Am I correct, guys? So based on what we can split these columns, this column, delimiter, comma, correct. So I'll just click on split column by delimiter. I'll select comma is already there. I'll just click on OK. So this is done. Now here, what else I can do? I can see that the winner's name is there, runner-up names are there, but there are the scores also. Okay, the number of overs, the wickets as well as runs. Okay, in both of these columns. Okay, but before that, what can I do is I can extract this information also, like the names are there, but from which team they are. Okay, so I can just split this also based on any delimiter, that is, let's say custom, based on a bracket, open. Okay, done. But here we are having closing bracket, so I'll just right click, replace values. Okay, value to find, closing bracket, replace with none, done. Okay, so this one is player of the season, that is there, but this is the team initials, let's say. Okay, so every step which we are taking is getting recorded here. Now this is done. This one is also, this is our city name. Okay, this is stadium. I don't know if everyone is fan of cricket or not, but please bear with this example. Okay, now we are left with these three columns, okay, which we need to clear or we need to transform so that we can have better data. Okay, so let's change this. What is here is we are having winners. Okay, Rajasthan Royals by 164 for 7 in 20 overs. So based on what we can split this? Anyone can give me any answer here? Can we do that here? By digit to non-digit? Numeric values? Okay. So let's get into by, is it by digit to non-digit or by non-digit to digits? Okay, so here if I select by non-digit to digit, okay, this is nothing but we are just checking that the data which we are having a name of the team, that is Rajasthan Royals. Then we are having their scores also, that is 164, 7 wickets. And then we are having overs also in which they have made that much run. Okay. So we want to segregate them because this data is not appropriate. We cannot analyze this data or present this data properly because we are having the team name, the run and overs in single column itself. Okay. So we need to clean this data. For cleaning it, we must segregate the team name, their scores, and the number of overs they played. Okay. So for that, what we can do is we can go to split column. Okay. Then, yes, it's a mixed type of data. So always remember, in Power Query or in Power BI expect that all the data in your single column is of should be same data type. That means, let's say in Excel, within the same column, you can have the name, okay, let's say, and phone number, something, okay, or salary, something, okay. So like text, number, decimals in the same column you are having, okay. But in Power BI or DAX or anything, it expects that the data which is there in the column is of same data type, okay. Yes. So the main difference is in array, it expects that the values which are given is of same data type, and list we can have multiple data types. Okay. Similarly, here in Excel, in the same column, let's say I am having a student column, okay, where I am having their name, or let's say not a student column, any other column, you guys can name it, but where I'm having name as in, let's say, Ashwarya is there, okay, her mobile number, let's say, as well as her salary in thousands, obviously. So what we are having in a same column, we are having a text data type, that is string, okay, then a number data type, as well as we are having a decimal data type or float, okay. Is it correct? So we can use this also because Excel is a A1 style. Okay. That means reference based. So in Excel, whatever you do, let's say if you are doing any addition or if you want to get data, you always have to give reference of that particular cell or the range of cell. Okay. But in Power Query or Power BI, what happens? It takes reference of your column name. The same happens in DAX also. I am going actually way far here itself in starting itself. I don't want to, but it is just an introduction. You guys can take it as okay. We will discuss about it in later part also, but this is only for your understanding. Little bit. Okay. So here we need to split this column, let's say by non-digit to digit. Okay. So here we got of all of our segregation. Okay. How? If I just go one step back, we have 164 runs, wickets, overs. Okay. So if I come here, this is what our runs. Okay. Then this is wickets and this is overs. Okay. But here we can see this is not proper. So what we can do here is we can take this data. Okay. Let's say I'm right clicking, replacing the values, all the closing bracket, done. Okay. Same in this one also, replacing values with bracket, done. Now what I can do here is, as we know that this is of same data, okay, so what I will do, I will select both of these columns, okay, both of these two columns by pressing Control button and click on merge columns. I want any separators? No, separators means you can give any delimiter, that is space, semicolon, or anything, but I am selecting here none so that we can have a proper merge data. Okay. But here it went ulta. Sorry. Let me check. I will just remove this. I will first select this then this, then click on merge columns. Nothing. Now it is proper. Okay. This is our overs. Done. Here we are having another data which we need to replace. That is space and closing bracket. Done. Okay. And in from here, we need to replace all the slash. So now we are having a proper columns. Is it? Guys, from that particular column, if we see here, from this one single column, we got these 4 or 3 more columns, but it is showing us more proper values, correct? So similarly, you can do for runner up also, but I'm not going to do that right away because it will be a lot for you guys in starting itself. So I'm just clicking on close and apply. Close and apply means whatever changes we have made, it will apply that changes and then loads the data into your Power BI. Okay. So you guys can see all your tables here. If I expand that, these are the column names from your table, like from teams, from finance. Okay. So we are having all these information. But if you guys can see, we are not having runs and everything in a proper data type. So how you can analyze that is if you are seeing aggregation function here, okay, that means the data is of numeric values. You guys got my point? Yes, but I can see that our runs is not showing as a numeric value. That means we need to make change. So after loading, let's say in starting, if we have clicked on load or if we want to make any changes in our data, what we have to do is we have to go into home, click on transform data and click on transform data again. So what it will do, it will open your Power Query editor again. So this is how you can make changes in the data after loading it. Okay. Or after making changes, or you can keep changing anything. So here, this particular column as well as this one is not in a proper format. So I will just change the data type, go to transform data type. It is a whole number. Done. Now what I'll do, I'll just go to home, click on close and apply. If I click on apply, whatever changes we have made, it will apply them, but the Power Query will be still open. If I click on close, it will close Power Query, but do not apply the changes which we have made. So that's why I always use close and apply. So for any kind of visualization, if you want to create, you have to take that particular visualization from here. Okay. Like if I want to take a stacked column chart or stacked bar chart or clustered bar chart, clustered column chart. Okay. 100% stacked bar chart. There are a lot of these visuals. We will see which visuals we should use when. Okay. In our next class, obviously. Not today. So let's say I want to see how many total runs have been created. I'm taking a card visual. Okay. The card visual is mostly used to show the total number. Okay. Any kind of numbers which you want to show. Okay. So if I want to see till date, how much runs have been made in the finals or by the winners. So I am having selected this visual. I can see there is fields option. So you have to add the data field here. Okay. So if I select runs, so what it will do, it will show you sum of runs. So total runs which has been made till date in the finals by the winner teams. Okay. I can also get other options, that is average, minimum, maximum, count distinct, count, deviations, variance, and median. Let's say if I want to see minimum run. So minimum run in a final has been made is 129. Okay, so this is just an example. Okay, how you can show or select the data in a particular visual. So similarly, if I want to see, let's say, any bar chart, okay, in this bar chart I want to see the team initials, okay, and their runs. Okay, so if you guys can see here, based on the team initials, we are getting the total number of runs they have made in the final. Okay, this is combined data. That means that they have reached maximum times in the finals or so, or they have more runs in the table. But how can you see the data which is there after closing Power Query? You can see that in your table view. If I click on table view, I can preview the data which is there. Okay, so if I can see winners, there is this Kolkata Knight Riders and their runs which are there. Okay, it will just add all of them and show it here as a single. So this is sum of runs. You guys can see the same in team y-axis. In y-axis, we are having team initials, and in x-axis, we are having sum of runs. So can I just change this? So what it is showing, it is not showing us any proper data. So for a proper data, we must have the data placed properly, okay, accordingly, which is required. All right. So let's say if I'm taking season, not in this. Let's keep runs and winners. Okay, this particular visual I have created. Another visual I want is I want a table. Let's say in that table, I want the city as in names. Okay, city names. How much runs have been scored in those cities, and by which who were the winners. Okay, so now if you guys can see, based on the cities and runs, we are seeing all the winners, okay, on those different cities. Okay, the city name, sum of runs, and the winner. Okay, got my point here, everyone? Yes. So this is how you can create simple visualization within your Power BI. You have to understand about data first and what you want to show. Okay.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the minimum version of Windows required for installing Power BI desktop? Your options are A. Windows 7, option B. Windows 8, option C. Windows 10, and option D. Windows XP. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Okay. So we are gonna look into overview of Power BI desktop. So whenever you guys are getting asked like how many types of views are there in your Power BI, how many types of views are there in Power BI, you can always say three, that are report view, data view, and model view. How you can say that? This is your report view. Okay, this is your canvas where you design your dashboards. Okay, and here if I hover the mouse, you guys can see this is report view. And table view is something where you can see all of your data. You can preview your data. Like if I select any kind of tables, you guys can see that these are the tables are there. And we have another thing, that is your model view. Model view is where we design the models. Okay, we create relationships between multiple tables. You guys can see there is one relationship which has been created automatically here. Okay, so this I didn't created it, it got created automatically. So don't worry, we will look into this also once our data modeling comes. Okay, for now we are going to just proceed with this. So these are three views in Power BI which you can always answer, that is your report view, table view and model view. Okay, table view or data view. So I've already explained this. So this is something like your report view where we can design your dashboard, where you data view, where you preview the data. Okay, like this, and your model view where you create the relationship between multiple tables. So this is an example of how a relationship has been created between multiple tables. Okay. Then we are going to look into what are the data sources in our Power BI is there. Okay. Apart from that, let's first discuss what are other things which are there. Okay. So in this Power BI, this was the views. Okay. All these three. And this particular portion is called as ribbon. Okay, what the ribbon is, it shows you whatever the common operations you can perform for your reports and visualizations. Okay, like transforming data, refresh, new visuals, measures, data hub, SQL server. Okay, so this particular part you might find directly in the Excel also. Okay, so this is what called as ribbon. Okay, all the menu bars are there, and these are the ribbons which are having common options and functions to operate within your reports. Okay, second thing is your report view or canvas where you can design your dashboards. Okay, this is randomly we have put the visuals, so please do not judge me on that. This is randomly we put it here. So when we design the dashboard, we'll try to, properly align it. Okay. So this is what your canvas is. Third thing is your pages tab. This you can rename always by right clicking, rename, or double click to rename, same as you do in Excel. Okay. Or you can delete it. You can also create new pages, same as Excel. Okay. Then comes your visualization pane on the right side, which contains the default visuals which you can use to create visualization or your dashboards. Okay. So okay, sorry. We were talking about ribbons, pages we are done with. So here, we are having all the visualizations, okay, which you can use to create your dashboards. Apart from that, you also have the data pane, okay, where you can see all your tables which you have imported as well as the column names which are there. Okay, so that is what about Power BI overview. So what about data sources in Power BI? That how can you see all the data sources? If I go to get data, I will see some common data sources which are available directly here, but you can also click on more and you can get a lot of data sources using which you can connect with your data, which are available on different platforms. Okay, so these you can utilize. Okay, so let's see what we are having. Database connectors like MySQL or SQL servers, file connectors like directly either from folders or Excel file or CSVs, Azure connectors like your Microsoft Azure databases, and SaaS connections. These are the software as a service connectors. Okay. So first thing is we are going to discuss about database connectors. Okay. So in database connectors, we can connect with MySQL, IBM DB2, Teradata, Oracle, or SQL Server. So actually, I wanted you guys to, download the Adventure Works. So what you guys have to do is using this link, you guys can come here and download any of these data warehouse files. Okay. We are going to use data warehouse files. So you guys can download this. You can go for DW 2022 or 2019 or 2017 also. You don't have the key. See, it will not ask for any key or something, okay? You just need to install Power BI Desktop. That's it. It will not ask for, to sign in or give any keys or anything. As soon as you are working within your system, it is lifetime free. Okay. Until and unless you are not using Power BI services, you don't need to have any account. See, we are gonna look into both of them, so don't worry. Okay. Why I'm showing you guys both of them is so that you guys can understand that connectivity with any kind of databases is same. Okay. I'll show you guys both of them. So don't worry. Do not get confused. Right now, I am in MySQL. So focus on here until your file is downloading in, this one. So till then, let's wait for MySQL server. See, if MySQL Workbench is installed, that means MySQL will be there within your system. Is it correct, guys? You guys can check by writing MySQL version and you will get this output. If you are not getting this output, that means you need to work on your SQL installation again. Okay. Don't worry, Mihir. It's not like I'm gonna ask you guys to write a query to perform two tables join or something. So don't worry. We are just connecting with the data sets here. Okay. Okay. Let's take this one. Okay. It is just one single data I'm going to import. So if I get into Power BI, first of all, where I have to go to connect with any kind of data set in get data. Okay. Then I have to click on more. Then here all the databases you can find out SQL Server databases, SQL Server analysis services, Oracle, IBM, everything. Okay. So here I'm just clicking on MySQL database and clicking on connect. Okay. So here for any kind of databases which you connect with, it will always ask you the server name. Okay, you can also look into your workbench for your server. Let me just open workbench so that you guys can see. Or on which port I generally SQL runs always, guys? On which port number? 1533. Don't tell about your company's port. Okay, man. I'm basically like in general I'm asking. I remember who all said they work in SQL. I just have to go with the names. Do you guys want me to go with the names? What is the default port number to access SQL or where it runs? On which port number? If I open my browser and if I write something like 127.0.0.1, okay, so this will be your local host. If any server is running or something is running, you will always find that here. Okay. And if I write 3306, oh, sorry. Okay. So here you guys can see this is your SHA2 password it is showing, but it is basically for MySQL. Okay. So workbench also how you guys can identify is within your workbench you guys will see that localhost 3306 basically it will be running or it if you guys have changed it to 3307 or 8 or 9 or something like that then it will be running on that. But basically by default this is the default port number for SQL. Okay. So I'm just giving there where I went. Okay. Localhost 3306. Okay. And the database name. What was the database name? Let me check. PAM's teammates. Okay. So I just need to give the database name. Pam's teammates. Okay, and I'll click on OK. For user root using method MySQL native password field with message unknown database Pam's teammates. Let me check. Teammates. Spelling is correct, I think. Let me edit that. And do not want to give any port number. Let's try with that. Is not asking. Okay, Pam's teammates it is. Let me go through MySQL only as a database. Okay. And localhost 3306 only. I think something happened in my system. That's why it is not connecting. Oh, finally it connected. So that particular database it is not able to find. So if you guys can see here, it is directly showing me all the tables. Okay. So if I just use MySQL, okay, then show tables which are there. So these all are the tables which are available in my database. Okay, I do not have any database, so I am just showing you guys some default databases which are there available within my SQL. Okay, so this is how you can connect with. So it is directly showing me navigator here. But for you guys, if you have set any password or something, okay, if you guys have written any username or password, it will ask you to provide the username and password. Okay, you guys are getting my point. Okay, so this is what actually all the tables which we extracted from our server. If we can see what all the tables are, so these are some tables obviously, but most of them are empty. I'm not able to find any data here. Yeah, okay. So let's say I just want to import this one. To import this one, I have to select it, obviously, the table which I want to import. And which option should I take? Click on load or transform data. Guys, it depends, okay, what you want to do. Whether you want to make any changes in this data source or the data, then only click on transform data. If you feel like you don't need to make any changes, then you can directly click on load also. Okay, so if I click on load, it will directly load into my loading area. You guys can see here it is just connecting with that. So here our table came. Okay, this is our table. These all are the column names. If I want to preview the data, I can just go into data view and select our table, and this was the data which is there. Okay, everyone. So if I want to make changes in this data set, what should I do? Guys, how can I go there? Anyone? Transform data. Okay. I just need to click on under home, transform data, and click on transform data. Then it will open your Power Query editor. Okay. So in Power Query editor, actually you can perform whatever the steps you want. As we directly loaded our data, you guys can see it did not perform any other operations as we didn't do anything, like we didn't loaded it here. But source and navigation is there. If I click on source, this is the source. Okay, if I want to edit the source, I can always click on this setting icon, and you guys can see this is the server and this is the database which we are connected with. Okay, so if I want to change the database directly within the table, okay, I can do that from here. I just need to change the database name. Okay, I hope everyone got it. So that was, we were importing data from Power BI first. But how can you import data by being within Power Query? Okay. Okay, Pradeep. The thing is, if you want to make any changes in on any applied steps, okay, let's say we made some changes here, like replaced values. Okay, if you want to make change in that replaced value step, then you can see you just have to click on that settings icon and you can see what we did. And if you want to make the changes, you can do that here directly. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. So let's see how can you import data directly from within your this Power Query. Okay. You can always click on new source. The same option will come which you get there within your Power BI. Okay. You can click on more and you will see all the options same as there. Okay. Or you can right click here, click on new query and click on more. Okay. So here you will get more options to connect with all the data sources. So you can import data from your Power Query also. For now, I hope everyone have downloaded that particular file, MySQL, that data warehouse file. Everyone, yes, and everyone also have installed SSMS. So what you need to do is you need to open your SQL Server Management Studio. Okay. So you guys already know how to import a backup data within SQL Server. Everyone, or no? So let's say this is what it is opening for the first time. As you guys can see, I have server type database engine. Server name is this. Authentication is Windows authentication. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this server name into my notepad so that I can just copy and paste it when I'm connecting with this database. Okay. And for now, I will just click on connect. So I'm connected with my MS SQL. Okay. All the databases which are there, you can click on plus icon and you will see all the imported or available databases which are there within your MS SQL. Okay. So here what you need to do is you need to right click on databases. Okay. Then click on restore database. Okay. Right click on the databases. Then click on restore database. Okay. So as soon as you click on that, this window will pop up and here you need to select not database but the device because you have downloaded that file. So you need to select the device and you need to click on these three dots. Okay. These three dots. Once you click on that, it will ask you to select the backup device. Okay. Like the backup media, which is there. So for that, you need to click on add. Okay. Am I going too fast, guys? Okay. So I need to click on add. Okay. For now, breathe, it is fast. Okay. So just see it first. Okay. So that you guys can look into this later. So as soon as I click on add, I need to see where my files are downloaded. Okay. It is under the username Yogesh. That is me. Then within that, I have downloads. Okay. This is my downloads. So within this downloads, I have my file downloaded. Like these are the AdventureWorks files. Okay. Like let's say 2019.bak I'm selected. Okay. So as soon as I select it from my browser, file browser, I need to click on OK. Okay. So it will show it here, the backup media which we are importing. And I just need to click on OK here. Then now everything has been imported. Here you just need to click on OK. Okay. So it might give you one more OK to press. So just click on that. Once you do that, your backed up database will show here within inside your databases. Okay. Okay. So this is how you can restore any backed up SQL database. Okay. So here, if you want to see what is there within your databases, you can expand it. Okay. All the tables which are there. Okay. These all are the tables available in your this database. Okay. So if I want to see, let's say I want to see what is this dim customer, I will just right click and click on select top 1000 rows. Okay. So it will just run a default query to get the top 1000 rows. So this is the data which we are having in our table. Okay. That is our table, not our database. Okay, these data are from our table from AdventureWorks DW 2019 database. Okay, everyone got this? So if you see any views, if you are having, or storage, security, programmability, and all, everything you can find here. This is mostly for PL/SQL, stored procedures and functions, triggers. So if you guys want to know more into this in SQL, you guys can look into PL/SQL also. That is a really big subject itself, like a procedural language. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into my Power Query again. I will just click on New Query and click on More. And this is actually our SQL Server database. So I'll just click on SQL Server database. Okay. Then I will just click on Connect. Okay. As soon as I click on Connect, it will ask me for the server name and the database you want to connect with. Same like MySQL it is asking. Correct, guys? Yes. So I'll just give that server name, which I have copied. This one. You can find the same even after opening your MS SQL just by looking here. This is your server name. Okay. Or you can find it here also. This is your server name. Okay. So I will just connect with that. I'll give that here. Paste. So this is my MS SQL server name. Okay. And the database name. If you want to directly connect with any database, I'll just copy this name directly so that I don't have to write it. Okay. And give the database name with which I want to connect with. Okay. You guys got it? Yes. So I will click on OK here. So it is connecting with that particular database. It might ask you for passwords. Okay. Let me check if it asks me or not. So if you guys remember, we selected Windows authentication in the starting when we were opening our SSMS. So if it asks for login credentials, you guys use Windows authentication and it will automatically connect with your database. Okay. Okay, I am having some error. A network related or instance specific error occurred. The server was not found or was not accessible. Okay, this issue I'm facing a little bit from this days. So let me check SQL Server logs current. And let me check what ID it is actually running on. Okay, so it is our server local connection is ready to accept connection on this particular location. But I think there is some issue with my, naming. That's why it is not connecting with. So I will use this alternative link, okay, to connect with my databases. Okay. So let me cancel this. I'll just again go to new query, more, SQL Server database, connect. Server name, I'll just give that pipe link, which is there. And database, again, that AdventureWorks, which was there. And click on OK. So yes, here you guys can see it is asking me for credentials to connect with the database. Okay. So if you are having any credentials for your databases, okay, to connect with, if you are having any SQL server where you have given credentials of username and password, you can always select database, okay, and give the username and password and then click on connect. But as I'm using just directly Windows authentication, so I'm just use my current credentials so that it can connect directly. Okay. So I'm just clicking on connect. It is just asking for connection. Okay. Now you guys can see all the tables which are there in that database has been imported here. Okay. In the navigator, and we can preview our data sets or data tables also. Okay. What all the tables are there. So if you want to import any table, you can select them, whatever you want. Okay, like the employee or department group and all, and click on OK. So I am importing these 6 tables only, clicking on OK. Okay, so now here you guys can see all these tables are here. The tables which we have imported, all of them. Okay, no issues, guys. You don't need to perform any queries or anything here. Okay, you directly need to import that data which is there in SQL. So if you are importing any tables or data, okay, it can be from any source. You just need to understand how to connect with that particular data set. Okay, if you know to connect with any kind of data sets, you half of your work is done. So do not think about like you don't know SQL or anything. Just look into the procedure, the process, the steps which are there to connect with. Okay. So that you can easily connect with any kind of data sources. That is just to show you guys that I'm having some data sets and all. Okay. In any kind of server. So if you will be given, let's say, if you have been given with any Power BI task, okay, to create and design and something, you can ask the DBAs, that is your database administrators or managers, like from where, which table or which database you need to connect with. You just need to know the name of your server and the database name. As much as like you know that, as well as you should have the user and a name and password, obviously. That is more than enough for you to connect with the database. Okay. I'm not here to, teach you guys SQL, but what I can do here is you guys can just look into these 4 files, okay? It is a stepwise process, like how you can create a table, how you can manipulate a table, and so on, and what kind of errors you will find. You guys will have little bit idea about SQL queries, okay? So how you can understand it is if you open that, it will open something like this. Okay. Like this show databases command is to see what all databases are there in your server. Okay. And use the database name you have to give so that you can use that particular database. There are so many databases as you guys can see. So if I want to use any of these databases in my MySQL, then I have to write query use that database name. And then if I want to see how many tables or what tables I have in that database, I need to write show tables. Okay. So it will show you all the tables which are there in your database. That is more than enough for you. But if you want to know more about that, like how you can create a table or how you can alter a table or how you can insert any values within your table, okay, you guys can look into that also. And how you can query about any particular column. Okay, here also you guys can see, or if you want to query everything which is there having any particular conditions, that is also you guys can see. Okay, so this will be little bit understandable because SQL is like a natural language only. Okay, like what we are doing here, we are just doing updating marks and setting what external, what our column name external equals to 65, where id equals to 2. So wherever the id is 2, we are going to set the external column as 65. That is what it is. Okay, it is as simple as that. I know that SQL is really tough, but for basic queries, it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so you guys can look into this also if you guys want. I'm just deviating a lot from all these things. I'm giving a lot to you guys, to learn. I should not talk about Excel or SQL and all, but I just want you guys to have little bit knowledge of those things. Okay. Because see guys, everywhere wherever you apply for these kind of jobs like data analyst or business analysis or any business intelligence and all, they will always ask you to have basic understanding of advanced Excel as well as basic understanding of SQL queries. Okay, then only you can connect with the data sources, because all the companies use SQL or NoSQL or these kind of databases. Okay, so just know about basic queries, how you can manipulate or add any data or how you can retrieve a data. That is more than enough for you. Got my point, everyone? I hope you guys are not getting burdened with a lot of information. I should, focus on Power BI, I know. So, some of you guys might say that. So, let's continue here, okay? So, we connected with our MySQL server and got our data here, okay, within our Power Query. But what about these kind of information which you guys are seeing? Let me see where it went. Okay, so here you guys are seeing that you are having currency alternate key, name, and organization is written as table. Okay, so uh, okay, thank you. So if I click on this icon, okay, this icon is nothing but to expand your table. Okay, here we are having dim organization. Okay, that is another table itself. Okay, which we didn't import it, but it is required here. So if you want to see what all columns are there in this dim organization, you can click on expand from here, and you can see what all column names are there, and you can, two options are there: use original column name as prefix, or you can disable that to use the same name. What will happen if I select use original column name as prefix is, it will write as the column name as dim organization dot organization key, dim organization dot parent organization key. So it will write something like that if I click it. Okay, so if I'm not clicking this one, if I'm not selecting this, it will take the same name of the columns. Okay, and here we are actually expanding our table, so I'm just clicking on OK. So you guys can see all the columns which are there has been expanded. Okay, dim currency, currency keys, organization name, percentage of ownership, whatever data is there has been expanded. Okay, based on what? Based on the values which are here, based on the currency keys. So similarly, you can do for fact finance also, okay, or fact currency rate also. If you want to have these columns within your data set, you can always expand it. Okay. Okay, so this is how you can connect with MS SQL Server and MySQL databases. Rest of the databases also is the same. You just need to give the server names, okay, and the database if it is required, if you want to give, as well as the login credentials. So everyone got this? How you can connect with databases? So see, even if you are not understanding it fully, if you grab little bit also, just practice it. If you practice, you will understand it more. Okay. So do not forget to perform all these operations again by seeing the recorded sessions, or after making notes, you can see from your notes also. Notes are really important, guys. Okay. Okay. Next thing is file connectors, any kind of files which are there like CSV, MS Excel or text. How can you connect with that? You just need to get into your Power BI or Power Query. You need to get into new query here, or you need to directly from Power BI. If you want, you need to click on get data. Okay, so all the operations I am doing from Power Query for right now, you guys can try from Power BI itself. Okay, so let's say I am creating one file as a text file. Let me see if I have any file on my desktop. Okay, I have some txt files. Okay, if you guys can see, so this is a particular file st1. Okay, I am having names here. Let me rename these all. Let's say Deboraj is there, and this one, let's say Jayashree. I'll just write it here as 2. Mir or Vinod. Oh, sorry, and Pratik. Okay, so I am having this particular st1 txt file. Okay, so how can you import a data from a txt file? Okay, so another file also we are having, that is id and phone numbers we are having. Okay, id is 1 2 3 4 and phone numbers we are having. Okay, so let me get into this Power Query. What I can do is right click new query. As we are having text file, that is txt file, or any kind of CSV file. You guys have heard about CSV files and txt files also. You guys have came across, everyone. Okay, either you are from any domain or any site. Okay, you guys would have worked on CSV, XLS or txt file always. So this is what the connector type is, your text or CSV. I'll just select that and go to my desktop as we are having the file. This is what st1.txt is. I'll just click on OK. So again, it will open your navigator. As you guys can see, I'm having only column 1. Okay, that means my data is not getting, identified because of the spaces. It might be something because of the blank values or something, but it should have given it into 2 different columns, but it didn't give. No issues, we'll look into this. Okay, so let me click on OK. Here we are having column 1. First step here is we need to make the column name perfect. Okay, as we can see that it is showing as column 1, but what columns we are having? ID and name. Okay, so what we can do here is you can always click on use first row as headers. Okay, so that you can identify your column names. Okay, either you can do it instantly, or we can use first split column so that we can split our ID and names into 2 different columns. Okay, you guys understood this? Yes. So I'll just select by delimiter, obviously, and we are having space, and I'm selecting just each occurrences of delimiter and clicking on OK. So now I'm having 2 columns. Okay, that is having ID and name. As our headers are not identified yet, so what I'll do, I'll just select on use first row as headers. So now we are having proper column names, and you guys can see all the steps which we have performed has been recorded here, and it automatically analyzed what kind of data is there and change the data type accordingly. Okay, you guys got this? Yes. Okay, so now let's say here you guys can see that there is a null value. Okay, so what I can do here is, if let's say your data has been changed, okay, you are getting new data. Let's say I'm having another data. Let's say Vinay is there in second, And in 7th, I am having, let's say, Tapasvi is there. Okay. So our data has been changed, but as you guys can see here, we are still getting that particular data. Okay. So how can we get the new data? So our source is where? This one. This is the source. If I select on source, if I click on setting icon, this is our source data. Okay. So what I can do here is I can just click on refresh preview. Okay. So if I am not gonna refresh all, because what will happen if I click on refresh all, it will refresh all the data. That means it will go on the source location for each of the data which we are having, and it will take the new data, the updated data from each of the sources. Okay. So I don't want that. So anyway, I'm into this particular table. So I'm just clicking on refresh this particular preview. Okay. So I'm clicking here. You guys can see now it has updated directly. Everyone? Yes. So this is how you can update your data. Any kind of new data which is coming to you, you can always refresh or set a refresh into your Power BI services if it is connected to data gateway. How many this refreshes are available in a pro version, guys? 8. That is correct. We will look into this again once we reach to Power BI services. So anyone who is not getting that point, please don't worry. Just see the recorded session, earlier one, yesterday's, and you guys will catch up. Okay. So here our data got imported and updated. Okay. Now another thing is I have another table st2.txt. So you guys already got the point, no? Like how you can import txt or CSV files. Okay, so similarly MS Excel also you guys can see. Again, you just need to select that appropriate connector. Okay, this is your Excel workbook. Okay, so if you are having any XLS file, so you need to import using this one. So always remember, you need to understand the extension of your file and select appropriate connectivity type. Okay, everyone got this point? Okay, then similarly, if you are having Azure access, okay, then what you can do is you can connect with Azure SQL data warehouses or blob storage or Azure table storage or SQL databases, similar to how we connected with our MS SQL or SSMS server. Okay, you just need to give the server name, the database name, the credentials using which you have to connect with. Okay. Then we have SaaS connectors also. If you want to connect with any Google Analytics or Facebook, GitHub, Salesforce, QuickBooks Online, you guys can just select that appropriate connectors. Okay, like more. Let's say if I want to connect with Google Analytics, I just need to select Google Analytics here, connect. Again, it will just ask you the Google Analytics implementation. I will just select 1.0. Okay, so here you just need to sign in with that particular account. And once you connect with that account, if you are having Google Analytics access, again, you will get the point here. Okay, the table you can import. Similarly, I will just show for Azure. Let's say Azure SQL database. If I click on connect, here you guys can see it is asking the same thing, the server name, the database option. Okay. And in advanced option, you guys can see if you want to write any SQL statement. SQL statement means you are just directly querying your data, like select asterisk from the table name, whatever the table name you are having. Okay. And then you can click on OK. Taking this table name, it will query that particular table name and get your data. Okay. In your navigator. So this is similar to your SSMS itself. Okay. Got it, guys? SAS connectors and Azure connectors, everyone? So data connectivity is really simple for everything, okay? Using Excel as a data source, let's look into that also as it is there. So what I need to do is I just need to right click new query Excel workbook. Okay. So wherever you are having your Excel workbook, let's say I'll just get into Intellipaat and all files. Yes, Ashwin, you can. Okay. If you want to import within Power Query, okay, from Power, if let's say you are in Power Query and you want to import any data, you can either right click here or you can also click on new source here also. Okay, this one, this new source. Okay, so let me import this copy of sales North America.excel file. It is, I'll just click on open. And here we are having two things here. Can you guys tell me what is the difference between these two by seeing anyone? As so many of you guys have told that you guys already know advanced Excel and Excel. Yes. Okay. Correct. So one is table within your sheet and second one is your sheet directly. Okay. So if I open any Excel file, let's say, so my one particular sheet can have multiple tables, like I'm having ID and name table here like this, and another table I'm having ID and phone number, let's say. Okay. So I can have different multiple tables within one sheet also. Okay. So that is what it is showing here. It is asking you whether you want to import the table or you want to import the sheet. So always go for the tables because it will be easier to segregate and understand. Okay. So I'll just select the sales North America table and this is the preview of your table and I will just click on OK. Got it? So if you are importing the data from Power Query, it will not ask you whether you want to load it or transform it. It will directly open within your Power Query where you can actually transform it. Okay. So I hope everyone got it, how you can import data using Excel. Okay, updating or uploading a file, we already did data refresh. If you guys remember from where you have to do that, you just need to refresh the preview. You can do the same from here also within your Power BI. You can click on refresh and it will refresh all the data sets which you have imported. Okay. And another thing is updating the file. Okay, if you guys can see here, it is asking uploading a file again. So what happens here? Let's say I have another this data in my folder. Let's say in Intellipaat. Okay. So I am having these all data in my folder. I wanted to import something else, but by mistake I have imported this, or I want to change the source. Okay, I can click on the settings icon of the source, and here instead of copy of sales North America, I want to change it to something else. Let's say country code, or let's say sales of Europe. Okay, I will just click on open. Okay, now you guys can see this is showing us error because the source is not appropriate for it. So let me expand this. Okay, column 1 to 10. Okay, I'm inserting a step. All the tables are here. Now here if I see it is giving me error, so I'll just remove this step because that that's I don't want. And here I want to insert another step. So see, something which you have changed earlier if you want to make changes before that, go to that particular step. Here, I want to make first column as headers. So, sorry, rows as headers. So I'll just click on this first row as headers, and it will tell you whether you want to insert any another step between these two steps. Okay, so I'll click on yes, insert. So you guys can see promoted headers is here. Now this one is change data type, which is already there. So this is how you can change the file location, or re-upload any file, or change the source, or change steps between the applied steps which are already there. So we are going to discuss about our other data sources like web, Python script, OData. Okay. For any kind of OData feed, okay, that is open data feed. That is, so let me show you guys one OData. Northwind feed. Okay, so here we are having open data source, one open data feed which is there, that is of Northwind service. Okay, so this is, I think, is there in your assignment one or something. So you guys can look into this. So how you can connect with this type of data sources is, you guys just need to copy the link. Okay, I'll just close and apply this. Sorry, it is importing everything. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to click on get data, and you can click on OData feed. This is OData feed type of data type. Database. Okay. Or else you can click on more and search for OData feed. I'll click on connect here. So here it is asking for URL. I'll just give the URL and click on OK. So all the tables which are there in this particular data feed, okay, you can see the tables which are there, and you can import by selecting those tables and click on load. Okay, or you can click on transform data also if you wanted to open in Power Query editor. So our data has been imported. If I just go into table view, I think this one was, yes. So this was the data which we have imported from OData feed. Okay. And from web, we already imported IPL wiki yesterday. Let me show you guys another one. Let's say highest grossing films or something. Wiki. So if I want to import the tables which are there on this particular page, okay. So what I can do is I can just copy the link, go into my Power BI, okay, and get data from web. Okay, I'm clicking on web and giving the link of that particular website. As soon as I click on OK, it will open the Power BI Navigator. You guys can see all the tables which are there on this particular web page. Okay, it is showing here. So these all are the tables which are available. I can select any of these and import it according to your requirement. Okay. So our table has been imported, highest grossing films also. This one is the table which we have imported. You can clean the data, obviously, like whatever changes you want to perform within your table, you can perform it just by going to home, clicking on transform data, and here your Power Query got open. You can select the table which you want to edit, let's say this one. Okay, and here I need to segregate all the values which are there after the text. Okay, so what I can do here is, as you guys can see, obviously we can try split column, by delimiter, and I can select any delimiter which is there, the custom by dollars. Okay. So based on the dollar values, we have segregated the values here. And now one more value is here, that is T, that we can remove directly. Right click and replace value, any value that is T. Okay, done. So now I can remove this and this columns. I can just select both of the columns by pressing Control button, right click and remove columns. So now we are having proper worldwide gross. Okay. Now the data type is not correct. If you guys can see, it is showing text value. Is it correct, guys? So what data type we should select here? Integer? No. The thing is, this is a currency value. Okay. This is a currency value. So what all data types are there? If you guys can see, if I click here or if I go to transform and click on data type here, you can change the data type by two methods. Either go to transform and select here data type, or else you can click on this ABC icon or 123 icon to select the data type. So you guys can see here decimal number, fixed decimal number, whole number, percentage, date time, zone, duration, text, true, false, binary, or using local. Okay. So I'm not going to use whole number. I want a currency value. So that's why I'm going to use this fixed decimal number that is showing in dollars. Okay. So I'll just select that. Now we are having the values in a currency format. Okay. In a dollar value. Got it? So now I can just click on close and apply. So our data is showing like this, but something different here. What is the error here, guys? Can you guys see? Currency type. Okay. Actually, the currency which was there here was in dollar values. Okay. But in our data, it is showing in rupees. Okay. So how can you change that? We changed it in our, the Power Query, but there are some table column tools also. Okay. As soon as you select the columns within table view, you will get the column tools. So here you will get the name, format, data type. If you want to set any percentage or currency here, the decimal values, how much you want, summarization or data category if you want. So all these options are here. We will look into this later also. But for now, our main concern is that the data type, the currency format is not rupees, but a dollar. So you can select any kind of currency from here. Okay, if you want to set any specific currency to your data, you have to set it from here. So I'm just gonna select dollar English United States so that now it will show in dollar values, as you guys can see. And decimal numbers, if you want two decimal numbers or if you don't want any, you can set it according to your requirement. Okay, so I set it as 0. So now we made little bit changes in our data. So this is done. Got it, everyone? Simple visualization here only, like if I just take any simple bar chart itself. I can take, let's say, column chart, let's say, and here in x-axis I want the, let's say, from our highest grossing films, I want the title, okay, and the worldwide gross. Okay, so here it is as simple as that. You are just selecting the values here and automatically it is taking the x-axis and y-axis. But you can change the values here also. Okay, like if I just import year also, you guys can see sum of year. So it is showing you a clustered this one. Okay, clustered column chart. So if you have any other values, you can import it here and it will show side by side. Okay. So this is just a simple visualization of using bar chart. Okay. Next thing what comes here is Python script. As most of you guys know Python. Okay. So how can you import a data from Python and how can you visualize a Python visual? Okay. I think most of you guys have performed Python visualization. Is it correct, guys? So the thing is, you cannot export the organized data to Excel, but what you can do is you can export the data from your Power BI services. Okay, but that will be in pivot table format. Okay, that will be in pivot table format. Okay, this is also having some data, and based on that, you need to get some values here. Okay, I will share this also. So this is your pivot tables. Okay, you need to create pivot tables like this. I have solved this. So what you guys can do is, I'll just share this file also. Excel exercises as well as the practice set. Okay, so that you guys can know what all changes need to be done in this file. Okay, I think this is not, okay, this is having. Okay, you guys can see these are the empty values which are there, but in our another file, it is solved. Okay, so you guys can try the practice set as well as that one also to see the changes and how the output has came. Okay, work around for that. Okay, whatever tables you are having in your Power BI, you can export them as a Excel file, like how I have imported this from SQL, as you guys know. Let's say any table I will take. I'll just show you guys how you can export. Okay. Let's say this highest grossing film only. Okay. So I'm gonna just open my DAX Studio. You guys can download it from anywhere, like from online. It is available easily, and you guys can see it is asking any Tableau server or Power BI. So I am having November batch example open. So I'll just select Power BI SSDT model. I will connect with this. Okay, done. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to select results as not as a results table but as a file from here. Okay, not from results, not as a result table. I'll just show first results table. Let me query this one. Okay, preview data. Okay, so this is previewing all the data which we are having. Let's say you are having a lot of this rows, you can give n number of rows here. Okay, so this is what the table is. But if you want to save any kind of files from your Power BI, okay, which is there, if you have downloaded any Power BI file and you are not having the data source of that, like the table, so what you can do always is you can connect in DAX Studio, give the preview data, and what you can do here is you can select result as file. Okay, and then just click on preview data. Now here you guys can see it is asking me to save as a CSV file. Okay, so after you performed all the changes and everything, I can just save it as, let's say, films, let's say. Okay, and it is getting saved on my downloads. So I'll just click on save. Now that file has been saved. This is just a workaround, guys. This no one will tell you, but I'm just sharing it with you guys. So now you guys can see here, I am having my files, that CSV file as a Excel file. It should not come like this. It should give you the title, but I had two multiple queries. That's why the issue is, as you guys can see here, like this. That's why. Okay. So you guys understood how you can export any kind of file which is there in Power BI, even if you do not have the source file. How can you export it as an Excel? Proper tabular format, guys. I hope this would have given you guys some value. Yeah, it is free to install. Okay, Putagiri, you guys can install it. This is DAX Studio for free. You guys can just search for DAX Studio download, and this is the link. Okay, here itself, this is the installer. Okay, I hope you guys would have got some value with this. Okay. So like if you are downloading from anyone's GitHub profile, or you want to just look into what they have worked, and you need that data file after performing all the changes, so you can do this. Okay. Okay, great. So let's get into Python script. So if you want to import any kind of if you want to write any kind of Python script, you want to import any kind of data using Python, and you want to perform EDA within that Python file. So what you can do is you can always look for Python script. Okay. But before that, you should know that it should be enabled. You have to go to files, go to options and settings, and click on options. Okay. So in options, you guys can see here there is Python scripting. Okay. And it should be able to recognize that there is Python installed in your system, and what will be the detected Python IDs. Okay. So if you installed Python, you can always look for it in your command prompt. Like I can just write Python hyphen version, and I will get which Python I have installed in my system. Okay. So this is Python 3.9.5 is there. Okay. So you guys can install that also, and you have to give the home directory where your Python is installed and what kind of IDs you are using, either default OS program or any other IDs like PyCharm or Conda environment or anything else. Okay. So this you have to enable. Then to import any kind of Python script, any kind of data using Python script, you have to select Python script from here, click on connect. Okay. As soon as you click on connect, you will get to write Python script here. Okay. So what kind of Python script? I'm just showing you guys simple basic Python script. Okay. So don't get confused or do not think about it a lot if you don't know Python. Okay. But I'm just showing you guys basic script which you can use to import any kind of file. Okay. So here I'm just importing a library of pandas as PD. Okay. The guys who know Python, they will understand this. Those who don't understand, please just see this so that you guys can understand it later, or you guys can, if you guys ever come across these kind of things, you guys can at least understand. Okay. So here I'm just creating a variable as df where I want to store our data. I'm just using pd.data frame. I'm just creating a data frame here. Okay. So that I can store my values which are there. Okay. In this data frame, I'm storing, let's say, name. Okay, any kind of names which are there, I'm taking a list. Okay, in that list I'm storing some name. Let's say now Preet is there. Okay, or Pradeep is there. Pradeep or Rucha. Okay, so I'm just taking these three names for now. Okay, so these are the names which I want to import in my Python as a name column. Okay, another column I want, let's say, age. Okay, in that I'm again creating a list, and please guys don't get offended or something if I'm writing some ages. I'm not judging you guys. Okay. So this is done, the age. Okay, and then let's say I'm just creating another column as gender. Okay, so in gender I'm just taking genders as male, comma, male again, comma, female. Okay, so these three columns I'm having with these three values which are there. Okay, and I'm just closing all of my Python data frame, and I'm just using print data. Okay, printing my data frame. So whenever you are importing any kind of data using Python, you always need to use print function. Okay, so that it can print that particular file in a variable. So by printing, it will understand what kind of data is there. Okay, so I'm just clicking on OK here. It is establishing a connection with my Python. So here we got our DF table, which is there. I can preview the data also. You guys can see I'm having name, age, gender and all. I'll just select this and click on load. Okay. So if I just get into our table, you guys can see there is a DF table with these kind of data. Okay. So now I will just cover Python visualization also, because later part I don't want to, because not everyone knows Python. So for Python visualization, whatever you write, okay, if you want to create a Python visualization, you have to come to visualization and select Python visual. Okay. As soon as you click there, it will ask you to enable script visuals. Okay. I'm just clicking on enable. So whatever data you want to visualize using Python, it can be from any of these, like let's say I want to import season or winners, or let's say title and worldwide gross, these only. So I need to drag and drop these values. Okay. So if I drag and drop, you guys can see our data set is having these two values like title and worldwide gross and all. So let's not take this data. Let's take the Python data itself. Okay, one thing is there that the age data type is not correct. So let me change it to a whole number. Okay, done. Now I'll just select our Python script visualization. I'm gonna take, let's say, name, okay, as in values, and age. Okay, these two values is stored in my dataset variable. So let's say if I want to visualize it, okay, you guys might have used, whoever knows Python, you guys might have used Seaborn or Matplotlib or PyPlot or Bokeh. There are a lot of visualization libraries. Is it correct, guys? Have you guys used any of them? Okay, some of you. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to write import matplotlib. Okay, this is a visualization library, and I'm just importing a module pyplot. Okay, as PLT. This is, I'm just giving a reference to this. If you guys know SQL, you guys will understand what it is. Like it is just giving an alias to a particular value. Okay, and here I'm just importing this particular function. Then I'm writing data set, which is our this data set where we are having name and age, and this data set dot plot. Okay, I want to design a plot. Then in that, I want a kind. What kind of plot? I want, let's say, bar kind, bar plot. Okay. What will be our x value? X value will be, let's say, our name. Okay. And what will be our y value? Y value will be our age. Okay. So this data I have given. Now, if I want to visualize this, okay, what is the command to draw the visualization in Python, guys? A plot. How we can show any plot which we are designing? PLT show, correct? So I just need to write PLT dot show to show the visualization. Okay, and here after writing this, I just need to run this. Okay, so here you guys can see it ran, and this is our Python visualization which we have created. Okay, you guys can see. So I'm having like, let me just, not that much, sorry. Let it be in canvas. So I am having now Preet, Pradeep and Rucha here. As you guys can see, this has been visualized using Python. Okay. So I hope you guys got an understanding how you can use Python to visualize any kind of visualization. You guys can use any kind of visualization library to visualize your data. You can change the colors and all everything if you guys know how to do that. Okay. Same is with R script visual. If you guys know R language, you guys can use this to visualize the data or import any data using R language. So let me show you guys one of the code which I have created, which I use in visualizing. Okay, this one only. So can you guys see this Python code, everyone? Okay, so generally I have created this to use in my organization. So what happened, I'm using a paramiko library for connecting with Linux systems, not Windows systems. So if you want to connect with any Linux systems, you need paramiko library to perform SSH. Okay, and I'm using datetime library, pandas and requests also. I'm importing a file, CSV file directly within this particular variable. There is a password URL from where I can retrieve a password so that I can connect with the Linux systems. Okay, there is a timestamp for each of the data. Then I'm having an empty list for our data table so that any kind of file which we are importing, it should be stored there. Okay, so we are reading that CSV file here into host info df and processing each host, where we are sending our password responses with a server name and server location. Okay, and giving all the password to connect with that using SSH connection here. And then we are going to a specific file path here and extracting that data and storing that into our print this data underscore df variable. Okay, so this might be looking really confusing for you guys, but this is how data analysts work. Okay, So you might need Python also, or you might need SQL or PLSQL. So it totally depends on the organization where you are going. Okay. I hope I'm not making you guys confused or something here. Okay. So this is how you can connect with a Python source. What I can suggest you guys is just know little bit like basics about SQL, Advanced Excel, and uh, Python. Okay. This is gonna help you out a lot. If you are looking into data analysis field, just look into SQL, Advanced Excel, Python, and one BI tool that can be Power BI or Tableau or ClickView or Oracle BI, whatever you want. But apart from that, try to learn little bit about SQL, Python, and Advanced Excel is must actually. Okay. Okay, so here, if you guys see part 1, part 2, part 10, 20, everything is there. So if you guys look into part 1, okay, you will get how you can write Python commands directly. Like if I just get into Python, in Python, I can directly write 2 plus 5, it will directly give you 7 as an output. So you need to like just look into basic Python that is there so that you can understand. Here is basics of Python which is there, which you guys can use. Like part 1 is there, part 2 where it went. Yeah, logical expressions in Python. Okay, then how you can use any kind of variables, what is variables and all. So that was about your Python scripts, connectivity and visualization, how you can use it. Okay. R scripting, I'm not gonna look into that. Then let's come into Power Query Editor. Okay. So what is your Power Query Editor and how you can utilize this? So to get into Power Query Editor, anyway, whenever you are importing any kind of files, you will obviously get, if you are selecting transform data, you will be redirected to Power Query itself. Okay. Or else if you want to get into Power Query, you just have to click on transform data and click transform data here. Okay. So this is your Power Query Editor. Okay. So in this, what all things you can do. You can perform loading data, shaping data, formatting data, merging the data, and transforming the data. We have all these things one by one in our next module. That is your third module. Okay. Everything is there, like how you can load or shape data. Loading, I don't think we need to cover because loading the data we are done with. Is it correct, guys? Okay. So Power Query Editor. So it does not only help us to load the data, but also help us to manipulate our data. That means we can transform, we can properly shape our data, we can format it properly, and we can also merge our data. Okay. So let's look into the areas in Power Query Editor. What are the areas we are having? We are basically having 4 areas in Power Query Editor, if you guys can see. First thing is your ribbons, which are obviously the common functions which you can use to manipulate your data or make transformation or shaping. Okay, we are having home tab, we are having transform tab, add column tab, view tab, tools, and help. Okay, so these are some ribbons which you guys can go through. Okay, anyway, we are going to look into most of the functions which are available. Then you are having queries pane. Okay, here also it has been mentioned, ribbon is this one. Queries pane is where your data is. Okay, this is your queries pane. All your tables which you have imported within your Power BI, you can find all the tables here on the left side. Okay, got it everyone? Okay, yeah. Then we have data view pane. Data view pane is nothing but where you can preview your data, whatever changes you are making, what is the output After doing everything, you can preview your data into the data pane. Okay. Apart from that, you are also having query settings pane. Okay. So here, let's say if you want to change the name of your table, you can do that from here also, or you can right click and rename this also. Okay. And query settings pane also contains or records all the steps which you have performed within your table. Okay. All the steps, all the changes you have made within your table, all the steps will be recorded here. If you want to remove any specific steps, you can directly click here. Or if you want to see what was the data before performing any particular step, you can just go to previous step of that particular step. Okay, like this. So before splitting our column, our data was like this. So you can see the history also of your data. Then here comes your advanced editor. What is your advanced editor? As I discussed it earlier, this is what your advanced editor. So whatever changes you are making, okay, within your Power Query, Power BI, everything is handled by M query language. Okay, M language. So what happens with that is here you are seeing that you just splitted the column. Okay, just by selecting this option by delimiter and all. But how you can see what actually happened in the backend is you can see this pane, okay, the formula pane here. I can expand this, and this is what it actually performed in the background. So table dot split column changed type, whatever the data was there in change type, that is winners. It took splitter dot split text by delimiter function, okay, and used this code style dot csv winners dot one winners dot two. It changed into that. Okay, so this is what your actually what is happening in your backend for each of these steps. But if you want to look into more detail, okay, you can always get into home. Sorry, yeah, home, and click on advanced editor. Okay, so here whatever changes you have performed within your table, you guys can see you just clicked all the options, but actually what is happening in the background, this is what it is. Okay, so to understand it better, or if you want to uh, like make changes directly from here, you have to learn mQuery language. So let's see what all options are there in our queries whenever I'm selecting any particular table. Okay, let's say I'm selecting our highest grossing films. Okay, just a second. So if I right click on this particular table, what all options I am getting? If I right click here, I am getting copy, delete, rename, enable load, include in report refresh, duplicate, reference, move to a group, or move up, move down, create function, advanced editor, properties. Okay. So let's see if I just click on copy here, your table got copied. Okay. Can I just paste it here in Excel? Can you guys see? Is it pasted? No. So what copy actually it is doing here is, if I just right click here, I can paste the same table here. Okay, like this. This will be a copy of this particular table. Okay, so it is not actually exporting your data. But how can you copy the table if you are having small data, let's say like this? So what you can do here is I can just right click and it is not showing the options. No, think should give here. No. Okay, so actually we only have option from visualizations, which I'll show you guys later. Like this, you can export the data also, but all these visualization things we will look into later. Let's get back to our Power Query. So this is how what it is. Okay, your copy. Obviously, I can delete this particular table just by clicking on delete. Okay, then here in right click, if I do, there is rename, you can rename it, and enable load and include in report refreshes there. Okay, enable load means if I close and load, if I deselect this, okay, possible data loss warning, continue. So what will happen, the table is there in your Power Query, okay, but if I see in our Power BI, this particular table will not be loaded there. Okay, you guys are getting my point here? No? Okay, the thing here is, let's say I'm just closing and applying this. Okay, so can you guys see highest grossing film here now? The table, guys? No? Okay, that means we have disabled the loading of that data. We have that data in our Power Query, but we have disabled that. So you guys can see we are getting one error because we have one visualization connected to that particular data, but will it be available in our data modeling? No, that is also not there. Okay, as you guys can see. Okay, so for that you can enable or disable the loading of the data. Okay, that is right click and enable load. Okay, if I just close and load, it will appear in our Power BI editor. Okay, you guys understood, everyone? Any questions here, guys? Okay, second thing is include in report refresh. What it is if I'm clicking here in our Power BI as a refresh, what it will do, it will go to each of your table source and look for new data, or even if it is not there, any new data is not there, even then it will go to that location and refresh your all of the data which is there. Okay, so if you want to exclude any table not to refresh, okay, if I click on refresh, if you don't want that particular table to be refreshed, then what you can do is you can disable the report refresh. Okay, I can just deselect and it will not refresh it. Everyone got this point? Okay. Then there is duplicate and reference. Okay, so what happens in duplicate and reference? If I just click on duplicate, it is just like copy and pasting. Okay, but let's see if I'm making any changes in the original one. Okay, let's say I'm deleting just this particular column. Let's say removed columns, but has it done in the same in this also? No, the year column is there here, but in this one it is not there. Okay, so this is how you can duplicate a table also, apart from copy and paste. Okay, you guys got the point here, everyone? But let me delete this one first. Okay, repeat. So duplicate is something like, let's say I wanted a table like this only, but I want to make some changes in that, and I don't want to make lose the original table. Okay, so I can just duplicate it and perform whatever action I wanted. Okay, like remove and all. I didn't wanted the gross value. I just want these three values. And here I'm saving it as another table. Okay, so these are looking like two different tables, but whatever the steps are there, it will get performed in both of them separately, whatever the steps we have performed in them. Okay, we are just using a copy table, that's it guys. Okay, but whatever the changes we will make, it will not affect the original one which we have imported. You guys got it? Pradeep? Yes. Okay, so let me remove this. And always remember guys, whatever changes we will make in any of these tables, okay, whatever kind of changes we will make, it will never affect your source data. Okay, from where you are importing your data, it is not going to make any changes in the source data. Okay, you guys got it? Everyone? Okay. So what about reference? Okay, let's say if I am taking reference here. Okay, now if I, let's say I'm deleting another column here. Now if I go to reference table, you guys can see the same has happened in that also. Okay, and another thing you guys can see that here we do not have all the steps. Here we are just having source. Okay, that means it is taking this table as its source. Okay, so whatever changes you will do here, let's say split column, if I'll just say by number of characters, how many? 3, let's say, repeatedly. Okay, done. So this is done. Now if I go back to reference here, this is our original table which this one references. Okay, so for now this is our source table. So if I just remove this step, okay, now we are having the years. If I go back here, you guys can see the year also came here. Okay, so this, if I select as a reference, then for this particular table, this table is the source table. Its source data from where it is taking its source. So that is what a reference table is. Okay. See, if you are copying the table or making duplicate, if you are copy pasting or if you are duplicating, okay, it is not going to make any changes. It will treat it as a different tables. Okay, you are understanding, Pradeep? As a different table. But if I take it as a reference, that means this table is source table for this one. Like the same in ST1, whatever changes we made, we refreshed, the data appeared here. It is the same thing. Here, whatever changes we will make in this, that will appear in our reference table because this table is our source table. Okay. Now you guys got it? Okay. Okay. Then move to a group. If you want to create any group of tables here, like new group, let's say SQL I want. Okay, so I'm having a group as SQL. I can move all the tables which are there. I can just select one by one all of them, and I'm just moving it to a group that is SQL group. So I'm just creating another group of table where I'm segregating them based on, the data from where I have imported so that I can understand it properly. Okay, you guys got my point? So if I just move this to other queries. So this is how we had all our data. Okay, let's say I want to segregate these all tables into different groups so that I can easily understand from where I have imported them. Okay, like I am having dim customer. So all these I have imported from SQL Server. So I'll just select by pressing Control all of them, right click, move to a group, SQL. Okay, so I got one group as SQL. Okay, now I want this highest crossing this one, Winners Indian Premier League. I want to move it to a group, new group, that will be our web. Okay, okay, done. So now I'm having another group of web. Okay. So this is how you can create multiple groups where you can understand, okay, from you can give any kind of name or something, but it is not going to affect anything, guys. It is for your understanding, okay, that these all files I have imported from SQL, these all files I have imported from web. Okay. So I'm just creating groups here. Okay. I hope everyone got this. Okay, then another thing is right click, move up. Okay, move up is nothing but just moving it before any other table or moving down after that table. Then create function is there. Okay, so this is for parameters, that is in advance. So we will look into the parameters later. Don't worry about that. Right now, I'm not going to discuss that. Then we have advanced editor. Again, your advanced editor for that particular table will open. You can make changes, anything you want using mQuery language. Okay. Then another thing is your properties. So in properties, you are having the name, enable load to report or include in report refresh. These options are there. Okay. So these are your properties.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the purpose of Power BI's data model feature? Your options are A. Visualization of data, B. Storage and organization of data, C. Data import export, and option D. Report formatting. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's continue with our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
All right. So we are going to look into shaping the data. Okay. So actually, whenever we are importing our data, that can be in raw format, and it is the process of transforming data itself. Okay, and we can utilize our Power Query editor to shape our data. All right. So these are some options which are there in shaping techniques, which are removing columns and rows, renaming columns, data types, date and time functions, adding columns and indexes, and sorting. Okay. So these are our shaping techniques. So in interviews, these kind of questions also gets asked, like what are the shaping techniques, or what are the transformation techniques, what are the formatting techniques which are there. So you can mention some of these. All right, got it. Okay, so let's get into this one by one, how we can perform each of these tasks. Okay, so first thing is you're removing columns and rows. How you can remove columns or rows? You just have to open your Power Query editor. Okay, if any kind of data is there, let's say here. So we are having a worldwide gross here, which I think we did something which was not needed. Okay, this was a reference data. Okay, so let me take any of these. So let's say here, any kind of column which is there, I don't want, okay, which is not required. Let's say this photo. Okay. So this column we can remove. I can just right click and click on remove this column. Okay. All right. So that is one method. The other method is removing columns from here, remove columns and remove other columns. So what is remove other columns? If you want to select just by clicking control button, you can select multiple columns. Let's say I want to just keep these 4 columns and want to remove rest of the columns. Okay. So I can just right click and remove other columns, or I can click here also to remove rest of the columns which are there. Only the selected one will be available. Okay. So if you want to remove only selected column, you can select and remove. If you want to remove unselected column, you can select remove other columns here. All right. Any questions here, guys? Anyone? Okay. Next thing is how we can remove any rows. Okay. So to remove any rows, we can always select here. Okay. There are two methods: keeping the rows and removing rows. Whatever you perform here, the vice versa you can do from here itself. All right. So let's say these all are the options: remove top rows, bottom rows, alternate rows, duplicates, blank rows, or errors. All right. So let's say if I click remove top rows, I'm just selecting insert. Why it is asking to insert step, guys? Anyone? Because there is another step which might be dependent on other queries, and it might create errors within your data. Okay. So that's why it is showing like that. But I can just select insert. And here it will ask you removing top rows, how many top rows you want to remove. Let's say 2 I want to remove. So I can write 2. So what happens if I am clicking on remove top rows? Okay, it is asking insert step. This is asking why, because we have another step after this. Okay, already there, but we are performing any changes on this particular step after the data, after this particular step. All right. Once we remove the column, after that, whatever the data is present, we are inserting that step there. So the another step which is subsequent and next step, that might get uh, like issue. Okay, any kind of issue it might get, because that kind of changes might be dependent on the previous step. So that is why it is asking if you are sure to insert a step. Okay. So this is here. I can just write 2 and number of rows will be removed, 2 rows. And if I go to next step, you can see the step is already there. You can see the rest of the step is already performed. So this particular step which we inserted is not affecting our data. All right. So this is what the steps are. So this is how you can remove top rows. And if I want to remove bottom rows, I can use this to remove like last 2 or 5, whatever number of rows you want to remove. I can just select OK, and 8, 9 will be removed. All right. Then comes your alternate rows. In alternate rows, we give the first row to remove and number of rows to remove. Here, how it works is, first row, let's say I want to remove from 4th to 6th one. Okay. So from 4th one to 1, 2, 3. Let's say 3 rows I want to remove. All right. So this is going to remove these 3 rows up to 6 or 7. But here one another thing also is there, that is number of rows to keep. All right. So if I put 0 here, all right, or if I don't give anything, it will not take only. But here if I give 0, what will happen is, even if it will remove these 3 rows, but after that whatever data will be there, that also will get removed. How? If I show you guys, if I put OK, you guys can see rest of all the data has been removed. So how you can tackle this is you can give any random numbers which is more than your data, actually the count of your data, so that after removing the number of rows from start to end, then it will keep the rest of the data which is already there. Like you can see it has removed 4 to 6 and keeping 7, 8, 9. All right, everyone got my point? So the thing is here, alternate rows does not mean like removing third one, then fifth one, then seventh one, and so on. Okay, it means that any number of rows which is in middle. Okay, like if I click on remove alternate rows, what are options you are seeing? First row to remove, from where it have to start removing the rows. All right. Okay, so first row to remove is, let's say, third one. From there, I want to remove till sixth one. All right. So I need like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rows to be removed. And number of rows to keep is, if I put 0, after removing these number of rows, we are not going to keep any rows. That means it will remove rest of them also. So I don't want that. So let's say I want to give any random number which is higher than our number of rows, so that it can keep the rest of the data. All right. So I'm just clicking on OK. Now you guys can see 1, 2 there, but 3 to 6 has been removed and 7, 8, 9 is there. All right. So this is how you can utilize alternate rows, removing alternate rows. So here, let's say I want to remove duplicate rows also. I can remove duplicates. So based on duplicate selected column, okay. Always remember whatever operation you are performing based on any selected column itself, okay. So if I want to remove, let's say, remove duplicates, here no duplicates are there. That's why it is not removing anything. But if I select title and then click on remove duplicates, it will remove all the duplicates which are there. All right. And next one is you're removing the blank values. Let's say if I select region, here we are having some null values. But let's see, if I click remove blank rows, so this is why it is not able to find any blank value. Blank value means there is no values. Null also is a value. Okay. So that's why it is not removing any kind of blank values. So we are not having any blank values. So it will keep this, all the data. But you can see if any kind of blank values are there. So you can utilize this function, remove blank rows. Removing errors is something like if you have any kind of error in any kind of rows, okay. We are not having any data which is containing rows. So you can select remove errors also from. All right. So I hope everyone understood about removing columns and removing rows. This is the just the vice versa, guys. Keep top rows. That means if I just write keeping 3, that means rest of the data it will remove. All right. This is just the opposite of these. So similarly here also it is not here. Sorry. Here remove columns and keep rows. Remove rows. All right. So this is about your removing columns and rows. Next thing is how you can rename the columns. All right. Renaming columns also is really easy. One thing, you can directly double click here and give the rename. Okay. Something like this. Or you can right click also and click on rename. Okay. And one another method is selecting rename from here. All right. This is also the same thing. So 3 methods are there using which you can rename a particular column. But you can, the easiest way is just double clicking here and renaming it. Okay. And that step will get recorded in your applied steps. All right. Yes. Okay. Next thing is selecting a data type. Okay. So data type, how you can see here is this is date and time both. Okay, this particular column is having date and time both as its data type. So how can you change a data type is either click here, okay, in this icon, and you will get the list of data types which are there, which you can select to change. Let's say I want to convert it into date. So you can do that from here also. sorry, or you can also select from here data type, what kind of data type you want to select. Okay, and there is another method that is detecting data type. Okay, so any kind of data which we are importing, okay, let's say some of these. Yeah, so here you guys can see after like importing a data, all right, after importing a data we got some automatically applied steps. You guys can see this one if you guys remember last time, correct everyone? So actually what it does is it automatically tries to see what kind of data is there in your column, and based on that, let's see here, here ABC123, ABC123 and so on is there. Okay, and also for dates also you guys can see it is ABC123 only, and this operation also got performed automatically. That is, it is automatically trying to analyze what kind of data is available in your column, and it is lotting like assigning this that particular data type. Like here you guys can see it is a number, it has allotted the relevant data type to that particular column. Like this is your decimals, okay, date, all right, and this is your text values. So here we can see that these all are showing ABC123, ABC123 and so on, because there is no data itself, so it didn't try to analyze what kind of data is there. However, we can also select detect data type to automatically analyze what kind of data is there in particular column. How can we do that is, let's say here we are having a number, all right, here this one we are having a number, we can change it from here to fixed whole number. But what else we can do here is we can click on detect data type, and it will automatically see what kind of data is available in your column and assign the appropriate data type. All right, so let's say you want to detect data type automatically for each of these columns. So you can select, uh, yeah, that will come, Ashwarya, don't worry. All right, that is there in transforming the data. Okay, the next topic, how we can remove those or replace those. All right. So let's say you want to automatically detect data type for multiple columns. You can just select them like this. Okay, sorry, like this, and you can click on detect data type, so it will see what kind of data is there in all the columns and it will detect it automatically. Okay, so this is what you can use in data types. The next thing is sorting. How can you use sorting the data? That is really easy, guys. Whatever column, based on column you want to sort your data, you can just go in home. Okay, and here you are having option of A to Z or Z to A. Okay, so if I click on A to Z, that is your sorted. Okay, based on A to Z method, or if I click on Z to A, it is sorted based on that. So how can we sort multiple data? Let's say multiple columns. Okay. So let me see if there is anything. Okay. Let's say I want to sort this data based on sales territory or country. Okay. I am selecting A to Z here. You guys can see there are null values. So let's say Z to A. Okay. So now everything is sorted. Okay. But now I also want to sort this data also based on, let's say, the product category. So I can just sort it based on, let's say, Z to A. Okay. So one thing you guys will be able to see is here it has written 1 and here it has written 2. Is it visible to everyone, guys? Yes. So what will happen? First, it will sort by this particular column. Then it will sort it by this column. So how it makes sense, like how multiple column sorting is possible. Let's say I want to remove this. Let's sort it by Z to A and by subcategory name A to Z. You guys can see now what actually is happening. Everyone? So this sorting is constant, okay? So based on this, it is applied next. All right. So based on your countries, it will be sorted first, then all the subcategory name, whatever the product subcategory names are there, then those will get sorted. Okay. So if I see, let's see here, you guys can see. Okay. We are still in United Kingdom and rest of the category products has been sorted based on that. Then next thing is adding any column or indexes. How can you add column or indexes in your data? Okay, so let's say we are having any small data I'll take so that you guys can understand. Employee orders extension. Okay, so adding columns or indexes is nothing but if I go to add column option, here we are having index column. Okay, so this is how you can add an indexing. What is indexing? Everyone knows. So index is nothing but we are assigning a unique values to each of your data. Okay, so let's say here we are having employee ID. All right, so we are already having unique values to our data. Okay, so let's say another data we are having here. What unique ID I can utilize? Okay, yeah, as a primary key or indexing of our data so that I can assign a unique values to each of my data. Okay, so let's say if I want to add any index column, so there are three methods. That is from zero. From zero, if I select, it will start numbering all the data, all the rows which are there from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay, and if I click on index column from 1, it will start from 5, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay, this is just we are adding an index. But there is another option also, that is custom. So in custom, what happens? You can give your own starting index number. Let's say I want to start from 5,000. Okay, and I want to give the increment of 1 or let's say 2. So what will happen? All the values which are there, it will be incremented by 2 starting from 5,000. So 5,000, 5,002, 5,004, 5,006, and so on. And if I just give 1 here as an increment, okay, so this is just your 5,001, 2, and so on. All right. So this is about index column. Then we have duplicate columns also, how you can duplicate a column. It is nothing but selecting it, right click, and you can select duplicate column, or you can also select here to duplicate an existing column which is there. Okay. Custom index is nothing but here you can give a unique number, the starting point from where you want your data to, like start assigning unique numbers to each of your rows. Okay, let's say if you want to start the index from 500, okay, and increment you want of 1. So what will happen, or let's say I am just doing 10 here. If I click OK, so you can see 10, 11, 12, and so on. It will be assigned to each of your rows. All right. Now understood? Yes. So this is what your index columns and duplicate columns. Okay. Then adding columns, we will look into in a while because that is in transformation of data. That means adding custom column and conditional column. Okay. And sorting we already looked into. Date and time function. Okay, so let's say if you are having a date, okay, how much information you can extract from that, from a particular date. Let's say if I am writing here, let's say a single date I am writing 2/12/2023. Okay, so how much information you can extract from this particular date? Date, month and year. Okay, date, month and year. Okay, day name, leap year, century. Okay, time, week of a date, quarter, yeah, week, quarter, then start of the week also, start of the month or start of the year, end of month, end of the year, end of the week, month name. How can a start of month help me out in analyzing a data? When I'm analyzing any data, how can a start of month help me? Anyone? Are you guys getting what is the start of month? Spend analysis. Okay. Up to date sales. Year to date. Year to date. For that, you need start of the year. And YTD is already there as a function in DAX. Okay. So don't say that like up to date sales or spend analysis. Yeah, you have to say in such a way that you should not assign it with any, particular, like sales or spend or something. You have to say always that we can analyze any kind of quantitative data, okay, from first day of the month till date. Okay, let's say today is 15th. All right, 15th December, let's say for an example, and we are having start of the date as 1st December. So what I can do is from this particular first, that is start of the month, till that particular date where the current date is, till that day we can analyze any quantitative, okay, information about our data. Is it correct, guys? Yes, it can be sales, spends, profits. Yeah. So the another thing is we are having month to date, year to date. Okay, these functions also available in our DAX queries. But where actually these can help you is when you are visualizing any data. Okay, so that is what you can extract a lot of information. So where we can see what all things we can extract is, first of all, let me get into any date. Let's say this is our data. I'll just keep these. Okay, there are a lot. So let's say here we are having ship date. Okay, so you will find date method. Okay, so here we are having add column, and this is our date function from date and time. But this is also available in our transform date and time column. Okay, we are having the same thing in two different menu bars. Okay. So what is the difference in this? If I click from add column, if I click on date and select any method, like if I want to extract the year or start of year, end of year, or month, start of month, end of month, days in month, name of month, okay, quarter of year, start of quarter, end of quarter, or week of the year, week of the month, start of the week, and end of the week. And days also is there, that is day of week, day of year, start of day, end of day, name of day. Okay. So if I want to extract, let's say, month name of the month from this particular column, so I can go to add column, date and month, and click on name of month. So what it will do is it will create another column with month name. Okay. But let's say if I select this and click transform data's date function and try to extract month name, what will happen is it will make the changes within same column. Okay. If I click name of month, you guys can see it is making the changes within same column. All right. So you guys got the difference between using the features of date or time from transform or add column. So if you want to extract the data into another column, use from add column feature. If you want to make changes in the same column, then use from transform. Okay. So not only days or dates, you can also extract all those things which are available. Let's say month, start of the month. What will be the start of month for each of your data, like 1st of July, 1st of September, 1st of December, and so on. Okay. So this is about your date. And time also is there. Let's see. If I just change this data to format as date time. Okay. So if you are having time data also in your column, then you can utilize time function also, like what will be the hour, start of hour, end of hour, or minute or seconds. You can extract all this data also. All right. You guys can see. So we are not having any time data here. So it will always give 0, 0 because we do not have times in our data here. So this is what your date and time functions is. So this was about shaping techniques, okay, how you can shape your data. Then comes your formatting the data, okay. So here what we are doing is we are making changes in our data so that we can get more information, we can extract more data from already available data, and we can change our raw data into useful information so that we can utilize that to visualize our data. So next topic is formatting data, how we can format our data. So there are three things, that is general formatting, text formatting, and number formatting. Okay. So in general formatting, it includes all your conditional column, index column, duplicate columns, custom columns, and so on. Okay. So here, what is your conditional column is based on if else condition. Okay. Let's say you want to check a particular condition, if it is red or yellow or black, or let's say I can extract the days from here. Someone said weekdays, weekend. So let's extract name of the day. Okay. So here we are having day name. Okay. So let's say I want to see whether the data which we are having was generated on a weekday or on a weekend. Okay, we are having the day names, that is Saturday, Friday, Wednesday, and so on. So what we can do here is we can utilize conditional column function. Here it will ask you to provide new column name. What will be your new column name? Let's say week type. Okay, or something, whatever you want, week type. And here it is asking if which column name. So if, let's say, our day name, which is there, equals to Okay, operators are there. Does not equals to, begins with, does not begin with, ends with, does not ends with, or contains, does not contain. Okay, you can also search for any specific value from a long sentences also. Okay, just by utilizing contains. Okay, so here I need to check equals to any value. Let's say Sunday. Okay, if it equals to Sunday, then output will be weekend. Okay, adding another clause, that means I am saying else if day name, which is there, okay, equals to, let's say, Saturday. Okay, so both we are checking. If day name equals to Saturday, then it is weekend. Okay, if these two conditions, okay, if these two conditions are not met, then what will happen? It is a weekday. So here, if I click OK, you guys can see another column has been created with weekend. Wherever it is finding Saturday, it is saying weekend, and rest of days it is saying weekdays. All right. So you guys understood about using conditional column. Okay. So this is how you can utilize your conditional columns. And we are having custom columns. Okay, let's say we are having unit price here, and I want to increase it by 5%, or I want to perform any calculations on based on this, or if I want to write any custom formulas to perform any particular task on any particular column. Okay, so for that you can utilize custom column function. Okay, so in this you have to write custom column formulas. All right, so here let's say I want to say new unit price. Okay, I'm just adding new unit price, and let's say what I want is this unit prices which I am having, I should increase it by 5%. So what will be the formula, guys, if I want to increase it by 5%? Okay, let's get only 5% value, okay, of this first. So what I can do here, at least this one, 5% of the value. You guys don't know the shortcut methods? What it will do? It will just get the 5% value of your already available data. Okay. So I'll just click on OK here. We are getting our 5% value, okay, of our data, whatever the data we are having. This is our unit price. Okay. Now, if I want to add both of them, that also I can do using custom column. I can just click on custom column and give, let's say, new price, new unit price or something. Okay, and here I can utilize both the columns. Let's say here we are just seeing simple addition between two columns. Okay, so let's say unit price and simple operator addition. Okay, and these 5% value whatever we are having. Okay, so let's just click OK, and here we will get our new unit. So this is how you can write basic custom column formulas and get your values. Okay, we'll look into this more, like creating custom columns and all, when we start working on a specific data itself. Okay, so next thing is text formatting. Okay, in this we are just going to format our string values. Either we can merge values or extract or pass into other formats also. Okay, however, we are not going to look into passing because we do not have XML data here. So let's say if I'm having any particular data, let's say here we are having red, that is color, and order quantity also. And if I want to merge this column at once, okay, I can select these two at once. Okay, and here from text in add column and transform also is there. here you guys can see text column is there. Okay, so you can do that in both here also and here also. So if I want another column, okay, then I can utilize add columns, merge column. So what it will do, it will merge those, but it will also ask whether you want a separator while merging these data. Let's say I want a custom, okay, separator, and I want it to be underscore, okay, and new column name will be, let's say, color and order, color order, let's say. Okay, so here I can just click on OK. Now our new column has been created with this. Okay, everyone got it, how you can merge columns? Not only this, you can also utilize a space, or this is basically your concatenation of two data. Okay, not only this, you can also utilize multiple columns also. Okay, it is nothing but concatenating two or more columns into one single column. That means, let's say if I have these three columns and I want it into one. Let me see if we are having any addresses. Okay, let's say here we are having address, city, region, postal code, country. Okay, these five columns I want into one. Okay, I can utilize transforms merge column also. If I want to remove these five into one itself, I can click on merge, and I can use separator as, let's say, comma. Okay, and new column name will be full address. Okay, and I can click on OK. You guys can see now we are having full address here in a single column itself. Okay, rest of the column has been removed. Now if I utilize that, that is there, Amar. Okay, that is also there. But what is the difference between Power Query custom columns, or editing everything in Power Query, and getting new data or editing in DAX? Do you know, Amar? Then why you are jumping directly to DAX if it is not yet came? Don't worry, you guys will get the differences, okay? And you will also see all the functions which are there in DAX. However, there are more than 300 DAX functions which are there, but will not be covering all of them. However, the daily uses of DAX function, whatever is getting used on daily basis, we'll look into those, as well as I'll share you guys a cheat sheet of DAX also, where you will get all the DAX functions which are available, as well as their uh, examples and how to use them. Okay, I have that, so don't worry. So it is also available in, like, see, if I have here, let's say I am having Amar, okay, and here I am having C. So if I want to combine these two data, how you can do in Excel? You need to utilize either concatenate function, okay, this one, like whatever text 1 and text 2 you want, you can utilize this like this, or you can also use equals to, let's say, this value, okay, and function, that is you use to, this is just a simple concatenation how you can use. And here in double quotes I am having a value, that is a space, so that we can have a space into these two values. This is what actually we are doing. And in DAX also you can use this on, okay, when doing this particular, if you want this kind of output. Okay, that is why I'm telling you guys, just look into advanced Excel, which the file which I have shared to you. More than 70 functions are similar in DAX also. Okay, more than 70. So please look into advanced Excel. It will be easier for you to understand these things. Not only understanding these things, but also in getting a job. Because advanced Excel, if you know, your resume's weightage will always increase. Okay. Okay. Then this is how you can merge columns. I think I have removed that. If I use add columns function of merging, what will happen? It will merge, but in a new column. Okay. If I just click on merge column with a separator, let's say comma, I'll not use comma because spaces also I want. So I'll just use custom and I will use comma space and new column name will be full address. That's it. And clicking on OK. And now we will have another column with full address. Okay. So this is how you can use merge columns. Now another thing is like in transform we are having one other thing, that is split column. Split column we already went through, guys. Everyone, you guys remember? Yes. It is by delimiter or by number of characters, by positions, lowercase to uppercase. Okay. It is nothing but like if I want to extract any data based on any particular values. Okay. For the address column, let's say I want to extract each of those values which are there after a comma, because I will know that after the comma it is having city or state or pin code or country. Okay, so after each of these comma and space value, so what I can do here is I can click on split column by delimiter. Okay, and what kind of delimiter I want. Let's say here it is there like comma, colon, equal sign, semicolon, space, tab, or custom also is there. Okay, but I have a comma, so let's use comma, and I can utilize leftmost, rightmost, or each occurrence of the delimiter. What does this mean is, if I use leftmost, that means it will just perform on the first one. Okay, and rest of the values will be there. If I use rightmost, then it will perform the last one and rest of the values will be in single column. Okay, but if I utilize it, the each occurrence of the delimiter, that means every time if it finds any comma, it will separate them into another column. Okay, so this is what each occurrence of the delimiter is. If I click on OK, now you guys can see it has splitted all the columns into multiple columns. Okay, so what happens, let's say your data is having digits also in your data. Okay, so if you want to extract these kind of data, if you are having, so if I click on split column by, let's say, by non-digit to digit or by digit to non-digit. Okay, so what will happen here, you guys can see every time it is finding any digit. Wait, sorry, it already transposed, so just a second. So not by digit to non-digit, but let's say by non-digit to digit. Okay, so what is happening here is it is first finding any kind of digit. Okay, then it is splitting the column. But if I select by this one, by digit to non-digit, that means every time it finds any kind of non-digit values, it will change. Okay, you guys can see after finding any non-digit values after a digit, okay, it is extracting those data. You guys can see. Okay, understood everyone? That means every time if it finds any digit or a non-digit based on your selected values, based on that it will extract the data. Splitting the column, you can also utilize custom function. Let's say here I want to split this column based on, you know, by delimiter. Let's say custom, this is a slash. Okay, so each occurrences, based on that it will automatically extract or split your columns. Okay, now that was your split column. So what else is there in extract? Okay, that is length, first characters, last characters, range, text before delimiter or text after delimiter or text between delimiters. So these are the options in transform as well as in add column. Okay, add columns, extract. So what will happen? The same options are there, but if I select from add column, it will create a new column with the value. Let's say I want to extract all the data which is between slash and dot. Okay, you guys can see. So let's say if I want to extract text between delimiters, that means any starting delimiters, let's say we are having a slash and end delimiter is our dot. Okay, between these two delimiters I want to extract our data into new column. So if I click OK, you guys can see here text between delimiters. What happened? Somewhere we are having any other thing. Let me move this to end so that we can see. Okay, so this is your text between delimiters. Actually it should, okay, so what it took is after this one, okay, this is finding the first slash, okay, this one, after that till here dot one. So what if I want to extract this only? Okay, like I want Devolio or Fuller or Liverling, Peacock, and so on. So how can I extract that? Okay, so if I select extract text between delimiters, and let's say the slash is there, and we are having end delimiter as dot. So at that time we can use advanced option. Okay, so here you are having number of start delimiters to skip. So how many time you want to skip? Our data is after 1, 2, 3. Okay. The fourth one we are having. Okay. And how many time we want to skip any end delimiters. Okay. So I just want the 3 of the delimiters from start to be skipped. Okay. If I click OK now you guys can see we are having this data. So everyone understood how you can extract just by skipping the delimiters also. So what is your extracting length? Length is nothing but it will give you the total number of values which are there within your cell, or let's say column values. Okay, like how much length of the values are. So this is what it will provide you. The another thing is, like if I go extract first characters, let's say count, enter how many starting characters to keep. Okay, I want to keep, let's say 5 characters. Okay, I will click on OK. Now this is what first 5 characters it is extracting. Okay, similarly it is your last characters, and if I give range also. Okay, range, starting index and number of characters. Index is nothing but your values. Let's say starting index is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's say 5 only, and from there I want to extract 2 characters. Okay, so if I press OK, you guys can see what it extracted. So from where to where? So here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values it is skipped, and from there it started extracting next 2 values. Okay, then you are having range also. Sorry, range only we used. Text before any delimiter, that means before any kind of delimiter if you want to extract the data, let's say before delimiter dot. Okay, so before this one, I want to extract. So any kind of values which will be there before that delimiter, it will get extracted. Okay. And similarly, it is your text after delimiter. Okay. Then comes your passing data. This is nothing but from XML and JSON data. If you want to pass create a new column which contains values. Okay, but you want to pass it as a JSON document. Okay, let's say if I just select this one, first characters, and if I click on JSON. Okay, so you guys can see it is giving us error. What kind of error it is giving? You guys can see. We found an unexpected character in the JSON input, details value h position 0. So this is not actually, it is not a kind of data which we can pass in JSON format or XML format. Okay. So this you guys have to look into if you guys have any JSON kind of data or, you know, XML data which you want to pass as a column value, then you can utilize this. Okay. Then comes your formatting. Formatting is having lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word, trimming, cleaning, adding prefix and adding suffix. So in this one, lowercase everyone understands. Like all the data which will be there in your column, it will be changed into lower cases. Okay. Let's say if let me use transforms only so that we can see within the same column. Lowercase, all the values will be converted to lowercase. If I select uppercase, every value will be converted to uppercase. Capitalize each word will be capitalized. Okay. And then we are having trimming and cleaning and adding prefix, adding suffix. Okay. Let's say if I just replace values, any kind of space is there. I want to replace it with 3 spaces. I will click on OK. So will it remove, if I select trim here, will it remove all the spaces? Like we have extra spaces here. If I select trim, will it remove extra spaces which is there between? Let's see. If I click on trim, nothing is happening. So Vinay, there is no between. Okay. Only the starting before the value as well as the trailing ones. Only those spaces will be removed. All right. That was your trimming. And cleaning is nothing but removing all the non-printable characters like ASCIIs or backspace or tabs, new lines. So those kind of values, if it is there in your data, it can remove those kind of values. Okay, so that is to clean those kind of data if it is there. Adding a prefix is nothing but adding any kind of data before already available data. Let's say if I want to add a prefix before these last name, okay, I want to add, let's say, Mr. or something, okay, any kind of value as a prefix. I can just enter that and press OK, and you guys can see that has been added as a prefix for each of these values. Okay, so you guys can utilize this also. Prefix or postfix is nothing but adding a value at the end of the data. Okay, like add suffix. Let's say I want to write them as a customer underscore customer. Okay, that's it. So this is how you can add a suffix also. So these things are there in your text formatting. Okay. You have to see if you have those kind of data where you can actually apply a conditional prefix or suffix. Okay. Like names is a thing where you cannot identify whether it is Mr., Mrs. or Miss. Okay. Just by name, you cannot understand. So you cannot provide conditional for names or conditional for this is gender if you are having gender value and if it is not from US, obviously. Okay. So next thing is number formatting. Okay. So in number formatting, we are having like standard or scientific or rounding, trigonometric, informative. Okay. So these kind of number formatting we can perform on our data. Let's say I'm having a data. I think it was in yeah, sales. Yeah. So first of all here, the thing is we are having these values. Okay. So what I can do here is this is your number columns. All these options are there in this transform as well as add columns is here. Okay. So if you make changes from here, it will be generated in a new column, obviously. So here, let's say you want to round up these values. So rounding is round up, round down, and round functions are there. Okay. So if I click on round up, every value will be rounded up to a new value, that is the up value. If I select this and select rounding as round down, so this value will come. And if I want to custom round, okay, provide custom rounding, that means up to how much decimal places. Let's say I want only 2 decimal places for all these values to round up. So I can just provide 2 and click on OK. So this is how you can get a rounded up values. Yes. Then we have C, information is even, is odd, or sign. Okay. So what it will do is, you guys can see here, is even, create a new column which contains whether the number is in the selected columns are even. So if I click is even, so you can see true, false, true, and so on. And is odd also you can select, or you can also use sign also. See, create a new column which contains the sign of numbers in the selected column. So it will just tell you the positive or negative values. Okay. And here are some trigonometric functions. If you guys have any kind of data where you want to perform these things, you can use that. As well as scientific also, like getting the power value, like square or cube, root of that, or power of, let's say custom, let's say this value to the power 3, you can get that particular value here. Okay. So this also you can utilize if you have that kind of data, or absolute value, exponential, logarithm, or factorial also. You can get the factorial of 3757. You guys can see it is obviously provide you error. You guys can see the number is out of range of a 64-bit integer value. So we are not having a proper value here. So let's apply that on this one. Let's see. Will it give a factorial of these values? You guys can say it is giving infinity. Mathematics thing, you guys can look into more. Okay. I'm not that much fan of that. Then comes your standard. Like if you want to add or multiply, subtract, or divide integer, you want to get modulus or percentage or percent off from your value, you can do that. Let's say if I want to multiply each of these values by 5, okay, so I can just write that, and those values will get in the multiplication. So other options also are there, you guys can look into it. Okay, so this is what your number formatting is. Then comes your transforming data. Okay, so if, let's say here we are having this particular value. Okay, so let's say if I'm applying percentage, so what, enter percentage to apply to each value in the column. Let's say I want to apply 5%. Okay, so I can click on OK here, and I'm getting 5% of each of these values. Okay, based on which it was, sorry, I didn't see the column name. And if I select percent off, you can see here, enter value to find each value in the selected column as a percentage of it. So if I want to see how much this particular value is percentage of, let's say 500. So I can just click on OK. So it will show you 178 is 35.8% of 500. Okay. What is a group by function? For a simple example, if I take, let's say I am having a name, and here I am having marks. Okay, and let's say here I am having Ashwarya here, or Ashwarya again, then Naveen or Amar, then Amar again, and let's say we are having sorry, it's not Naveen, it's Navpreet. Thank you. So let's say here we are having data of marks, let's say 25 or 24, here 22 or 21, here 23, 26. Okay. So if I want to perform grouping on names based on marks, okay, So what will happen, we will get a single values like Ashwarya, Navpreet and Amar here. Okay, with let's say total marks, we can say. Okay, so this data, if I want to group names based on marks, so I will get here like let's say 49, here I will just get 21, and here also I'll get 49. Okay, so you guys got the example, what it is? So we are just grouping similar data based on any particular values. Okay, so how can we do that in Power BI is, or sorry, in Power Query is, let's say I am having data here. Do we have? No, let's say sales North America. Do we have name? Okay. Just trying to find any value based on which. Okay, let's say we are having base rate here. Any other data I can take? Okay, here we can see that we are having some similar values. Let's say based on names we will do. Okay, we are going to group all the values based on names, and we are going to get their base rate. Okay, so how can we do that is, first of all, I need to go to transform, and here we are having group by function. Okay, so here we can group rows in this table based on the values in any selected columns. Okay, so I'm grouping this. I'm using basic based on first name, obviously, and new column name. What will be our new column name? Okay, so total, let's say price, or total cost of purchase I want. Okay, total cost of purchase, and here we are having operations. You can use sum, average, median, minimum, maximum, count rows or count distinct rows or all rows. Okay, here let's say I want to perform addition of each of the values which are there in column base rate, which is this one. Okay, so we are going to get our all the names in a single group, and we are going to get the total base rate values. Okay, and the new column name will be total cost of purchase. So if I click OK here, let it perform. Okay, my SQL is not connected, so let me select any other data. I think here we had something. Split column by delimiters, promoted. Okay, we don't have anything here. I need to import any kind of data which we can use. Okay, let me see based on which record we can. Okay, we are having sales North America, and here let's say we are having sales territory country. Okay, and let me see if we are having unit price. Yeah, so we can perform based on these sales territory countries. For each of these countries we are going to get unit price. Okay, so let me select group by our sales territory country, total unit price. Okay, and here no, I'm not going to count the rows but performing sum based on unit prices and just clicking OK. So now here we got all our countries, that is our UK, Germany and France, and we are having these total unit prices for them. Okay, so this is what our group by function is. Everyone understood, guys? The reference example as well as how you can perform it within your Power BI, sorry, Power Query. Yes, okay. So next thing is you're using first row as headers. I think I have already shown that, guys, but here what happens, let's say if you have imported any kind of data, I think it was this one. Yeah. So let's say we have imported any kind of data where we are getting something like column name and our header item is in first row. Okay. In our first row, if we are having in headings. Okay. So what we can do, we can utilize our use first row as headers function so that we can make our first row as the heading of our columns. We can just click here and it will be created as headings for our data. Okay, and it will come as promoted headers. So what happens to another promoted headers? If I go there, you guys can see there is some errors is there because there is a changed type which is not able to find what column 1.1 and column 1.2. Here what we are having ID and name, so that is not there. So I can remove this step, deleting. So if I now see, so the first value which was there in the rows is becoming headers. Okay. So this is not appropriate. So I can just remove this step also. Now we are having our proper data. Okay. So you guys understood how you can use first row as headers function, what it is used for. Okay. Then next thing is transpose, pivot and unpivot we'll look at once. Okay, with another example, with another file. Reversing the rows. Okay, how we can reverse a row. So reversing a row is nothing but making the last one as first and first one as last. Okay, so what we can do, we can go to transform, and we can click on reverse rows here. So what it will do, if I select reverse rows, it will make the bottom one as the top one. Or if I click reverse rows, the top one will become bottom and bottom one will become top one. Okay. It is just reversing your data. All right. Everyone understood? Yes. Okay. Then comes your counting the rows. Let's say you want to count how many rows are there in your data set. Okay, let's say this is our data and it is showing more than 999 rows. But I want to know how many rows are there. So what I can do is I can click on transform and click on count rows. Okay, so here we are getting total number of rows as 2000. Okay, but here you guys can see our table has been changed to a single value, that is 2000. Okay, so whenever we will import our this data, it will just give this value. But this is mostly we use just to count our number of rows which are there in our data. Okay, nothing else. We can do the same thing just by using DAX also, by counting how many rows are there. Okay, just by creating a measure. So don't worry, that also will come. So this was about count rows. Everyone understood? Okay. Data type and detect data type and rename we have already get into in detail. So I'm not going to cover this. Then comes your replacing values and replacing errors. Okay. So let's say if you are having a data and you want to replace any particular value which are there. Let's say wherever I'm having red, I want it to be some other color. Let's say maroon. Okay. So how can I find and replace the values? Okay. So the thing is you can just right click here. Okay. And you can see replace values and replace errors which are there. Okay, so two options are there, replacing values and replacing errors. If you are having error in your any of the rows, you can replace it by this, or you can select replace value. So it is nothing but just find and replace function, which you guys have used a lot in your Word or Excel or these kind of tools. Okay, so let's say I want to find red and I want to replace it with maroon. Okay, so I can just do that, select OK, and every value with red has been changed to maroon. Okay, everyone understood about that? Okay, let's say I want to remove all the null values. I can right click, replace values, null, and replacing with nothing. So now we are having blank values here. Yeah, Priya, I just shown that. You understood? Now if I select here, remove rows, error is not here actually, Prachi. So let's see if any error comes, I'll show you. So it will be nothing but any particular value will be as error, just it will be written as error. Okay, like earlier we saw in some of the column, let's say if I want to change this, I want to add column, I want to extract, not extract, but pass it to JSON. Okay, so it is giving me error values. Okay, so if I want to replace all the errors, like remove errors are there or replace errors are there, so replacing errors with NA. Okay, only NA, I can click OK, and all the errors has been replaced as NA. Okay, so that was replacing, finding and replacing the values. Next thing is your fill option. Okay, so let's say I want to you can find the average first, Divraj, and then you can find and replace. Okay, let's say if I instead of replacing this, okay, like if I right click, are you seeing like replace blank or replace any values here, something like that? Let's say if I click on replace values and I said nothing and I want to replace it with, let's say, 20. Okay, if I click OK here, you guys can see all the blank values which are there has been replaced with 20. So if you can find the average first, you have to calculate it manually, or you can, get the average value and then you can just find and replace. Okay, got it, Devraj? All right. Next thing is fill. Fill is nothing but filling the values. If we are having any null value, so we can fill it by the upper value or the below value. Okay, you can do right click and click on fill and click on fill down. Okay, so wherever it will find null values. Okay, sorry, here we have already removed null values. Somewhere else we are having, yeah. So let's say here we are having a null value. If I right click and I want to fill down, okay. So what it will do, it will take the first value before this and fill it with that particular value. If I right click, fill down, now you can see that value has been filled with upper value. Similarly, you can use fill up also. So what it will do, it will take the below value and fill it above. Okay. So for that example, I think I do not have any null here. Let me see if null values are here. Yeah, null is there. So what I can do here is, let me sort it by Z to A. Sorry, A to Z. So here we are having null. So what I can do here is I can fill up. Okay. So all the values which are there, it will be filled with the values which are below that. Okay. You guys understood? Everyone? Then comes your move. Move is nothing but moving your columns here and there within your Power Query. In this Europe, it's not clear up. The thing is, if I take an example here, let's say here I'm having a blank value, okay? Here, let's say. If here I'm having a blank value, that is null value. So let's say if I use fill up, what will happen? It will take the below value to above. That means it will fill it with 23. Okay, got it? If I use fill down, what it will do? It will take the above value. Understood now? Now please. What it will do? Okay. Okay. Next thing is move. Okay. So in move, what we can do? We can move our columns here and there wherever we want. Let's say these are the columns which we are having. Okay, let's say I want to move this column on the left side or somewhere else. I can just drag and drop it somewhere wherever I want it. Okay, like this. Or else, if I go right click and click on move, here we are having left, right, to beginning to end. Okay, so if I click on to left, it will just go to the left of the column. Okay, if I right click, click on right, it will go right of that next column. If I select move to beginning, that means it will become the first column. And if I click on to end, it will become the last column. All right, everyone understood this? Now comes your transpose, which is there, this one, and pivoting and unpivoting columns. Okay, so guys, in Excel or which you guys have covered already, do you guys have any idea like what is transpose or pivoting or unpivoting? So the thing is, let's say for an example, I have ID and name. Okay, and in ID I'm having 1 2 3 like this, and in name I'm having, let's say, Priya and Amar. Now please, okay, just a second guys. Yeah, sorry. So if we are having this kind of data and I want to make this into rows or columns, okay, changing the values into rows or rows to columns. Okay, like here I'm having ID and here I'm having name, and I'm having ID 1 2 3. Okay, and here I'm having name as Priya, Amar, and Naupri. Okay, so changing from this to this or from this to this is called as transpose. Okay, everyone understood this much? The reference? And just let me insert shapes from this and from this to this. This is what transpose is. But if you are changing from this to this, that means if you are performing changing values into columns or rows, okay, with summarization, okay, with summarization or aggregation, okay, that is what pivoting is. Have you guys ever used pivot tables in Excel, guys? Yes. Okay, so what happens there? All the rows, whatever rows you are having, will be converted into columns. And if you use unpivot, okay, that means you are converting your column values into rows. Okay. But here in pivoting, you can perform aggregation also. But transpose does not provide aggregation. Okay. You guys are getting the difference? Guys? Yes. So what is the difference between pivot and grouping? Can anyone tell? Pivoting and grouping. So the thing is, in pivoting, what happens? We change all our values from rows to columns. But in grouping, it doesn't happen. All the values will be just grouped into one. Aggregation can be performed either it is sum, average, or anything in grouping also. But it will not change this format, okay, of your table to something like name, marks. Okay, it will not change it to something like this. So in your grouping, the transpose is not happening. Like we are not changing any row values to column or column values into rows. Okay. We are just grouping all the values in the single value without changing the structure of your table. Okay. Like without changing the row into columns or columns into rows. So here we are getting into an example of transpose, pivot, and unpivot. Okay, so if I get into our transform data here, so here let's say we are having this data. Okay, so in this data, what we are having company names in our column values. Okay, like company A, B, C, D. Okay, employees 23, 34, 534, or 2020, sorry, 22, 41, and locations of these companies. Okay, so all these values are there. So why do we need to transpose this kind of data? Anyone? Why do we need to transpose this data? Can we perform any operation in this kind of data? No. Okay, and let's say I'm not having any header of these, data. Can I write manually any kind of header to identify each column? Is there anything which I can write here? Just tell me. Based on which I can identify the value? No? Correct? So here we can see that in this particular column, all the values which are there are having different kind of, attributes. Like here we are having in first row, we are having the company name, then employees, how many employees are there, and how many locations are there. So obviously this data is not making sense. Okay. Because always remember, Power Query expects that the data in your single column is of same data type. Okay, the data in your column is of same data type as well as of same nature. Same nature means it is related to same thing. Okay, let's say it is your age or it is your salary. So all the values within that should be of same nature, and the values should have the same data type. Everyone understood this much till here? Yes. So what happens if I want to get all these values in a proper format? What I can do here is I can select the column, okay, because based on which I want to transpose the data, and go to transform and click on transpose. Okay, I'm inserting this step, don't worry. So now we are having same data in the same like all the data of same nature as well as same data type in a single column, obviously. So this table is now perfect. So what else should we do here? Header needs to be changed, first row as header. Okay, that means we need to make our first row as header. Okay, so that I can just select here, so that now we are having all the data properly. The next thing is to assign proper data types. I can select all these three columns and click on transform and detect data type. Okay, so that at once it can automatically analyze what kind of data is there, and it should assign the appropriate data type automatically. I should not like go for each of these and perform one by one, like selecting the text value, okay, this, or the numbers here from this whole number and so on. Now second thing is how we can apply unpivoting of any kind of data. Okay, so here again, I'm just taking an example here. We can see that we are having a company names in our column values. Okay, then 12-month forecasting, 24-month forecast values for each of these companies, and 38-month forecast values for each of these companies. Okay, first of all, obviously we need to make it as a columns, obviously. So first thing what we need to perform, transpose, okay, so that we can have all the company names in a single column. Okay, 12-month forecast in a single column, 24-month forecast in single column, and 38-month forecast in single column. So I can just select transpose here, and now we are having proper data. The next option is, if you guys can see, I can perform first row as headers as well as changing the data type. Okay, so after doing that, our data will be something like this. Okay, is it understandable to everyone till here? Yes. Now what I want is, I want to get all the company values as well as whatever the values of these like columns we are having, and the values. Okay, let's say I want to convert all the company names, 12-month, 24-month, and 38-month data, whatever is there, into one single column. Okay, you guys are getting my point here till now? No. Repeat. Okay, so the thing here is, let's say I am having company A. Okay, and here I am having 12-month forecast, 24-month forecast, and 38-month forecast in a single column. Okay, but what I want is company name can be A here. Okay, here I can have 12-month forecast in second column, and in third column I can have these three values in a single column. Okay, these three values of the same company I can have in a single column. Okay, I can group these values. Okay, can I group these values based on company names for all the forecast values, or we can just create, you know, even if you perform group by sum, Pradeep, what will happen? It will group if it will see that company name A, it is single value and it will see the values as 2342 only in this single column. Grouping takes column values or these row values. Everyone? It takes column values or row values. Column, obviously. So do we have all the values of company A in a single column? No. So for that to happen, if you want to perform anything else, or let's say you want to unpivot this data, so what you can do is you can click on unpivot columns, and here we are selecting unpivot other columns. Okay, that means we are unpivoting other columns apart from selected one. Okay, and in a attribute pair values, if you guys can see, attribute value pairs. That means the header names will be your attribute, okay, and these will be your values, okay. The column names will be your attributes and these will be your values. How? Let's see. If I click unpivot other columns, insert step, now what you guys can see, we are having all the company names. This we can say as unsummarized. Is it correct? So in pivoting, do we perform like aggregation based on the same value and we get total value? If you guys are getting that reference. So let's say here, whatever the values we were having, we were converting all the rest of the columns into a attribute and value pair. Okay, the column headers will be your attributes, okay, and these will be your values which will be assigned to the company's related data. Okay, so that's what we did here. Now what we are having attribute and values. Whatever the column names were there, we are having in attribute, and whatever the values related to those companies were there is now we are having in values. Now we can perform grouping properly on this company with aggregation. So what is happening here is, let's say I'm having a data, okay. Here, let's say I'm having name, okay. Here I'm having your, let's say 10th marks, okay. And here I'm having your 12th marks, sorry, 11th marks, okay. And here I'm having your 12th marks, okay. Here I'm having name as, let's say Pradeep, then Vinay, okay. Let's say we are taking only two. And 10th marks, let's say 85 or 86 or 88 or 87. Okay, here we are having 91 or 94 or 81. Okay, so now if I want to unpivot this, like I want these 10th marks or 11th marks and 12th marks into single column and related value of marks, so that I can have all the marks in a single column. So what I can do here is I can unpivot them. And when I unpivot this, what will be the data? Okay, it will become like this. Let me show you attribute and value. So all the names like Pradeep is having how much values? 1, 2, 3. So Pradeep will come for 3 times. Okay. Then if I am having Vinay, this is we are having 3 columns. This will also come 3 times. Okay, how? Because the attributes which are there, okay, we are just, let's say, multiplying it. Okay, let's say Pradeep multiplied by 10th once, then 11th, then 12th. Okay, so it is just like something similar with cross join. Do you guys know? Anyone? It is not fully cross join, so don't take full reference with it. I'm just taking a reference. If you guys know, if you do not know, let's leave it. Okay. So what happens here now, all the attributes which are there or whatever the column names which you are having, now it will become your, let's say 10th marks, okay, 11th marks, and then 12th marks. We are having these attributes. Now this all headers converted to attributes here for Pradeep as well as for Vinay. Okay. Now what will happen? All the values which are there for Pradeep. Okay. Now it will come into your values. Sorry. 87 and here 91, 94 and 81. So this is what how unpivoting looks like. Okay. And how it works. So that is what unpivoting is. Okay. In pivoting, what happens? All the data which you are having, let's say this data you are having and you want to pivot this data based on values. What will happen in pivoting it is all the data you are having, let's say Pradeep I am having here and here I am having Vinay. And in pivoting, what will happen? It will just provide us the summarization or aggregation of your data. Let's say something like this or something like this. So this is pivoting of your this table. So how unpivoting is helping you here? Okay. It is helping you here as all the columns which you are having and all the related data related to your single name. Okay. All the data is related to you. It is just making in a single column so that you can perform multiple other operations like aggregations or pivoting or grouping. Okay. So this is how it is helping you when you are unpivoting this kind of data. So we have done this. Now in our third example, we will see this is our source. Okay. In source data, we are having company in different column names. Okay. And we are having their forecast values as well as sales values. Okay. We are having their forecasted value for each of these companies. Okay. And what will be their actual sales. Okay. You guys are getting this? The data you are understanding what it is? Again, what we need to do here, first of all, we need to transpose the table so that we can have appropriate data into appropriate columns. So we can perform transpose here, something like this. Now we are having companies data in a single column, 12-month forecast for each of the companies, 12-month forecast for each of the companies, sales, and so on. Okay, so this is what we did as transpose, and again, then we promoted the headers, okay, to make it as headers, and then we changed its data type. So this is what our final data looks like. Now here, if I want this, okay, for each of the companies, I want to summarize, I want to aggregate, or I do not want to aggregate all the data, but I want to have the forecast as one, okay, and sales as one, okay, another data. So first of all, I need to change these as a attribute pair values pair. Okay, so that I can have 12-month forecast values for A company, 24-month forecast for A, 38-month forecast for A. So how many times A company will come here if I unpivot this? We are having 6 columns. So if we unpivot this data, A company will come 6 times, obviously. For each of these attributes, we will have the company and their values. Okay. So if I unpivot other columns like this is how it will look like. So now we are having A 6 times and their 12-month forecast, 24-month forecast, 38-month forecast. Okay. Now, till here, Pradeep, Ashwar, and All of you guys understood till here? Any questions till here on pivoting? Now let's say I want to uh, aggregate this more. Okay, what I can perform here to summarize this data into more sorted way? What I can do? Anyone? You guys can see the steps also on my side. What actually we are doing here? How we can summarize this more? See, if you will not be able to understand the data, what kind of data is there and what you can perform, it will be really hard for you to get into data analysis or business analysis or data science field, whatever the field is, if it is related to data. First of all, you need to understand what the data is and how you can work with that. It's not like using any tools or something. Tools you can use. But what if I give the data in a notebook? Will you be able to understand that, and will you be able to find what kind of information you can extract from that? Mihir, I'm just asking how I can, let's say I am giving you this table, okay? What changes you want to do here? How you can make it more simplified? Any idea about after seeing this data? See, everyone can teach you how you can use the tools, okay? But no one will teach you how you can work with any kind of data or how you can understand the data, okay? Okay, removing duplication, forecast and sales in two columns. Okay, Pradeep. So here, finally, Pradeep came with something good. So now if I see here that I'm having company names, but there are 6 columns, okay? Six rows we are having, but we are having two similar things, that is months. 12 month for forecast and 12 month for sales also. I can group the months and change forecast and sales into two different columns so that I can have more simplified data. You guys are understanding here, everyone? Yes. So we can split it by delimiter. So how can I use split column here? If I am selecting by delimiter, let's say, you guys will tell me what should I use. In select or enter delimiter, what should I use? Space only, that is already selected. So let's say space. And split at, what should I use here? We should use the rightmost delimiter because we do not want to extract month. Month is required for us to understand, okay, what that particular digit actually represent. Okay, so month is important for us. So we will use rightmost delimiter so that we can only extract forecast and sales. Okay, so if I select rightmost based on space, this is how now it is coming. Attribute dot one and attribute dot two and then values. Now here, based on what we need to perform pivoting of our data, based on which column, based on company, or based on attribute dot one, or based on attribute dot two, or based on value. So see here, if I click on pivot columns, which is here, okay, in your transform, inserting the step, let's say values column is our company or what? Here, are we getting attribute one? No, because that is we have already selected. So you guys can see use the names in column attribute.1 to create new columns based on which column? Based on attribute 2. Is it fine? Okay. So let's proceed with you guys. And any aggregation do we want? We should not aggregate the values here because each of these values represent unique values. That is 12-month forecast. We cannot like aggregate this particular value with any other value. If I aggregate this value, let's say with 12-month sales of a company, the forecast, what it will become? It will just add these two. Or if I use count, then it will just give me count of 2. So we should use don't aggregate. Okay. But if I click OK here, is it a value which we want? Or is it a table which we want? No. Okay. So let's edit that. Okay. Not this one. Let me remove that step. Okay. So if I select company based on company column, if I click pivot column, now you guys can see here, it is showing use the names in column company to create new columns. Now here it is showing values column 1, 2, value. What should I select? Attribute 2, as you guys said earlier. Advanced, let's say don't aggregate. But does it provide us what we want? Nothing. So what things you are seeing if I'm selecting any column and clicking on pivot table, what is happening with that particular column? Guys, tell me. Guys just saw which column I selected and based on what I performed pivoting and what happened to that column which was selected earlier. What happened to that column? Removed? No, James. It became our headers, as you can see. So now if I ask you guys, if I want to pivot, which column I select to click on pivot table? Guys, company. I already clicked on company. Value. Guys, that's what you guys are not focusing. Okay. So when we selected company, what happened to these values were it became our headers. Okay. So if I want my attributes, the sales and forecast to be into same single different two columns. So which column I need to select before clicking pivot? I need to select attribute 2. You guys are getting my point here, everyone? Okay. So now if I click on pivot column, insert step. Now here values column, let's say I select based on what I need to do, guys. Based on what I need to pivot these columns. Now tell me here, values. Okay. Anyone else? Values. Okay, if I select value, click on advanced option, don't aggregate, and click OK. Now, are we having a perfect data? So see here what happened. We selected our attribute data, okay, so that we can get this into two different columns, okay, forecast and sales. Then we selected based on values, whatever the values we are having. Based on that, we performed our pivoting. Okay. Then what happened? It pivoted, like it summarized the company as well as the months into one single data. As you guys can see, for company A, for 12 months, what was the forecast and what was the sales? For 24 months, what was the forecast and what was the sales? And for 38 months, what was the forecast and what was the sales? So what if I selected here attribute to pivot column, as you guys are saying, let's say based on attribute 1, advanced, don't aggregate. So if I click OK here, you guys can see what happened. Everyone? Yes? So you need to understand, see, pivoting, unpivoting, and transposing not, but pivoting and unpivoting might confuse you. Okay, but always remember how actually you want the data to be simplified in the best way possible. Whatever data you are having like this, how you can simplify this in the best usable format. If we aggregate it, then what will happen? It will just add it. Okay. Aggregation is nothing but, like, if I aggregate that, what will happen? These, all of your marks is coming like this as a sum. If I perform sum aggregation, okay. If I just perform count, it will give you 3. So this is what your, transpose, pivot, and unpivot is.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What does the acronym BI stand for in Power BI? Your options are Business Intelligence, Option B, Basic Integration, Option C, Balanced Information, and Option D, Board Interference. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Okay. So let's proceed to our next topic after transforming our data. That is combining data. Okay. So in combining data, what you guys are getting with the name? Any idea? So we are having both of them. All right. So there are two types of combining data. One is merge. Okay. And second one is append. Okay. So merge, it increases your number of columns. All right. And this one increases your number of rows. So any idea like where we can apply merging and where we can apply append? Let's say I want to apply merge, but on what kind of data I can apply merge and on what kind of data I can apply append? The columns matching, horizontal, many to many. Okay, let's say you are having two tables, okay, both containing, if the base is same and you have different details with other table, then it needs to be merged. All right. So let's say you are having two or more tables, okay, two or more tables, but having relationship between each other, Okay, they are related. How? It can be based on a primary key. So, does everyone know about what is primary key? Everyone? Anyone who doesn't know what is a primary key? See, if someone doesn't, okay, James doesn't know. Okay. Anyone else also? All right. So basically, when we are working with Power BI, so we actually are dependent on two kinds of keys. That is primary key and foreign key. There are more keys are there like alternate key or combined key or unique key. Okay, those kind of keys also are there, but that is basically in SQL. But here in Power BI, we generally focus on two things. That is your primary key and foreign key. So primary key is any kind of unique values using which we can identify the data within your table. All right. So let's say if I'm having here as an ID, okay, and name here. So here our ID will be primary key, that is PK. Let's say here I'm having 1, 2, 3, and so on. And name I'm having just say James or Jayashree or sorry, Vinay. Okay. So here to identify each of these values, we will have a unique value using which we can identify the values in your particular row. Okay. So this is what your primary key is. Let's say you have another table where you are having, let's say, uh, marks ID. All right. And then you are having ID and let's say marks. All right. So here, what will happen? Let's interchange them so that you guys can understand better. So here, let's say I'm having marks ID as 10 and then 11 and then 12. So for this table, let's say marks is 85, 96, 84. All right. So for this table, this is our primary key. Okay. This is our primary key. So what is this ID? ID can be, let's say this is 1, 2, 3. So this is what actually relating your this table with this particular table. That means if I say, let's say if I click on equals to VLOOKUP, okay, I'm just using a formula and I'm looking for this particular value. And I'm looking for that value into this particular table using F4 and which column ID 2 and 0 I'm just giving enter. So based on this particular ID, if I write here 2 automatically, it will based on that ID, whatever the ID is here, we are getting data here. If I write here 3, based on that, we are getting the value here. So what actually it is referring to, this is your, let's say if I double click here. So this is what your foreign key is. Foreign key is nothing but it is resembling a primary key of another table. All right. Foreign key reference to primary key of another table. All right. So based on these values, we can easily relate these marks to a particular person. Am I correct? Everyone? Everyone is understanding? Yes. So this is what based on which we can create a relationship or we can merge a data. That means based on a common column between two tables or two or more tables, we can merge two tables or two or more tables where it will increase the number of columns. Like based on this, if I let's say here, if I write mobile number, okay, let's say here I'm having some values 5, 6, 8, 9 or some random values I'm just taking. And here if I just take this one, this particular value, I want to search for this, but the column index number as 3. All right. Okay, sorry, not from this. but I need to expand the table area. All right. So now here, if I have ID as, let's say, 3 here, you guys can see for that value, these two values are automatically getting the values which are assigned to the unique value, that is 3. Okay. If I write 2 here, we'll get name and the mobile number automatically here. All right. So this is what actually it is referring to. Your foreign key is referring to a primary key of another table. All right. So this is what how a join looks like, or how a merge looks like, where the number of columns will increase. Now here we can get name as well as phone number also. All right, everyone understood this example? Yes. Whereas where do we use append method? Okay. In append method, what we do, we combine, okay, combine similar kind of similar data. How? Let's say I'm having here ID name like this, another table I'm having, and I'm also having one more table where I'm having ID and name, let's say 4, 5, and 6. And here, let's say I'm having name as Amar or Ashwin, okay, and who is not responding now? Let's say Ashwarya. Okay. So here what we are having two tables, but the data is of same type, okay, like is of similar kind. So instead of having two tables, what we can do here, we can append this data into one single table directly like this, so that we have to use a single table. Now everyone understood append? Okay, but what if I'm having this table? Okay, here I'm having ID, name, mobile number, and here I'm having ID and name only. And can I append these two tables, guys? Can I append these two tables or not? No? Is it? We can append these two tables. So how it will look like is, if I append this table, it will look something like, we will get the mobile and the numbers for first 3 persons, but for the rest of the peoples we will get this. All right, we will get null. So we can still append this data. All right, everyone understood? Yeah, number will be missing. And after appending, do we delete the order table? You don't need to import it only, okay? While importing itself, you can append the data. And how can you append data while importing, guys? Can anyone tell me? While importing itself, how can you append data? Guys, importing data from folder. So what option does it provide? It provides while importing data. Does it provide you combine and transform option? Yes. So instead of importing each of the file of similar kind one by one, what you can do, you can create a folder, import your data from the folder, and keep adding your files in this particular folder. Then you don't need to append the data. It will automatically get appended whenever new data you will add. Now everyone got the answer? If importing from SQL, then you have to import the files, okay, the databases. Anyway, if you have two tables, there is no like DBAs who will create two tables to have same data. That means the data is not normalized, and then he will lose his job. I mean, not lose his job, obviously. But whenever DBAs are creating a database, they make sure that for any many-to-many relationship handling, okay, or these kind of similar tables or similar data. So these kind of there are a lot of things which they have to look into, all right, while designing or architecting the database. Okay, but in case if it is not there, that is a really huge mistake from them. But you can still import the files, and what you can do is you can append them one, like you can append multiple tables at once after importing, obviously. So let's see how we can actually perform that in our Power Query. All right. So here I will just get into transform data. Okay. Now, so here, let's say I do not have a data. Let's see. Let me remove these this SQL tables itself, because it is creating a lot of issues for me. Okay. Now, from here also, how we can import data, you guys remember from within Power Query? Everyone? Yes, you just need to right click, new query. Let's say I want to import Excel workbook. Okay, I'll just see. I'll see some Power Query files if it is there. Okay, not this. Let me see another file. Okay, let's say we are having wow, no files only. Okay, so these are CSV files, so I have to import it as a text or CSV. That's why it was not visible there. So what we will do here is I will just select product categories. I will import. All right. I will let's import products. Okay. So this is a table having products list. I'll just click OK. And here I will import another file also, which is containing products categories. All right. So here I have imported products categories. And one another table also I will just import, that is product subcategories. All right. So here if I see, there are multiple things. In our product subcategory key, we are having a primary key for each of the subcategory names. So what does this product category key defines? What it is, guys? This column, I'm asking which key it is. It is foreign key. That means it is a primary key of another table, that is our product categories. So here we are having product category keys, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and we are having category names also. All right. So let's say in this product subcategories, I want to insert, okay, the category names also for all these subcategories. All right. So what I can do here is I have to go for I have to select this, and then I have to go for merge queries. All right. Let me just move this to somewhere here a little bit. Yeah. So here we are having merge queries. Everyone can see this option in home, at home, guys. Yes. So here two options will be there. One is merge queries, and second is merge queries as new. So what will happen here is if I select merge queries, that means whatever changes we will make will happen within the same table. All right. But if I click on merge queries as new, what will happen? Another table will be created. Okay. So let's create another table itself. I am just clicking on merge queries as new. And here in our first table, okay, this is our left table. Which table we are having? Product subcategories. So in this, actually, we want our output. Okay. Then from where, which second table, what it will be? Our second table will be our product categories. Now here, what we need to do is we have to tell it which column is having the common values. All right. Which columns are having the common values. Here we are having product category key, and here also product category key. So these two columns actually are the same values, having same values. Okay. So this is your foreign key and this is your primary key. You guys are getting this till here? Yes. So here also you guys can see the selection matches 37 of 37 rows from the first table. That means we are getting output for each of these values which are there in our table. Okay. So all rows is getting an output. Okay. Apart from that, we are having the join kinds. Okay. So joins everyone knows. So what happens here? We are having the join kind. So how many join kinds are there in Power BI? Okay. So you guys have to remember this, because what happened once I was having an interview and there I messed up with the joins because they were asking me SQL joins, and I added SQL, Power BI and sets joins also in a single one and given the answer. And he was just laughing. Okay. And that was long back, obviously. But still, you guys understand the difference between SQL's join or sets join or Power BI's join? Do you guys have no difference between sets join or SQL's join? What are the names? Anyone? How many joins are there in your sets or SQL? So always remember. So apart from the basic one, the basic which you use, apart from that, always say about these two also. See, left keep, right keep, left anti, right anti, there are a lot of them, but those are like useless, I would say. Like no one uses them. Because if I have to use left anti instead of that, I can just use right one. Am I correct? So here let's focus in our Power Query. Okay. So here you guys can find left outer, right outer, full outer, inner, left anti, right anti. Right anti and left anti we doesn't actually, use mostly. But here we use in 97% of the time you will be using left joins or left outer. Am I correct? Or inner joins. For the 97% time, only left and inner joins are used everywhere. You will hardly see like full outer or right joins or anti joins or all those joins, whatever is there remaining. Correct me if I are wrong, guys. The people who are from SQL or somewhere. So focus on left and inner mostly. So you will understand and you will be able to, you know, crack SQL interviews also easily if you understand these two joints only, left and inner. The rest of them also you can work on, but always remember that left and inner joints are the most used joints. Okay. And in interviews also they ask only these two. All right. So here, as we are taking our left table, we have selected our primary table as left. So our all the values from left table will be there, and all the matching values from right table will be included in our left table. You guys understood about left table? All from first table, then matching from second table. Everyone understood about left join? Yes. Similarly, if I use, right outer, that means all the data from second table and matching ones from the first table. That means we will have only these four. Then all the matching values from the second table we will get. Okay. Then what will happen in full outer join? That means even if it doesn't matches, we will get null values, and all the data from both the tables we will get in our output. Okay. And in inner join, what will happen? Only matching rows which are there in both the tables. Okay. Only if it is available, the data is available in both the tables, only those data will be taken. All right. And here if I use left empty, so what will happen? Only rows in first table. That means you will get output only from this one. Whatever the matching values you are having, you will get output only of first one. And right empty is similar. You will get output only second table, but whatever values are available in your first table. Okay. So in full outer, what happens? Even if you are not having matching values in both the tables, okay. For an example, let's say if I am having here ID and names, we are already having uh, ID and name we are having here, and here let's say I am having ID and phone. Okay, this is a simple example which I can give. So here I am having 5, 6 and 7. All right. So here what will happen, let's say I'm just giving random numbers to here. All right. So if I perform full join for these two tables, okay. If I perform full join for these two tables, what will happen is we will get the data of ID, okay, then name, then phone. Okay. And what will happen here? We will get like 4, 5, 6, 7, all four. And in names also, we will get all these values. But in this one, we will have as null. And in phone also, we will have all these values. Okay. But here we will have as null. That means even if it is not matching, that means your values will come from both the tables, even the value is there or not. Okay. All right. So that was about joins. Here we are going to use our left join because we want data, all the data from our first table and matching data from our second table. Okay. So here I'll just click on OK. Now here we got all the values which are matching, but we are having all the data in a table format. Okay. So this one, tables, we need to expand. Okay. Wherever you see tables, that means it contains more than one column. Okay. You guys are getting my point? If you are seeing somewhere, anywhere in your data set, if you are seeing something like this, that means your column is containing more than one column. That means it contains the whole table itself. Okay. So how can you extract the data itself? So for that, you need to click on this button. That is your expand button. Okay. So once you click that, it will ask whether you want to expand or aggregate. Aggregation we do not want because it is something different. Mostly we use it only for, if you want to perform aggregation on your data table, but that will never happen because aggregation is always recommended to perform by DAX queries or no, like creating by measures. Okay. So here we need to expand. And there is one more option, that is use original column name as prefix. Okay. That means whatever data we will select. Okay. If I keep it selected, what will happen? We will get something like AdventureWorks product categories dot product category key. All right. We will get the name something like that. That means it will prefix the values of your table name. But if I don't use that, that means we will directly get the column names, that is product category key and category name. Now here another thing is we are already having our product category key here. Okay. So I don't need to have this particular column. Is it correct, guys? Everyone? Yes. So I'm just deselecting that because I do not want to get this columns data. I want only the category name to be shown here. Now, if I click on OK, here for each of your category keys, you are getting the category name based on the values which are available in your previous table. Okay. One is for bikes, two for components, three for clothing, four for accessories, and so on. So what about appending queries? Okay. So let's say here I'm already having st1. This is our data. I'll just create another data. Let's say, I think I have st2 also on my desktop. Let me check. Yeah, st2 also I'm having. So let's say here, I'll just write here. Let's say here we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here I'm just give numbers as 7, 8, or 9 and 10. Okay, all right. That is our ID. And this is for instead of phone number, let's keep it as name so that we can have similar data. Okay. And name, I'll just add, I think Debraj is not in this, so I will just include Debraj. Then Priya is not there in that. Preetam, Priya, and one more I'll just take. Let's say not a lot of data, and here I'll just include, let's say, Jayashree. All right. So here we are having st2.txt. Let me import this data first. New query. But here, sorry, text or CSV. Desktop st2.txt. I'll just import the data. Name. All right. So we are having perfect data. So if I want to append these two tables, all right, like I should have a table where the data from both the tables. Let me add a mobile number column also. Okay, let's say mobile here, and I will just add something values, some values. Save. Okay. Here we will see if we are able to get the data or not. So I'll just refresh this one, not all of them. Did I make change in st2 or somewhere else? Okay, control save. I pressed save. I will just refresh this preview. It is not taking the data itself. Let me browse it again, okay? I think it is not getting saved or something. Where I'm making the changes? Am I making an st2 only? Yes. Let me close this, okay? And then let me see if st2.txt is having, yeah. Okay, the data is there, but something is not refreshing the preview. Okay, let me perform refresh all. Let's see what happens. Still it is not taking. Okay, let me change the document. I think some issue is there, guys, with my Power Query. It should actually refresh the data, but it is not taking the new data. I think something is wrong with this. Let's say apply. Oh, okay. We have a lot of data. Sales North America didn't load. Okay. Let me close. I'll just remove this file because it is creating issues. Okay, let me try. We refreshed all the data, but it is still not showing us what actually the data is. So let me import another data. Okay, this is importing and browse st2. Okay, so somewhere it is not importing. Ah, okay. Actually, it was just taking two of the columns when I was importing. Okay, that was the issue. I just changed the column values to 3 here directly. If you guys can see, if I write here 1 and press enter, it will just take the first column. If I write here 3, that was the issue actually. All right. So now if I go here, you guys can see we are having the data. Now if I want to append st1 and st2, okay. So what I have to do is, this is the option append queries, okay. Append queries or append queries as new, okay. So I'm just going to select append queries as new, and 2 or 3 or more tables. You can perform that. Here we are just selecting 2 tables. First table is our st1 and second table is our st2, okay. So these 2 tables we need to append our data. If I click on OK, now here you guys can see another issue we are getting here is the names are getting messed up. Actually, it should not be like this, but it is taking some values before this txt value. Where it went? Okay, I think some issue is happening in my Power Query. There is a lot of things going on here. So let me import another data, guys, okay, for you. Let's say I am just importing all files, data files, adventure works. Let's say here we are having sales data of 2015, okay, and yeah, sorry, Amar, yeah, I didn't notice that. Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, I can see now. Thanks for pointing that out. I missed that. The column name, it didn't identify it as same. Thanks for that. Uh, Let me refresh this now. Okay, the name column is not there itself now. Okay, I'll just select and make to detect data types. Perfect. Now if I go to append, yeah, now we are having proper data. Okay. Yeah, and most important thing itself, I forgot to tell you about, guys, in append, that the column name, okay, column names, it analyzes or matches the data based on column names, okay. If it is having same column names, and it is case sensitive also, guys, okay. Everyone knows what is case sensitive, guys. Yes. So it is case sensitive also. So your column name should match with another table. Okay. If it is matching, what it will do, it will take same column names data into the table automatically. as you guys can see. And even if you are not having data in one of the table, you guys can see we are able to append two tables even when we were not having another column in our ST1. All right. So everyone understood how we can apply append in our data. So as you guys can see, this is increasing our number of rows and merging is increasing our number of columns. Okay. So this was about your combining data, guys. And here are some these are the joins. Okay. So please remember this, the join types, so that you guys can tell theoretically, obviously, whenever someone asks. Okay. And this is appending. We already performed. Now here comes your Power BI data mod. Okay. So let's change the join itself. Okay. Like not this one, but this one. Okay. This is our source. So what happens if I select right outer? Okay. Here you guys can see only selection matches 4 of 4 rows from the second table. So what will happen if I click on OK and use right join here? Okay. If I click OK here, and you guys can see we are still getting the same data. Okay. Let's say category name only. Insert step. Okay. So here also we are getting the same data. Can anyone tell me why is that? Why we are getting the same data in our merge? Even after using, right join here. Actually, what is happening here is if you take source here, which one is our main table here? Our subcategory. So let's say if I exchange these two categories here and this one to subcategories, and I match them based on these product categories and then use right outer. Then if you see the output here, it was because of our primary table, which one we are taking as our primary table. Okay. Which actually we are performing the operation. Okay. But what will happen if the data is not there in the right table? Let's say if I just exchange this again, we are having subcategories here and we are having categories here. We are matching this. So what does it says? All from second and matching from first. Okay. That means all the values which are there in your second table, but only the matching from first. But this logic is not appropriate. Okay. That means you should not apply right join here. It will obviously give you the exact output. But what will happen? Let's say you are having data here which is not available in this one, then it will obviously give you the null value for that. Okay. If you are using right outer. So let me show you guys a right join itself. We had two tables, no? Like this one we had. Okay. This table, I'll just make it as a table. Okay. And let me change the ID to 1. So this one here itself, I will try to explain you. Let's make it as a table. Data from table range. So this one is having our table now. So this is our one of the table. Okay. I'll just close and load. Now another table is this one. Data from table range. So this is also your Power Query editor only, guys. Okay. So don't like uh, get confused here. Okay. So here, let's say if I want to append queries directly, not append, but merge queries as new. Okay. So here our first table is table 3 and second table is table 1. Okay. We are having all the data in this. Okay, sorry. We need to include one another data in our table so that we can understand what actually is going on. Okay. So sheet 3, let's say here marks ID is 13 and marks is some 94 and ID is 4. Okay, so this one is our table. Now I'll just get into this data, get data, combine queries, merge. Now here if I select table 1 and here as table 3, okay, we are having different data here. Now we are having 4, but here we are having only 3 data. Till here everyone is understanding the data, guys, for the joins? Yes. Okay, so let's say here our primary table is table 1. So I'll just select the matching values in both the tables. We are getting what? Left outer join. The selection matches 3 of 3 rows from the first table. Okay, so I'll just click on OK. Expand this. And here I just want to add the marks for them. Okay, here we are getting all 3 values only, but the 4th value we didn't get here. Is it correct? In left join. So let me merge queries again. Merge queries as new. And here again I'll just take our table 1. Okay, and here table 3. And here I'll just tell the IDs. But here I'll take right outer. So what you guys can see, the selection matches 3 of 4 rows. Was that this one there? If we were using left outer, if I select left outer, you guys can see it is saying 3 of 3 rows from the first table is matching. If I select right outer, that means the selection matches 3 of 4 rows from the second table. Everyone is getting the point here? Till now? Okay. So if I select OK here, now what you guys are seeing, let me expand the marks and let's say ID. Okay. Now you guys can see what we are getting as output. Our right tables data is also getting included if we are using right join, even if we are not having matching value in our first table. So now you guys understood the difference in right join and left join. So this was about your joins. I took the example in Excel because it was easy to take the example here directly instead of getting into the data and importing data and all. Okay, so what is fuzzy matching is actually if you select here, let's see, I'll just show you. Okay, this didn't happen. So if I select here, what is your fuzzy matching to perform the merge is, let's say what will happen if we take fuzzy matching is, it takes similarity between your data. Let's say if I am having data, something like I'm having, let's say, percentage, okay, in a column. And based on these percentage, I am assigning a value from another table that is having assigned value as 10. For 10%, the like bonus will be 500 rupees. Okay, and for 20%, the bonus will be, let's say, 1,000 rupees. Okay, and here we are having the data for the salesman something like 13%. Okay, so in this scenario, what will happen? It will try to see to which percentage it is closer to and how much it is matching to that particular value, and based on that it will give you the output as 500. So this is something similar. If you guys have went through the did you guys went through the Excel file yet, everyone, all the sections or all the sheets? So I have given that in something here. If you guys can see this one, what is happening here is, for every sales, for every 1,000 rupees, the bonus is 10. Okay. For every 1,500, the bonus is 30. But here, the name, like the salesperson, Mickey or Donald, they have sold for 1,200 and 1,300. Okay. So how can you, in this scenario, how can you assign what kind of bonus they deserve? Okay, not deserve, like what kind of bonus it should be allotted to them. So in these kind of scenarios, your fuzzy matching comes in the picture. Okay, so let's say if I am having Priya, or let's say Priya, something like this. Okay, so I can, like, based on these two values also we can match two tables. Okay, so fuzzy matching will allow you to take like similar kind of data, okay, based on a threshold which you have set. So you guys understood about this? Did you guys check this? So here, if you guys can see, here I have all the operations which you can perform in Power Query. Okay, the files which you can use to perform Power Query operations. Okay, like how you can importing data from text, CSV, external, current, tables, or different tables or queries, appending tables, example, like how you can append multiple data, east data, north data, west data, and importing from a folder also. So data model is nothing but a relationship between two tables. Okay, so why do we create a data model is, if I take an example here, let's say, to get this output, okay, to get this output or this output, what we did, we performed a merge. Am I correct, guys? Yes. But what it is doing, is it increasing space, or it is taking, is it taking more storage? Guys, here in the merge, if we are extending our data, if we are joining two tables, is it taking more storage? So let's say if I am having, where that example went. All right. So here I am having one table and here I am having another table. Okay, we are having two tables here. Now I have created another table, the third table with more data into that from these two tables. So is it not increasing the number of tables? No? How? Guys, it is. There we are having here only two tables. Now after merging, we are having another table. Okay. And even if I perform merging, what will happen? We will have a table, but with increased number of columns. Am I correct? Yes. So instead of this, instead of merging these two tables, what I can do is I can just provide or create a relationship between these two. Okay. I can just create relationship between the primary key of another table and to the foreign key of the table, so that our data model or Power BI can understand that these two tables are related, and whenever, okay, if I am importing any data, let's say here I am getting ID, and here I want to get, let's say, mobile number. Okay, and here let's say I'm just getting id as 1, so it should automatically get the value, like let's say equals to, we look up, I'm just using lookup value is this one, and the table is this. Okay, and the column index number is 3, matching number is 0, enter. So whenever, if I'm calling a value in my Power BI, let's say if I call 3, then it should automatically give me the value as these two are related. I don't need to perform a merge to have the relevant data from another table. You guys are getting my point here? So let's say we are having two tables and I have created a relationship here, and I want to visualize our data, these two, from these two tables, saying that whatever the IDs are there in this table. Okay, let's say I want the value of data 4. I'm getting not available. So let's say if I write 3, we are getting the value. That means based on the relationship, okay, between these two tables, we are automatically getting the data. We don't need to perform the merge, okay, of two tables if we are having the relationship defined between these two tables. So why do we create a data model? So based on a relationship, we can get a like tables value like from different table. Let's say I'm having one orders table, okay, where I'm having all the orders data, okay, the date, okay, the order ID, the product ID which has been bought, okay. But I'm also having another table, let's say product table, where I am having product ID, the name of the product, okay, the price. So here, if I want to extract data between these two tables, okay, I should have a relationship defined between this column and this column, okay. So whenever if I call, let's say for any particular ID, order ID, what was the name of the product, okay, order ID and name. How you will get this output? You will get this output based on the relationship between these two product IDs. So that is why we create a data model. Okay, let me just close and apply this. So where you can define the data model in Power BI is here. You guys can see all these data, whatever data you are having, are showing some lines which are connected to each other. Okay, you guys can see. So your Power BI tries to automatically identify the kind of data which are there between tables and if there is a connection between those two tables. So how can you identify what is the connection between these two tables? Okay. So if I select here, you guys can see product subcategory key is common value in both of them. Okay. Product subcategory key into products table as well as the product subcategory table. So, okay. So what if I want to create one table here? Let's say, sorry, let me take another page. So let's say if I want to create a table here from our products table, which is our product category keys. Okay. And now I want to understand the product name. What was the product name under these product keys? So you guys can see it is automatically giving you guys output for each of these product category keys. What are the product names which are available? Okay. We are having two different tables here. As you guys can see, we are not merging these two data. So if I want to see, let's say, what was the model name, or let's say what is the product name, okay, and what is their cost, okay, and what is their subcategory name of those product. You guys can see it is automatically giving us the output here just by selecting data from multiple tables. Yes. So how it is giving us the output? It is giving us the output based on the relationship which is created here. So here we it automatically like created a relationship saying that the product category key on this particular table is same in this table's product subcategory key. So if I want to get the product key and the subcategory name, how can we get that? Based on the product subcategory key, it will take the reference values from both of the tables. Okay. But what if I do not have any kind of relationship here? Okay, let me just select all and delete the relationships which has been created automatically. Okay, I'll just close this. Now if I go back into our table, you guys can see, are we having any kind of output here if I'm selecting from different tables? The values we are not getting. Obviously from the same table we will get the output. But now if I try to get the subcategory name from another table, you guys can see it is not showing any output and showing error. Yes, it is because it doesn't know how those two tables are related with each other. Okay, so now if I want to get here, let's say the subcategory name for each of these product names which are there. Okay, here you guys can see it is not able to display any output. So what if I just create the relationship between these two based on what? Product subcategory key. I'll just create a single relationship between them. Now the relationship has been created. So now if I go back to my report view, you guys can see for each of the product names, we are getting these subcategory names. Now everyone understood how data model is affecting our output and how we don't need to merge the data. So this is just an introduction to your data model. Okay, how you can create a data model. Okay, but before getting more into your data model, okay, like if we want to continue into data model, before that we need to understand some more topics that are your let me close this which is your data normalization, okay, as well as what are the types of schemas. Okay, schemas and data normalization as well as relationship cardinality. So before getting into your data modeling, we need to understand about these three things. What actually are these three things? Okay. So data normalization, I hope most of you guys already know what is data normalization. So data normalization, okay, is a process, okay, process of organizing your rows and columns, okay, from your tables, okay, not rows and columns, tables and columns actually, your tables and columns in a relational database.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. In Power BI, what is the purpose of relationship feature in the data model? Your options are A, to define connection between tables based on common fields. Option B, to apply formatting to visualization. Option C, to import data from external sources. And option D, to create calculate columns in a table. You can comment your answers in the comment section below. Now let's get back to our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Have you guys heard about RDBMS? RDBMS? Or it is not? Yes? So what is RDBMS? Relational database? Management system? Model system? What? Management system? So all the data, whatever you are having in your SQL or Postgre or any Amazon Redshift, all those are structured data. Okay, structured data. That means these all data are in columnar format. That means in a table format, guys. That means for any kind of data, if you want to insert, there should be a column available where we can insert that. Am I correct? So you guys are getting the point here till here. Like SQL, you guys already know the full form of this. Structured query language. So whatever data you are having, okay, it should be normalized. So normalization, what actually it provides you? It provides you the elimination of redundant data. What is redundant data, guys? It is just a terms, okay, of data itself, not to use for business. Okay, yeah. So any kind of repetitive data, okay, repetitive or duplicate, okay, repetitive or duplicate data. To eliminate that, we must perform data normalization on any raw data. Okay. Second thing is to minimize any kind of error and anomalies. What are anomalies? Okay. Let's say I am having a column, say name. Here I am having something like James and then Prabha. Then I am having MCA. Okay. Or something like, let's say, business. Okay. So here, do we have any anomaly? Business? Because it is not defining what actually this column means to be. Okay. This is what this can be like their domain actually. So it should be here instead of here. So this is what your anomalies are. Okay. And the other thing is to simplify your queries. Simplify queries. Okay. So these three things we actually look into more. However, there are ACID properties and those things you guys can look into more. Okay. Of SQL or data normalization. What are the properties? However, we are going to look into an example, and there are mostly like first normal form, second normal form. How many types of normal forms are there, guys? The guys from SQL. Basically, the three are most important, but we are also having BC, NF, if you guys have heard of, or fourth normal forms and fifth normal forms also. Okay. However, we are just going to discuss about these three itself. Okay. we were going to look into a little bit about data normalization. Okay, so let me create a table really quick. Okay, so here let's say I'm having a table. So let's say here I'm having a table. Okay, then here let's say I'm having an ID, let's say 1. Okay, and here as 2, and here as let's say 3. Okay, so these three values I'm having. How, why I'm doing that is to, for this one. Okay, this is 1, this will be our 2, and this one will be our 3. Okay, so here we are having 3 manager IDs. Okay, and in that also again, just let me change this. Sorry, margin center, margin center. Okay, and area also I'll just do merge and center for these. I'm just creating a simple raw data, guys. Okay, so that we can understand about this. So let's say here in our manager name, okay, I'm having Vinod as our manager 1. Okay, and then Ashwin as our manager 2, and let's say Prabha as our manager 3. Okay, and they are handling a specific areas, let's say east. Okay, and then west, then let's say north. Okay, not all 4 I'm taking, and here I'm having employee IDs 1 to all of them. Let me just fill it. Okay, and here I'll just take some names. Just a second. Okay, so do not get offended with this, guys. Okay, I'm just taking as an example here, and Shah or other, Preet, sorry, just looking into, and Pawnee. Okay, so these are the employees, and they are assigned to a specific sectors. Okay, let's say sector 4, 3, 2, 1, and then again let's say 4, 1, 4. Okay, so these are some sector IDs, and the sector's name is, let's say, finance, where they work. Okay, or IT, or let's say security of the website, and operations, let's say administration, or this is finance again, and this is administration again, this is finance again. Okay, so here this data, whatever we are having as this, what all things you guys can notice here. So the thing is, in first normal form, what it says is all the fields which are there. Okay, all the values which are there in the fields, it should be atomic. Okay, it should be atomic. That means all the complex rows or data, rows or columns should be divided. Okay, so here what is your complex row or column is? Or complex row or columns are manager ID, manager name and area, and rows are these ones. Okay, so how can we convert this table into first normalization form? We can convert them by just selecting for each of these values. I'm just selecting an atomic value for each of our rows. All right, everyone understood? Now we are having atomic values for each of our fields. So from here, what should be our second normal form? If I want to convert this data into second normalization form, what does that say? You guys have learned SQL now. At least you guys can tell me the actual, values. Second normal form says that the table should be satisfying the first normalization form as well as one more thing. What is that? Shubhajit, answer that in everyone so that everyone can see. Okay. Otherwise, they will not see. So what second normalization form says that it should satisfy the first normal form as well as all rows. Okay. All the rows in your data, in your table, let's say, okay, should be dependent on a primary key. So is this your table is depending on a primary key? So if I want to create a primary key tables from this particular table, what can I do? I can split this single table into two tables. Am I correct? Yes. So for that, what I can do here is I can create a manager table. Okay. Let's say a manager table having all our data, and then another table with our employee. Okay. All our employee ID and manager ID. Is both of the table are dependent on a primary key? Guys, they are having a primary key. This is what your second normal form. All the tables in your database should be dependent on a primary key based on which each of the rows can be uniquely identified. Okay. However, this table, we are not having our manager ID, so it should be there. Okay. Understood? So here, what is our manager ID? A foreign key in this table. Okay. So in this table, our employee ID is our primary key and manager ID is our foreign key, which is related to manager table. Okay. Got it? Okay. So now if I want to convert this into third normalization form, what does it says? Third normalization form, guys? Anyone? Okay. Okay, then I don't want to get into that. Okay. Not data duplications. So in third normal form, actually it should satisfy both the normal forms, that is first and second, as well as it should be it should be able to create a schema, okay, or relationship between multiple tables. So how can we have these two tables divided so that we can create a schema? Okay, so there are two types of schema which we will look into in a while. So how can we divide this is we will have a manager table, okay, like this. Then we will have our employee table also like this. But here, what we can do, we can simplify this table one more time, having sector ID, that is this one, with the sector name. Okay. Now, can we create a relationship between these three tables, guys? Yes. We can connect sector ID with this and manager ID with this foreign key. Correct? And here, which kind of schema will get created? It will create a star schema. Okay. So we will look into star schema also in a while. But how it will be is, if we have to create a relationship between these two tables, we need to like create connection between these two and this one to this one. All right. So here we are creating a schema, and it is also satisfying second normalization form. That is, each of these tables are having a primary key. Okay. And first normalization form also, that all the values are atomic, that each of the rows are having a value. So what you got to understand, that merging the tables, merge will increase number of columns, append will increase number of rows. However, creating relationship between tables does not increase rows or columns. Okay. So it is efficient, and they are just connected to each other so that we can extract the data based on whatever information we are having. Okay. Now, if I say what is schema is, so there are two kinds of schema. Okay, star schema. I'm getting little bit into database also, guys. So just remember this. Okay. And second is snowflake schema. Okay. So in star schema, what happens? All tables are connected to one single table or one single central table. Okay. All tables are connected to one single central table, which is your fact table. Okay. So all rest of these tables will be your dimension table, and this one will be your fact table, to which these two tables are connected. Now then it comes, what is a fact table and what is a dimension table? Okay. See, within points, you guys are seeing some more points, and in that also you guys are looking into some more details. Okay. You guys can see. Yes. So what is your fact and dimension tables? If you guys can see, within this, a data is stored in fact tables, and the descriptive information about the data is stored in dimension tables. Okay. So for an example, if I take, okay, here we are having a table where we are having employee IDs and all the employees, and for which sector they work for, and for which manager they work for. Okay. Till this table you guys are understanding? Everyone? Yes. So, but if I want to know what sector is for, okay, what sector the 4 belongs to, so in which table I have to look into? I have to look into the sector table. Am I correct? So for this value, where I am finding more details, I am finding it in your sector table. So this is what your dimension table. Okay. When the extended information of your values are available in another table, that table is your dimension table. All right. So if I want to know which area this employees manager is from, then how can we get the information for this? We can get in our manager table that Devaraj works for East area. So this is your central table where we are having some metrics, but for this information, if I have to, if I want to get more information about this or this, so I have to look for that in another table. So whatever the table is there, which is providing you more information for this particular value, that is your dimension table, which is having all the dimensions, okay, all the more attributes related to this data or this data, okay. So here you are having a fact table, which is your central table containing all the measures, okay, matrices, sorry. And for this matrix, if I want to get to know more information, I have to look for that in our dimension tables, okay. So here there are two dimension tables which are connected to one single fact table. So then what is a star schema? When multiple dimension tables are connected to one single fact table, that is called as your star schema. Okay. This will be, you guys will remember it because see, these questions are asked a lot. Okay. What are the schemas? What are the fact and dimension tables? Okay. How relationships are different from merge and append. So next thing is your snowflake schema. Okay. So your snowflake schema contains the chain of dimension tables. Okay. Chain of dimension table means, let's say I am having here in our this data model. Okay. Let me import our data. Okay. I'll just save this. Now let's start working on our data on which we are actually going to work. So let me create a new Power BI file. Okay. I'll just get data from text or CSV. One is our calendar. Clicking on transform data so that I can import rest of the data also. Here we are having a calendar table. Okay. Then text CSV. I am getting my customers also. This is our customers table. Okay. Then new query, text CSV. This is our product categories. Then what else is there? Let me see. Okay, subcategories. All right. New query, text CSV. Products also. Then some two more are there, that is returns. Okay. And one more is there, that is our territories. Okay. Apart from this, we are having sales data also. Okay. So for that, I will import it using folder because I'm having all those sales files in a single folder, that is our sales folder. If I can show you guys, sorry, this PC, E drive, Intellipaat, all files, data files, AdventureWorks, sales data. So in our sales data, actually, we are having total 3 files. Okay. I'll just show you guys. So this is our sales data folder where we are having sales data of 2015, 2016 and 2017. Okay. So these 3 years data we are having. So I am just importing all of them at once so that any new kind of sales information or sales file is getting added, then it should automatically import here. Here we'll use combine and transform data because we want to append all the data at once while importing itself. Okay. So now we are having all of our sales data, as you guys can see, 2015, 2016, 17 in one file. I'll just click on OK. So here we got our sales data. You guys can see all the source name also, like 2015, 16, 17 and order dates also we are having. Okay. So this is all the data which we have imported. Now I'll just close and apply it for now. We'll make the changes later, whatever the changes is required on that. All right. Okay. Now here, if I go to model view, you guys can see it has automatically created some of the relationships. As you guys can see, I'll just bring it above so you guys can look into at once. We are having calendar also as well as territories. All right. So this is all of the table which we have imported. Okay. And which is showing here. Now, what I will do is whenever I'm creating a relationship, I will always go to manage relationships. Okay. I'll delete it for now so that I can show you guys later. So I'll just go to manage relationship, press Control A, okay, and just click on delete so that all the relationships can be deleted, okay. And I'm closing here. Now we are not having any relationship between all these tables, okay. So now if I want to create relationship between all these data, okay. So here, what you guys can think is your fact table. Which one is your fact table, guys? Let me rename this all so that you guys will have proper view of the tables. Let's say EDW. I'm just writing Adventure Works calendar, customers, the product categories, the subcategories, products, returns, okay, territories. That's it. I'll just close and apply. Okay, so we have just renamed all these. Now, can you guys see all the names properly? So our sales data will be our fact table because it is containing the customer key, the product key, territory key, all these, the metrics which we are having. So if I want to know more about customer information, we are having the customer key here. If I see the table and look into the sales data, okay. So here I am having the customer key. But where I can understand or know about what was the name of the customer, or what was the address of the customer, what is their income or phone number, where I can look this information. Dimension table, that is what your customers table is. Okay, so if I want to connect these two tables, how I can connect them is based on the common column, that is your customer key. I can just drag and drop it here, and here we have created a relationship. Okay, and again the product key is connected to this one, then the territory key is connected to this particular sales territory key. Okay, so now here if you guys can see, this is what it looks like. This is what your star schema is. All the tables are connected with one single table. Can you guys see that? Is it understandable to everyone? Yes. So this is what your star schema is. But what about snowflake schema? As it says that the chain of dimension tables. Okay. So how can we create a chain of dimension tables here? Let's say if I am having all these tables, where you guys can see can be created the chain of dimensions. How can we connect our other tables? Any idea, little bit or something? You guys can guess also. Based on product key? Okay. So based on product key, I can connect our, let's say, product category key, product subcategory key. Here we are having product category key and category name. So if I want to connect this products table with subcategory, how can I connect that? Based on product subcategory key, and I can connect it with this particular table. And if I want to connect subcategory with category, I can connect with product category key based on this product category key. So now can you guys see the chain of dimension tables here? We are having our products table is what? A dimension table. It is connected to a subcategory table, that is also our dimension, and then category table, that is also is our dimension. So can you guys see the chain of dimension tables here? Yes. So this is what your snowflake schema is. Okay, where we have the connection of chain of dimension tables connected, okay, with the main table. So everyone understood about star schema and snowflake schema, fact table and dimension tables, as well as what is data normalization. Okay, so this is what your actually schemas and the dimension and fact tables, as well as data normalization. Okay, so let's look into little bit about hierarchies. Okay, then we will continue with our data model. Okay, so do you guys understand about what is hierarchy or what are hierarchies? Hierarchies is just like a level. Okay, it is just like a level. So if I want to say, like, if I want to create a hierarchy for a date, what hierarchy I can create? I can create a year, then month, then day. Okay, is it correct? Or year, then quarter, I can say. Okay, then month, then week, then day. All right. Or if you are having like in a company we are having, let's say, CEO. Okay, under him any manager is working, then under him any team leader is working, then under him all the associates are working. Understood, everyone? So how can we create a hierarchy within your Power BI? So how hierarchies actually help you is, it helps you with drill down information. Okay, drill down. Just remember this, guys. Okay, we'll look into it later, but it helps us in drilling down all the information within the same visualization. Okay, so if I want to create a hierarchy, okay, let's say here we are having territories. Okay, in our territories data, let's say we are having region, country, and continent. Okay, so if let's say I want to have a table here, let's say, and here I want to include all this information, then what I have to do? I have to select like continent, region, and under that what are the countries are, something like this, one by one. Or else what I can do here is, under this I can create a hierarchy. How you can create a hierarchy is, just right click on the main hierarchy you want to create. Okay, right click and click on create hierarchy. Okay, creating hierarchy. So here one hierarchy has been created of continent. But if I want to add the levels or the hierarchy within this, let's say I want to add region. Okay, right click, add to hierarchy. Instead of creating the hierarchy, I am clicking on add to hierarchy, and within our continent hierarchy. Now you can see we are having continent, then region. Now I want to add country also within that hierarchy. Okay, add to hierarchy, continent hierarchy. Now you guys can see this is the icon for for a hierarchy. Okay, so now if I select this table and if I select this data, you guys can see all the information has been included at once. Is it understandable till here, guys, for everyone? How can you create a hierarchy? So always remember, if you are having any date, okay, if you are having any date in Power BI, Power BI automatically creates a hierarchy. Okay, creates a date hierarchy. Okay, it automatically creates the date hierarchy. Okay, so if I have to go back, let's say here in our relationship, next thing is the relationship cardinalities. Okay, so have you guys heard about relationship cardinalities? Okay, have you guys heard about one to one or many to many or one to many relationships? Yes. So what are these? Does everyone know this? Do you guys want me to explain it more? So what happens in one to one relationship is, let's say we are having two tables. Okay, one is having just the ID and name. I'm just taking simple examples, guys, here. So, and here I'm having ID and mobile. Okay, that's it. Simple example, 1, 2, and name something like, let's say, Nawpreet, or sorry for the wrong spelling, or let's say Danny. Okay, so these two people's IDs I'm having in a single table, and here also I'm having two values with their mobile numbers. Okay, So in this scenario, when you connect these two tables, when you are creating a relationship between these two tables, it will create a one-to-one relationship. Why? Because each of these values are having one single values in another table. Okay? All the values are having single values in both the tables. But this is not like a good practice. To create a one-to-one relationship. Okay. So why is that? We can easily create one-to-one relationship, but this is not a good practice to create a one-to-one relationship. Instead of this, we can merge these kind of data into one single table. All right. If it is not having any kind of extra information, let's say here I'm having ID3 and mobile here, something like this. So obviously we should not merge this. But if we are having, if our data is creating one-to-one relationship, then always prefer to merge that data. Okay, everyone got it? Now here, the another example of the tables, let's say many to many. Here I am having, let's say, sales data, product ID and product name. Okay, and here I am having product ID and product price. Okay, let's say here I am adding one product SKU also. Okay, so in this, what happens? Let's say I'm having product ID 4124 again, one again. Okay, and here I'm having some values X, T, E, F, Y, something. And here I'm having some SKUs like 25, 36, 14, 25 again. No, let's make it unique values. Okay, now here I'm having just product IDs like 1, 2, 4, 2, 4 again, and here I'm having product prices, some random values again. Okay, so here we are having two different tables, okay, having same values as duplicates in both the tables. Okay, in both the tables we are having the duplicate values. So can we create a relationship between them? Yes, it will create a many to many relationship. Okay, why? Because this data is there multiple times and this data is also there multiple times here. Okay, so in these kind of scenarios, this is also is not a good practice to create a many to many relationship. Okay, so in these scenarios, what will happen? A bridge table, okay, comes into the picture. A bridge table will be a table where you will have the unique values and some details about that. Based on that, you can connect these two tables with this particular table. All right, so that you can have a proper relationship between these two tables. So always remember, our whole data model is dependent on many to one relationship. Okay, that is the actual thing which we always need to have in our data model. This is the best practice. Okay, to have a many to one relationship between all the tables which are there in your data model. All right. So if I want to connect this particular table to this table, it will have one to many, because this is one value and here we are having, let's say this one, we are having one value, but here we are having two values, two times. Okay, so you guys understood about one to many or many to one. So we will see this more when we design our data model, don't worry. So here, if you guys can see, we are having what kind of relationship in this. If you want to see more information about relationship, you can select a particular line. Okay, that is your connectivity between two tables. You can also see based on what they are connected with, and you can also see the table, the column names with another table and column names, and what is the cardinality which has been used. It has used many to one. Okay, that means in this particular table we are having many values. Okay, that represented by asterisk. Okay, that is your star. So if you want to understand, this is what your many, it represents your many, and this represent your one. Okay, so here that means there are multiple customer keys are repeated into this particular table, but in this one we are having unique values. Okay, one single customer key having all its details. Okay, so you can see one is this side and multiple many is this side. So you guys will be able to understand which table actually is having single value and many values. So next thing is, what is your cross filter direction? Okay, you guys can see single or both. Okay, so if you guys can see your filter, the cross filter direction is flowing to the sales data. So, but actually how it is happening is, if you want to understand how actually your data is flowing is, you can have it here. Always remember that filters cannot flow upstream. Okay, it will always flow downstream. To understand it better, you can always design your data model something like this, where you can have your fact table below, okay, and your dimension tables above. Okay, so that you can understand from where actually the data is coming and where it is going. So if I want to understand which customer has bought which category of product, okay, so how it will come? It will come from your category key to subcategory to products. Based on that, it will come to your sales data. Okay, so this is how your data is flowing to the actual fact table. So to understand all the data flows and how all the data is connected and which one is your dimension table and which one is your fact table, try to have a better practice of having your dimension tables above, okay, and your fact table below, so that you can understand from where the data is flowing and which all are your dimension tables and which one is your fact table. Okay, this is one practice you can utilize to understand all your data just by looking at it. Okay, that means that all the product names, colors, cost, prices are getting sent to this sales data if we want to analyze which customer bought which product. Okay, how? If I we have already the connection here, so you guys can see the customer key and the category names. Okay, so let's say if I take here the customer names, okay, let's say first name, okay, and I want to see which products he have bought. Okay, the product name. So you guys can see Aaron has bought all these products in his entire purchasing career. Okay, these products he have bought. If I want to see how much total product prices he have bought for, you can see it is not actually giving us the exact answer. Why? Because we didn't included the product names also. Okay, so he have bought total $159 all-purpose bike stands, $8.64 AWC logo caps, $7.95 bike wash dissolvers. So this is how you can see we are getting data from multiple tables. So what is happening here? Let's say here we are having many to one connectivity. Okay, a single customer may have bought something from a store multiple times, but if I want to see his information, did we should we have like that customer's information is stored multiple times? No, we'll have only single entry having his whole information at once, having their customer ID. So if I want to see about more information when he have bought all these products, I can get more informations from here. So in this table, I'm having one single unique customer ID, but here I'm having that customer ID is mentioned multiple times. Okay, that means he have bought multiple times from the store, and we are having multiple data for him. So here we are having many values, that means we are having multiple entries of that customer, and here we are having one, that means if we want to look for that customer based on that customer ID, we have one single entry for that customer having all its details. All right, so let's continue. So always remember, whenever you import any data, okay, Power BI automatically tries to analyze this and find similar headers between two tables and try to connect them automatically. Okay, so I'll just get into manage relationship. Okay, and I can select control all and delete everything here, closing. Okay, now here we are not having any relationship between any of these tables. So one thing what I can do here is I can go to manage relationship and can see how it auto detects all the relationship. Okay, so I will click on auto detect, and it will try to analyze all the data from your table, and you can see found 5 new relationships. So this is what automatically created relationships are. Okay, now one thing you guys can see is our territory key is not connected. Okay, we are having territory key in territories, correct everyone? But you guys can see it didn't created any relationship between them because it was not able to find the same column name. Okay, the data might be there with the same. So for these kind of things, you have to manually drag and drop this. Okay, not here, sorry, to this sales territory key. I'll just drag this and drop it here. Okay, so now we are having a many to one relationship. Now we are also having order date here. Okay, and we are having calendar column. Can you guys tell me why it didn't created the relationship between that? We are having the date, order date, stock dates, okay, even return date, even birth dates also we are having here, and we are having all the dates in our calendar table. Can you guys tell me what went wrong here? So if I open calendar, what is missing here, guys? The first step what we need to perform here to make change in this table. header. It didn't took the header first. Okay. Second thing is our data type. All right. So let's work on that little bit, and then we will look into more, relationships, and we will also look into the active and inactive relationships also. So first, let me get into transform data. Okay. And let me get into calendar. First thing is using first row as headers. Okay. Now, second thing is transforming this and selecting data type as date. Okay. If I select date, I will just add a new step. Okay. We are getting errors here. Can anyone tell me like what to do about these errors? Remove? No. So first thing, what we need to check here is actually the date format. Okay. What is the date format is? It is month, then date, then year. Okay. My system configuration is date, okay, month, then year. Okay. Which we use basically in India. But in US, mostly it is used as month first, then date, then year. Okay. So the date format, what we are having is this one, but we are trying to convert that within this. So wherever we are having the date as let's say 27, and when it is trying to convert it into a month, it is showing you an error. Okay. So how can we actually manage that? Okay. How can we look into that? For that kind of changes, you actually have to use change locale. Okay. Not here, but using right click and clicking on change type and clicking on using locale. So what we have to do here is we need to right click. Okay. Understood? And then what we need to do, go to change type and clicking on using locale. So what actually this function will provide you is it will let you select the data type. Let's say I want to select date. Apart from that, it will let you select the locale. Okay. You guys understood? So what actually is there in this locale? Okay. It is like what kind of date type based on a country. Okay. You can select from here. So let's say if I select here, like English India selected, the sample input value should be like the date, month and year, or date, month name, year, date, month name, or month name, year. So here, as our input date is in US format, so I will just select English USA from the drop down, English United States. Now you guys can see the sample input values is month, date, then year or day or month, day or the year and so on. Okay. So now if I click on OK, you guys can see the dates are showing as per my system settings. Okay. First dates, then month, then year. So here our date is done. I'll just close and apply so that our date is already done. Now here you guys can see we are having a date, and here also if I expand that, you guys can see our date is there. Now I can connect our order date with date. All right. But it is connecting. Yes. Will it give a proper answer or not for us? Guys? it might, because we don't know whether our order date is of date type or not there.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. In Power BI, Power Query Editor, what is the purpose of the merge queries function? Your options are A. Combine multiple tables based on common columns. B. Sort data in ascending order. Option C. Create calculated columns. And option D. Filter rows based on specific condition. You can comment your answers in the comment section below. Now let's move ahead with our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
So let's continue. Okay. But before continuing, let's perform some activity on our data set. Okay. Let's make it more perfect, and so that we can use this for our data visualization and DAX creation also. Okay. So let me open the transform data. Okay. So first thing is our calendar table. If you guys can see. So what all data we can extract from here? First thing, what should we extract? Day name and month. Okay. So let's go to add column and extract our, let's say, day name of the day. Okay. We got our day name of the day. Then we can also extract start of the week. That also will be useful for us for weekly analysis. Okay. And also, let's say, month, name of the month we can extract, as well as let's say start of the month we can also extract. Okay. Start of month, as well as we can also extract the year, and we can also extract start of the year also if you guys want. Okay, so let me make start of week here and start of month here, and at last I will just, okay, all right. Okay, so then we can move to our customers table. Here, first thing is we can combine these into full name. Merge columns also we can perform. So I'll just select these three columns. All right. And instead of adding a new column with, full name, I can transform it to merge column. Okay. And I can take separator as, let's say, space. And new column name will be, let's say, full name. Okay. We're not keeping first name, last name and all. If you guys want, you can keep it. If I select add column, merge column from there, it will create a new column. But here I'm just creating a single column. Okay. So if I click on OK here, all right. So here you guys can see we are having a space. What we can do to remove this? Trim. All right. I'll just go to format data, trim. And now we are having a proper column values. Okay. All right. This birth date we can change to a date data type, as we can see. Let's say date. Okay. It is giving us error. You guys have any idea? You guys remember? Date format, we discussed about that, is it? Yes, we did. So I have to use using locale, change type using locale. We discussed about this, no guys? Everyone? You guys remember using locale system? So here, what I'll do is, I'll just select the date, okay? And locale type is, let's say, English, United States. All right. I'll just select that. Now we are having a proper birth date. Okay. Marital status, gender, email address, annual income. Okay. Again, we just need to remove values, replace values. First, what values? All the dollar, replace with nothing. Okay. All the dollars values are gone. So now I can change it to fixed decimal number. Now we are having it as a currency value. Okay. Then total children, education level, occupation, homeowner, everything is perfect. Now, apart from this, I want another column saying that what is the income level of these customers are. Okay. So income level, if I want, so what I can do, let's say I want to categorize them into three parts, that is high income, low income, average income, or medium income, we can say. I'll just select conditional column, and here I will select let's say income level of the customers. Okay. The column name, if the column name annual income is greater than or equals to 150,000, then the output will be very high. Okay. Then adding again, annual income again is greater than or equals to 100,000, then it is high. Okay. Adding another clause saying that if annual income is greater than or equals to 50,000, okay, then it is average. Okay. Or else if these three conditions are not met, the value will be low. Okay. And you guys remember, if I put 50,000 first, what will happen? If I move this up, let's say here. So what will happen? Everything will be considered average if the value is above 50,000. Like for 100,000 also, we will get average only as an output. So I'll have to move it down so that this condition can be checked at last. All right. So now I'll just click OK. And here I just need to change the data type to text. Now we are having our income level also. Okay. So that is done. Now here, product categories, I don't want to do any changes because everything is okay. Here also the data type and data is okay. Now coming to products table. In products table, first thing what we should do, see, we cannot change size to integer values, okay, because we are having integer and text both. So can integer value take text? If I change it to integer data type, will it take text as data type? No. But will a string take integer as well as text both? String only text? No. String text can take the integer values also. Okay. As a text value. So here everything is fine. We only need to perform the rounding of these. Okay. I'll just transform this to rounding up to two digits only. Okay. I want this much data only. Okay. So this is done. We don't have any changes in returns. I don't want to make any changes. Is there any changes required, guys, here in this table? No. Date. Date is not proper. Okay. So first we need to change it. change type using locale. Again, data type is date, and locale type is the origin is English US. Okay, done. All right. So return date is done. Now in territories, again, we don't have any changes to make. Okay. And then in sales data, okay, the first column I don't require, so I'll just remove this. Okay. Another thing is our order date and stock date both are not proper, so I'll just change using locale. Date type, origin is English US. Okay, this is done. Now anything else here? No. This is done. So our tables are ready. Okay, whatever new data we wanted, whatever changes we wanted to make, the cleaning, everything we completed. Okay, so now I'll just close and apply. Okay, let it load. All right, so it loaded. If we go to our model view now, we can see we are having some new data. Whatever data is there, let me make it proper. Yeah, okay, everything is properly expanded, so nothing to change here. Okay, is there any changes required, guys, here? Any new connection do we need to create? So what if I want the returns? Okay, let's say I am taking a table here. Okay, and here I am taking, let's say, years. All right, it is showing sum of year. Let me make it don't summarize. So now we are having all the years, and let's say I want product categories. Okay, not product category names. Okay, for all these years, for each of these product categories, and I want total number of returns which has been made. Okay, that is return quantity. Let's select. Okay, it is giving us the output, how much product has been returned for each year. But what if, let's say, I am just copying and pasting it, and instead of year, let's say here, I want based on each of the months. Okay, start of every month, I want to get the total number of returns. Is it giving us the accurate data, guys, for each of the month? No. Why is that? Okay, the returns is connected to product key, and product key is connected to sales. So we are having a connectivity. So if I take product key and this one, what it will do? It will create a many to many table, okay, connection. So instead of that, what are we having here is a bridge table. Okay, we have already discussed about this. Okay, so what is the thing actually we are missing here in this data model? Issue with calendar. Okay, let me connect return date to date. Okay, connection made. No issues in that. Correct. Now if I go to visuals, you guys can see Now are we having proper data? So always remember, if you are not getting the desired output or the correct output, always check the data model. All right, everyone understood? It can be a issue of your data model. Okay, so let me delete this. So now let's move to our DAX. Okay, so DAX you guys have heard of, everyone here. What does DAX stands for? Data analysis expressions. So let's take an introduction. As you guys can see, data analysis expression, that is your DAX, okay, is a collection of functions, operators, and constants. Okay, you guys will see in a while what are functions, operators, and constants, which can be used in a formula or expression to calculate and return one or more values. We write actually DAX to calculate, okay, and to get some values. And it is a formula language, okay, and it is getting used in your Power Pivot in Excel or Power BI, Azure Analysis Services, and tabular modeling in SQL Server Analysis Services also. That is SSAS. You guys might be seeing SSAS being asked a lot if you guys are going for Power BI developer and so. Okay. And there is one more thing. You can also define row level security. Okay, so in DAX, what are the operators? Let's see. Okay, sorry, before that, what is the difference between Excel and DAX functions? Okay, so everyone knows here that Excel takes cell references, and it is a A1 style format where you give the reference or range of the cells to perform or calculate anything. But in DAX, actually, it takes your column references. Okay. It's not something like where you can utilize each of the separate rows like cell values. Okay. So whenever you are writing a DAX query, you have to always take column references. Okay. And you guys also might have seen that all the data types in the column of Excel might be different. It can be integer, it can be date, or it can be, text as well. And you can assign different data type for all the data within a single column. Am I correct? But here in DAX, it assumes that all the data, whatever is there in your column, it should be of same data type. Okay, if your first value is text, that means the whole column value itself is a text data type. Okay, and you guys remember how we had some example where we had different kind of data in a single column. So we cannot have something like that. Okay, so all the data type of a single column should be same. Okay, so let's see what are our DAX operators. Okay, so in DAX operators, we are having arithmetic operators, comparison operators, text concatenation operator, as well as logical operators also. Okay, so these are some operators we are having. And arithmetic operators like plus, minus, asterisk, forward, slash, caret, these kind of arithmetic operators, you can directly utilize that whenever you are writing a DAX query. Okay, like 3 plus 3 or 3 minus 1 or 3 multiplied by 3. Okay, so all these you can perform. Then comes your comparison operator where you are having equals to or strict equals to, greater than, less than, greater than or equals to, less than or equals to, not equals to. Okay. And these whatever values you are seeing in a square bracket, whenever you are seeing any name in a square bracket, that means it is referring to a column. Okay. Column or measure also. So next thing is text concatenation operator. How can we concatenate two values using ampersand? Okay, we can concatenate two values the same how we do in Excel also. Like one column is region, then ampersand, comma, space, which we want between these two columns, and then ampersand ct. So it will concatenate these two columns with a comma and space value. So it is something like in AND operator, okay, only if the both conditions are true, then only you will get the output as true. Otherwise, if any of the conditions are false, you will always have the false as an output. Okay. You guys remember it now? There are two conditions that, let's say if I have a bike, then I will go for a trip. Okay. That means if I'm having the bike and then I can go for the trip, yes, that is true. If I have a bike, okay, and the trip is not planned, or I'm not going for a trip, that means that is also false. Okay. Or if I don't even have a bike but I want to go trip, that is also giving you false. Okay. I don't have bike and I'm not going on a trip, that is also giving you a false value. Yes. Simply in or similarly in or condition, only if both the conditions are false, then only the output will be false. Otherwise, for each of the conditions, it will be always true. Okay. That means if both the conditions are false, then only the output will be false. Okay. So for AND condition, you can always use double ampersand condition symbol. Okay. And for OR, you can use double pipe symbol. Okay. You can also write it as AND, or you can utilize this, or you can also write as or you can utilize this. Okay. So both will work. Okay. So that was your and or condition. And means like if region is France and the bike buyer is yes, then only the output will be true. Here, either if the region is France or bike buyer is yes, if any of these conditions are true, your output will be true. And then we are having in also. That means it creates a logical or condition between each row. That means product color in, okay, red, blue or black. That means if the product color we are having in a column is either red, blue or black, okay, then always the output will be true itself. In condition is something like, let's say you are going to buy a not that, I will take this example only. Sorry. Okay, so that means for an example, you are going to buy a product, okay, and you will buy a product, okay, buy a shirt, let's say, buy a shirt if the color of the shirt is either red, blue, or let's say black, okay. So if the shirt is of any of these three colors, okay, even if it is red, you will buy it, blue, you will buy it, black also, you will buy it. Okay, any of these conditions. So this is what your in is. Okay, so you are buying a shirt for a specific color, but that color can be either of these. Okay, so let's say we are not having blue shirt, but we are having red and black. So you will choose from this. If I am not having black also, that means you are going to buy the red shirt. Okay, got it, Pradeep? So this is what your DAX operators was. Now DAX syntax, if we see, it always starts with an equal sign. Okay, so whenever you are writing a DAX query or DAX measure or DAX column, you will give the name of that measure or column. Then you have to put equals to sign to start writing the formula. Okay. And you can also use any scalar constant or expression which uses scalar operator, that is addition, subtraction, multiplication, greater than equals to, and condition, or any kind of these operators. Okay. And an expression can contain your operators, constants, or references to any particular columns. Okay, so this is how you have to write a DAX syntax. So let's say here, for an example, equals to 3 will give you the result as 3. Okay, and if I write equals to in double quote sales, that means it is a text value. I will always get the sales as the output. But if I take sales amount, that means in single quote you are having the table name, and in square bracket you are having the column name. So from this table, this particular column you are getting into your measure. Okay, and here you are just multiplying your amount column by 3%. Okay, so that is how you can utilize DAX syntaxes. Okay, and here are some terms which are there. You guys can go through all these glossaries also. I'll share it to you guys. Okay, and there are some functions also are there. So I'll share this file with you guys. Okay, so let's look into DAX. Okay, just a second. Yeah. Okay, so you guys already understood like how we can understand that if it is a table or column. Okay, we can, if the value is in square bracket, that means we are having the column names. Okay, so this is how you can understand. Now DAX are of two types. There is two types how we can calculate a DAX. Okay, that is, first thing is your implicit measure, and second thing is your explicit measure. Okay, so in implicit measure, what happens? You just drag and drop values, columns. Okay, drag and drop the columns or the values, and it automatically creates a measure. Or for an example, directly we will see. Let's say, so let's say here I am having the return quantity. Okay, so if I just take a card, okay, let's say, and if I just select our return quantity, you are getting the sum of return quantity directly. The total value is 1828. So this is what your implicit measure is. What you are doing, you are just dragging and dropping the values, and you are getting some default aggregations like sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, distinct count, standard deviation, variance, median. All these values you are getting, and you can select the maximum return quantity was what, or what is the total count distinct values, or let's say what was the average, okay, return, or what is the standard deviation, okay, between the return quantity. So all these you can perform using implicit measure itself. So what is your explicit measure? Explicit measure is something where you write queries or formulas, okay, manually. So these are your explicit measure. Okay, so let's say for an example, if I want, here I am having a calendar table, let's say, okay, and I want to know whether the date is what is the day of the week is, okay, what is the day of the week we are having for each of these dates. Okay, so how can I create a simple calculated column? Okay, so for that, actually, before looking into the example, guys, there are two things also, two more things. That is your calculated columns, okay, and your measures. Okay, calculated columns is something where we get static values for each row. Okay, and in measures we get dynamic values based on selected data. Okay, you guys will remember this. All right, so let's take an example here. So right click here, you get two options, that is new measure or new column. Okay, so if you want to get values for each of the rows, okay, a static output which is visible in your data model, okay, then you select new column. Okay, and I can write here, let's say the new column name is day of the week. Okay, so let's say I'm selecting our weekday function. What it does, it returns a number from 1 to 7, identifying the day of the week of a particular date. Okay, you guys got this function weekday, what it does? Yes. Okay, so now date is what? Date is our calendar table's date. Okay, here you guys can see this is our table name and this is our column. And then what is your return type? Here it is asking for a return type. So what the return type is, if we want Sunday to be considered as 1 and Saturday to be considered as 7, okay, or else you want Monday to be considered as 1 and Sunday to be considered as 7, or Monday to be considered as 0 or Sunday to be considered as 6. So here I am just selecting 2. I want Monday to 1, okay, and here you guys can see we are getting the output of day of the week. So we got the value for each of the rows. Is it correct? So what happens here? For each of the rows, we are getting a value. So this is what also is your row context. Okay. Row context. So there are two kinds of context, that is row context and filter context. Okay. So basically row context is what? Where we get output for each of the rows specified. If we are creating this calculated column, what kind of measure is it? Like implicit or explicit? Explicit, where we are writing a formula to get our output. Okay. And you guys can identify a calculated column with a table and this aggregation function icon. Okay. This icon, if you see, that means it is a calculated column. All right, everyone. So second thing is your measures. Okay. So I can say that our calculated column getting static values for each of the rows based on all the information. Okay. And gets static values for each of the rows. Okay. That means we can say, okay, both of them we have written get static values for each rows. Okay. Then this is dynamic values based on selected data. Okay, sorry, spelling mistake. And it is mostly gives you data based on selected data. Okay, that means it is related to our filter context. Okay, so here for an example, if I create a measure, how can you create a measure is, let's say I want a measure where I want the total number of customers, let's say. Okay, I'm just taking total number of customers. Okay, so how can I create a measure for total customers? That is right click and click on new measure. Okay, here we are just writing new measure, and you guys can differentiate between calculated column and measure with the icons itself. Here you are just getting a calculator type icon. Okay, this is your measure icon and this is your calculated column icon. Okay, so here I want a measure, let's say total customers. Okay, and here what I will write is I want to get our total customer. I'm just going to count A. Okay, so it counts all the values which are there in your column which are non-blank. Okay, I'll discuss this in a while. So here I'm just going to count all the full names which are there. Okay, but here we will not be able to see any kind of output. You guys can see there is no output here visible, correct? So what we did is we just clicked on new measure, and we given a name to our measure saying total customers. Okay. And in that I'm using a function as count A. Okay. And there where I'm counting all the full names. Okay. The number of full names. And that's it. So are you guys able to see any output? Anyway, we have done with creating our measure, but there is no output. Why? Because it is based on filter context. Okay, so whenever you want to use a measure, you have to call it in your visualization. Okay, then only you will be able to see the actual output what it is. Okay, how? If I just select this, now you can see what is the total customers, 18,000. But can I calculate this? Okay, let's say based on our let me change it to a table, and I want to see for each of the territories how many customers we are having. Let's say for all the countries, how many total customers we are having. Okay, you guys can see we are getting any output? I don't think so. Are we getting the correct output? No. So there is something which is not correct. What is the issue here, guys? No, like actually what is the issue? Why we are getting same value for each of the rows? But the actual thing here is we are having these territories for our sales area, for our sales data, not for our customers. Guys, are you guys able to understand this? That the territories are related to our sales territory, not our customers' addresses. Am I correct, everyone? You guys are getting my point? Yes? So there is no data itself which can relate the customers with the territories. Is it? Can we do that? Let's see. Okay. So if I see here, I'm having number of total customers, which is connected to sales data based on customer key. Okay. And I'm having sales data connected to product table as well as territory table based on territory key. So should it give us the output? For an example, let's say instead of country, okay, if I select the product category names, are we getting the output? Here also we are not getting. No. So there might be some issue here that we are not getting the output. Okay, so we'll see that in a later part. But for now, for each of these customers, let's say if I want to select table and I want our income level which we selected. Okay, so we are having average, high, low, very high. Now for all these income levels, we can see how many customers are there in these kind of uh, income levels. Now is it giving you guys correct answers? Based on a filter, based on the income level, we are getting our total customers. So this is what your filter context is. It is giving you output at the runtime based on the filter or data available. Based on that, it will calculate and give you the output. Okay. If I want to say, let's say instead of income level, I want to see based on marital status. The data is changing, the total customers number, married and single. Okay. Or if I, let's say based on gender, if I want to see, I can get the data easily. Or based on, let's say, education level, we are getting all the customers, number of customers based on their education level. So this is how measures are really helpful. Okay, based on any particular data, whatever you have, it adjusts and calculates automatically and shows you the output. Everyone understood? You guys got it? Like, what are the calculation types? How many types of measures? And what are the contexts? So you can understand the difference, like it is calculated column you get based on compile time. If you guys know compile time and run time. Do you guys know about this? So we can say that if we want a static value for each of the rows, okay, then we create a calculated column. Okay. If we want an output for each of the rows, a static value which we can see in our data model, which we want to include it in our data model, you can create a calculated column. Okay. However, if you want the data to be dynamic, okay, that means based on any kind of data which you import here, based on that, it automatically should changes its values. Okay, you guys can see like education level for bachelors, we are having total number of customers. Now, if I just segregate them based on marital status also, for each bachelors for marital, married and single, we are getting two different values now for the bachelors. Okay, and how can you create that? You can just right click, okay, new measure, and write the formula. And there are two types of measures, that is implicit and explicit. Implicit is one where we just drag and drop the values and it creates a measure. And explicit is where we write a formula. So we are having DAX types. Okay, what are the types of DAX functions? Okay, types of DAX functions. Okay, we are having date and time functions. Okay, we are having maths and stats also. And logical functions also. We already discussed about this. And then text functions. Okay, and we are also having, let's say, apart from this, we are having some like names which are really important, like filter, all. Okay, uh, just a second, all, or calculate, okay, or relate. These are some of the functions which are there. Okay, so in date and time function, we also have time intelligence. Okay, where we can create formulas based on times, where we can manipulate the time, date and time as well, and get the output. So these are some types of DAX functions which are there. Let's discuss little bit theory of these. Okay, some of the functions I will mention. I have another file also, that is your DAX reference sheet. Okay, so guys, there are more than 300 functions which are there in DAX, but not all the function will be utilized in all the domain. Okay, so it is totally based on your area of work, where you actually work or in which domain you are working. Based on that, you will need the DAX functions. All right, you guys are getting my point? Guys, are you getting my point here? Yes. So these are some date and time functions like calendar, calendar auto, date function, date diff, okay, date value, day function, e-date, EO, month function, hour function, minute, month, now, second, time, time value. A lot of these are there. Okay, so this is a cheat sheet where you can understand about the function, what actually it is, how you can write it, and if you want to see the example, you can directly click here and you will get redirected to official Microsoft website having the information, more detailed information about that function and how can you use it. Okay, this is how you can use it. Okay, so let's discuss some of them. Like we are having calendar function. Okay, so in calendar function, if you guys remember in this one, in our this file, in our calendar table, we already only had the date. Is it correct? If you guys remember, we had date only. So how can you get this? Okay, you can just always write equals to, okay, not here, but you have to click on in table tools. Okay, you have to click on new table. All right, let's say new table. So in this table, what actually you want to create? I want to create a calendar. Okay, so let's say I'm just writing calendar table. Okay, and here what I can utilize is our calendar function. That is calendar start date, end date. There is calendar auto also. What it does, it returns a table with one column of dates calculated from the model automatically. Okay. So if you give like the model, okay, data model, you can automatically create a calendar. Let's say if I give date of any, no, not this date, sorry, calendar, start date and end date. Okay, so what will be your start date? You can give any date, let's say in a date format. Let's say under date, it will be, first thing is year. Let's say I want to create from 2021. Okay, then month is, let's say 01, day is 01. Okay, so date function actually helps you to take a date input easily. Okay, then what will be your end date? End date will be in a date format. Let's say 2023. Okay. Month will be 12th and day will be 31st. Done. If I press enter, it will create your calendar from start date to end date. Now you are having the whole entire 1095 rows. Now I can just change this data. Okay, in our in a proper format. Okay, it should not be date time. Let's say it should be only date. So this is how you can create a calendar. Okay, everyone understood, guys, the utilization? So let me remove this calendar table as I don't want this. Deleting from model. Yes, delete it. Okay, so this is what how you can utilize a calendar. Okay, then we are also having date diff. Do you guys have any idea what a date diff is? You guys have used it? Is it available in, no, it is not available in your Excel also. Okay, so is calendar is available? No, calendar is also not available. Okay, so date diff gives you the difference between two dates. Okay, you can simply just use equals to date diff, and you can give the start date and end date to get the difference between these two dates. And you can give the, like in terms of what you want. Either you want in terms of days, months, years, okay, or quarters. So these options you can give. Okay, we'll see the actual implementation within our table. Okay, so do you guys know about now function and today function? What is the difference between these two? Jayashree, you didn't went through the Excel file which I shared? No? Say no for that also. That's why I asked you guys to look into the Excel, okay? Because there are more than 70 functions which are similar in DAX as well as Excel. Okay? So it will be not only it will be helpful for you to understand DAX, but it will also be helpful for you to clear interviews, because there are some functions which are asked a lot in interviews from Excel itself. Okay, it's not like if you learn Power BI that is more than enough. No, you should know little bit advanced Excel. You should know SQL also, how to write a queries. Okay, so anyone else, guys? Devraj, what is the difference? Lakshmi, James, do you guys know what is the difference between these two? Pardeep always know. You also didn't went through, sorry, didn't go through the Excel file. Okay, if I write equals to now here, okay, what I'm getting, and here if I write today, what I'm getting. You guys are getting the difference? Time. So your now will provide you the time also. So if I write equals to hour, let's say hour of now, what it will give as an output? Guys, 21 hour, enter, correct? So can I do the same for today also? Will it give the output? Yes or no? No. Enter, 0. Okay. So this is what the difference between today and now. Okay. But here I can just say, let's say day. Okay. Of today. It is giving us a day. Okay. If I utilize, let's say month also, today, 12th month, it is giving us the output. So this is how you can utilize hour, month, day, year, these kind of functions related to your time. Okay. And date function, we already looked into what it is used for, to provide a date as an input properly for our data. Okay. We saw that here for our calendar function, add number of days that we give. So using this function, you can like shift the dates. Okay. Shifting the dates based on day, month, or year also. So let's say I am having here as 9, 12, 2023. If I want to get whatever current time is, current date is, I want the previous third date. Okay, that is 3 days before date I want from this particular data. What I can use? Any idea? -3. Okay, I can use -3. Okay, and in terms of days. Okay, so this is how you can utilize date add function. So similarly, what is the what is dates between? So these are the most asked questions. Okay, what is the difference between date diff, date add, and dates between? Any idea what it will give as an output? Number of days between two dates. Okay, so how you can write it? Equals to dates between. Okay, in that you have to give the date column wherever you are having the date. Okay, as well as what is your start date and what is your end date. Okay, it will not give you the number of days. Okay, what it will actually return? Any idea? Okay, let's see an example here. Okay, new table. If I write, let's say, dates. Okay, and here I am using dates between. What actually it says, returns the dates between two given dates. Okay, let me select date as our actual date, and in start date, let's say I'm giving date. Okay, in that date I'm giving, let's say, 2015 as an year, 8 as a month, and let's say 3 as in days. Okay, and an end date, I'm taking date function, year 2016, 4th, and day, let's say 8. Okay, so if I press enter, you guys can see what actually it is doing. So what it will do, it will return you all the dates between two dates. Okay, all the dates which are there between two dates. All right, everyone understood? So similarly, we are having last date function. Okay, it gives you the last date whatever available in your table. Okay, date column, whatever the last date is available. Similarly, you are having end of month or end of year. Okay, that is end of year or end of month. These kind of time intelligence functions are available where you can utilize these to get multiple options or values based on dates and time. All right, you guys got this? Then we are having logical functions. In that, again, we are just having and, okay, or, and in functions. We already discussed about this. Okay. We will see all these in working once we start creating measures and calculated columns for our actual data. Okay. And what else is there in logical function? Anyone can tell me any one single logical functions which is there, which we are using a lot? If, yes, if, okay. And we also have switch function. Do you guys know about switch function? Anyone? Or do you guys know about case? All right. So where we can utilize this, let's say I want to switch. I'm giving any argument here, let's say. Okay. And based on that argument, okay, if my output is 0, then let's say I want the output as Monday. Okay. And let's say my argument is 1, the value is 1, then the output should be Tuesday. Okay, which we did already. Pradeep, we created this 1, 2, 3 for each of the dates using calculated column. You remember? Just now, 10-15 minutes ago. Yes. So for based on each of the values, okay, if I want to get an output, okay, let's say here we are having the day of the week. For each of the values, based on these values, I want an output. There I can utilize this switch function, okay. Like if the value is 0, the output should be Monday. If the value is 1, Tuesday to Wednesday, okay, and so on. So this is how you can utilize switch function where you are checking multiple conditions, okay, multiple conditions, and based on those conditions, you are giving a value as an output. You can also say that, we can also say that if the value is 1, then the result is 1. Okay. If the value is 2, then the result will be 2, and so on. This is how you can use a switch function. Okay. Got it? Let's say equals to if, okay, if let's say any value, let's say I'm putting here, let's say Deburaj, okay, and here I'm writing a condition equals to if, okay, the value here is equals to Deburaj, okay, then value if true, the output will be, let's say Power BI, or let's say engineer or something I want to give. Then value if false is that if, okay, again I'm taking a logical condition, if the value here, okay, in this one is equals to, let's say Pradeep, okay, then the output will be what, let's say manager, okay. So this is how you can utilize nested if. So value if false, value if true, value if false, not available, let's say no or something. Done. If I write here, let's say Pardeep, I'm getting manager. Oh, sorry, the spelling is wrong. And if I'm writing Deburaj here, I'm getting engineer. But if I write, let's say James, okay, I'm getting nothing here, okay. So here, what we are using, a nested if. So instead of this, what we can use equals to switch function, okay. What will be the expression? This one, okay, value 1. If the value is James, all right, then what will be the result? Let's say CU, okay. If default or value 2, if value 2 is, let's say Deburaj, the result will be, let's say manager, okay. If these conditions are not there, then default will be not available, okay. Done. So here if I'm writing Deburaj, I'm getting manager. If I'm understood how actually what is the difference between nested if and switch functions, all right. So this is how you can utilize switch functions, where you are checking for an argument, or and for any specific value you are having a result, for another value you are having another result, okay. And instead of that, you can also utilize nested if, but that will be like you are writing a really lengthy formula, okay? So it just shows any kind of negative values, whatever negative values you are having, it will just show you an absolute value, okay. So if I just write absolute and this is the number, it will always give you a positive value, okay. So what happens if I write here 20.28, let's say it is in minus, what output it will give? If I give it like this, what you are getting? Can I check with this again? Equals to absolute. This is the number. Enter. So is decimals are getting affected? No. Okay. So similarly, you are having a square root function. Okay. You guys can look into this. And log 10 also, if you guys are utilizing somewhere these kind of functions. Okay. Or like confidence.norm, or these kind of functions, statistical functions also you guys can look into. These are some basic statistical functions, if you guys see. So here you guys will see date and time function, filter functions. What are all are the filter functions are available, like absolute, cos, cosh, add columns, okay, all except, and as in, okay. So all these are there. However, you will not be using everything. Like you guys can see closing balance month. So this is mostly for accountants, okay. If they want, if you are into finance, then you can utilize these kind of functions also. Here we are having some information functions, like if it is blank or error or is even, is context, is non-text, is number. Okay, these will give you true values or true or false. Okay, based on this you can check the information about any particular data, whether the data is there or not, or if it is a number or text. Okay, and you can also see lookup value, where you can see the column name for the row, and based on the criteria it will give you the value. Okay, it is similar to your VLOOKUP. So just look into the VLOOKUP function. In logical functions also we are having and, false, if error, not. If error, do you guys know what does it do? First of all, guys, please do check the Excel file. Okay, that will be really helpful. Okay, let's say if I'm writing here 20, and here itself if I write if error. Okay, what does it do? Whatever the value is there, like let's say this value. Okay, whatever the value is there, or value if error is there. Okay, so value if error is not available, let's say I'm writing here. Okay, so it is giving us 20. However, if I write here equals to 20 divided by 0, it will always give you an error. But if these kind of calculation errors, or if these kind of errors you are getting, and instead of these errors, static errors which are there, if you want to show any kind of values, then you can utilize if error function. Okay, got it? Then math and trigonometric functions, you guys can see here. Again, there are a lot: currency, divide, even, floor, GCD. Okay, LCM, length, or log functions. So all these functions are there. If you want to perform any mathematical operations on your, or trigonometric operations on your data, then you can utilize math and trigonometric functions. There are some other functions you guys can see, like data table, error, accept, and all, intersect. So these are mostly related to your sets. Okay, or the tables, or variables, whatever variable you are having. If you want to declare a variable within your DAX query, you can declare that also. Okay, like in a programming language. Okay, here you guys can see the text functions: blank, concatenate. Okay, exact just compares two strings whether it is same or not. Okay, find, it will return the position of any particular value if you want to find a value from a particular location. Okay, left, length, lower, mid, all these are similar to Excel. Okay, these are same as in Excel. Substitute, trim, okay, upper. So these are there in Excel itself also. Like for an example, let's say I'm having here Pradeep, okay, hyphen, okay, hyphen Jan. Let's say I'm writing this and I want to substitute the hyphen with another value. Let's say equals to substitute. Okay, text is this one. Okay, what is the old text is hyphen. Okay, and what will be our new text? The new text will be, let's say, a space. Okay, that's it. Enter, and you are having a substitute of any particular values. Okay, so this is how you can utilize substitute functions. Okay, the most important thing what is asked in your interviews is the difference between count. Okay, count A, count rows, count blank. Okay, so, and one more thing is distinct count. So what is count? You guys have used it a lot of places. No, only. Okay. Number of rows, but based on what criteria it will give you the output. Total number of selection. Okay, so let's say if I say here I am having names as, let's say, James here, or Pradeep. Okay, this one is blank. Here I am having Deboraj. Okay, and here again I am having James. Okay, and here I am having Jayashree. Okay, so now if I use count, let's say here I'm also having 12, 15. Okay, these are values in a particular column. Okay, so how many values it will give if I use count function? 5. Guys, is it correct? 2, 7. The count will give you only 2 values because it counts only integer values or numbers. Okay. All right, everyone. So if I see count, okay, if I give this value here, enter, you guys can see what we are getting, 2. So what is count A? How much values it will give? I want the numbers, guys. How many values it will give? So actually count A counts all the values, whether it is text or numbers, excluding blanks. That means how much value it will give? It will give us 7. Everyone understood? Any integer or text, but it will exclude any blank cells or blank values. All right? Understood? But what count rows will give as an output? How much? How many numbers it will give as an output? Okay, count rows is not there here. Okay, count rows will give you the 8 values, as it will count all the rows which are there in your data. However, count blank, how much value it will give? 1 only. Okay, and distinct count, how much value it will give? Okay, distinct count is not there here, but it will not give you 8 as an output. Okay, will it count the blank also or not? Yes. So how many numbers will be there? James is repeated, that become 1. Okay, so these differences you guys have to remember. Okay, the most asked question is, what is the difference between count and count A? Okay, everyone. For an example, in recent interview, I have been asked to just perform counting based on this. Okay, I think Vinod, you are asking about count ifs, no? So this was given in Flipkart company, actually, just to check the basic access. Okay, I didn't want to go there, but still I just gave the interview. So what was here is, if I want to count the number of books which are there having name as ABC. Okay, so I had to write a single cell formula using which I can get values in each of the rows at once. Okay, that is what I have been asked in during the interview of Flipkart business analyst. Okay, so in that, what actually I had to do is equals to count ifs. Okay, this is what actually Vinod is asking, how we can perform the same thing in Power BI. Okay, so we'll look into that in a while, but here let's see first how actually it works. Okay, So criteria range 1. Okay, it is asking for what will be your criteria range 1. My criteria range 1 is, let's say, this one. Okay, this is the value, comma, and what is the criteria 1? This is the criteria. Now what is criteria range 2? This is the second criteria, and what will be the criteria 2 is this one. Now I have to make it in such a way so that if I drag it on the right side or bottom side, it should automatically give us the output, because if I drag it here, it is giving us 0 0 and all. Okay, so how can you do this is, we can make the references as absolute. Okay, this is how you can do that. So ranges I am just making absolute, but what will be absolute in this F4 and what will be absolute in this G3? See, these represents the column name and this represents the row number. Okay, the values represents the column number, a column name and row number. So here, actually, if I want to drag it down, okay, that means I want the column number to be same. Okay, however, the row number will change, because instead of 4, it will be 5 row number, it will be 6th row number. Okay, so I need to make only the column number as absolute. So this will be how it will be done. Okay, and in this one, as we know that the row number will be same. Okay, however, the column numbers will change. Okay, so I just need to make the row number as absolute. Okay, so this question also gets asked, like, what are the absolute and relative references in Excel? Okay, so now if I can just drag it on right side also or bottom side also, it will give me the exact output just by writing a single formula. Okay, so this is what actually Vinod is asking, how can we do this? Okay, in Power BI. All right, based on two conditions, we need to count a single number, how many number of values we are having. Okay, so this is what actually he's asking for. I will not save it. So count rows will give you the number of rows. Okay, you guys understood this at least? Okay, then there are some more functions which are all. Okay, so what does all do is, it ignores any filter which has been applied in your column or table. Okay, column or table directly. Okay, it will ignore any kind of filter. Okay, so how can we see it in action? Let's say here, if I am writing like for each of these education level, okay, our total number of customers are changing, correct? However, what I can do here is, if I create all new measure, okay, and here, like, I just want all the number of customers. Okay, it should not get affected by any kind of filter which are there. Okay, like here or this one. Okay, so how can I do that is, I need to use calculate function which evaluates any kind of expression. What we are going to calculate is our total customers. Okay, and what will be filter is all. Okay, and what will be the table name? Okay, the table name is customers. Okay, so if I press enter this, okay, now if I get in this particular table, okay, if I get all number of customers, you guys can see it is giving us only one single value. Am I correct? However, it is a measure. It should work based on the filters whatever we have given. Okay, But if we use all function, that will ignore any kind of filter which we have used. All right, everyone, you guys understood all? Now we just used calculate. Okay, here in our all number of customers, we used a function called as calculate. So what is calculate is, okay, calculate. It is similar to your sum if in Excel. Okay, where you are getting the values, total values, okay, based on a condition. The thing is, let's say I will give here, let's say 5. Okay, so let's say I want to calculate these values. Okay, let's say I'm just simply showing you guys sum if. Okay, sum if this one, I want the total of this. Okay, criteria is, sorry, not the this one, the sum if range is this one. Okay, the criteria is if the name is James. Okay, if the name is James, then I want to add these values. Okay, so you guys are getting here. So if it is finding James, it is adding only those values wherever the James is written. So if I write here, let's say James directly, it will automatically update the value to total 15. So you guys are getting the point here of sum if based on a single condition, you are getting a total value. Okay. Similarly, your calculate also performs the evaluation on any particular values based on any filters. Okay. Based on any criteria which you give. All right. Everyone understood? Then comes your filter function. Okay. Filter is something which we can utilize where we can return a value, okay, based on any filter. So filter you guys have used in Excel or anywhere else? Do you guys know about that? No. Yes. Let's say I'm having ID and here I'm having name. Okay. ID 1, 1, 2 or 5, 6 something. And name is something A, B, C, E. Okay. Now if I want to apply a filter here. Okay. Let's say I just want only those values 1, 2. That's it. I don't want 5 and 6. So here if I press OK, now my table got filtered only with the data 1 and 2. You guys got this point at least? Till here? Yes. So this is what filter is. Okay. Based on any criteria or options, whatever you want to select, it will return you the value. Okay. So filter is something which we use on backend. Okay. Like it is generally we use during our development. Okay. Filter mostly is not available for the users. Wherever slicers are and filters actually remove the data from your work. Like it will be there, but the calculations and everything will not be affecting them. Okay. However, if you use slicer, okay, what happens in slicer? A user can interact with this slicer and they can apply any kind of filter. Okay. And it will be visible to them and that can be changed also, like we can remove that. However, if I have applied any kind of filter on my data, then it will not be visible in my dashboard. All right, Devraj, we will discuss about this once we design it. Okay, so it will be more understandable to you, the difference between filter and slicer. All right, I hope you got the point. All right, this question also is asked a lot, guys, during interviews. So thank you for bringing it up, Devraj. However, we are going to discuss about this later. Okay. So thereafter, we are having one function called as sum x. Okay. So you guys can see like sum x don't relate with your sum if or sum ifs. Okay. What actually sum x does is it's like a loop. Okay. Like a loop which iterates through each row. Okay. And then applies aggregation on that. How? For an easy example, let's say I am having one order table. Okay, I am having one product table here, ID, and here I am having product quantity. Okay, and here I am having product price. All right, this is a table. I am having ID 1. It is, let's say, something 5. This is let's say 20, 41 or 36, anything. Okay. So let's say I'm having another table where I'm having order. Okay. And let's say I'm having another column where I'm having product ID. Okay. Here I'm having order ID, product ID. Now for each of these order ID 25, 24. Okay. I'm having, let's say, product ID 2, 4 and all. Okay. So based on this, I want to get the total values. Okay. Like what is the total price or total sales of these? Total sales which has been made for this. Okay. So what will happen if I utilize sum x? It says like a loop which iterates through each row and then applies aggregation. Okay. So what will happen? It will give us based on the product ID. Let's say product ID is 2. What it will do? It will multiply this both. Okay. Let's say I'm writing here a formula. Let's say sum x. Okay. In that sum x, I'm taking the whole product table, the order table. Okay. And in that, I want the product quantity. Okay. Multiplied by product price. Okay. So what it will do, it will give us as an output is, it will go here, it will multiply each of the rows, okay, and get the total values. Let's say for these equals to this multiplied by this, okay. So it will iterate through each of the rows, gets the multiplication for each of the rows, okay, like this, and then perform the total sum, okay, total like this. Here I'm just taking an example. It's not like you need to only multiply it. You can also perform addition, subtraction, all those things also. Okay. So you guys get it? It is iterating via each of the rows, and whatever the value it is getting, it is combining them and getting the total value of that. All right. So if someone asks you what is sum x, you can define it, okay? That it is like a loop which iterates through each of the rows and applies the aggregation and gives us the total value, okay? And that's it. That guy will not ask you any questions, okay? That means he will understand that you know this. Now, as per Vinod's question, okay? He wants to know how we can apply count ifs in Power BI, okay? So we can achieve this, Vinod, by utilizing count rows function, okay? Which will actually count all the rows, okay? But we can also apply a filter. So we can utilize these two functions, okay, to get our count ifs. Okay. So for an example for you, Vinod, are you there? Yes. Okay. So for an example, let's see what kind of data we are having and let's see how we can calculate that. Okay. So let me see, we are having the sales data here. Here we are not having territory keys. A lot of territory keys are gone or what? Is it there? Yeah, values are there. Okay. Or let's check in customers table only. Okay. So here I want to create a measure, okay, which counts the total number of customers. Okay. Total customers above, like with high income. Okay. Income. Okay. So this measure I am creating so that based on criterias, I can get the total number of, or the counting of those rows. Okay. I want to count rows. Okay. Count rows. Okay. Based on what? In that also I want to apply a filter. Okay. The table is our customers table. All right. And in this customers table, wherever our income level, okay, income level is equals to high, okay, this. And what is this, guys? Which criteria is this? Which function is this? Everyone? And, okay, I want to check and let's say the gender, okay, and the gender is equals to, let's say, male. Okay. If it is there, then we are going to count the total number of the customers with high income of male person. Okay. Of male. Okay. I created this measure. Now let's check it in action. Okay. So here I am having for education level, let me remove. Education level, I am just removing it. Total customers based on male and female, marital status, all number of customers I don't want. I want based on income level here. Okay. So here, what is the output for male persons? The high income is how much? How many customers are there? 1154. This is what your COUNTIFs actually will give. It should give us the output of what? 1154. Am I correct, guys? It should give that only. Where is that measure only? I forgot where I created that. Yeah, this one. So if I select this, what you are getting? 944. There is some issue. Any issue might be there that it is not getting the exact value. Okay, let's filter the data so that we can get the actual thing, what we actually want. Okay, I want the marital status. Oh, it is marital status here, guys. That's why it is giving us the wrong answer. Yes. So we have to actually check based on gender, not on based on marital status. Now, male with high income. Are we getting this now? Correct? Vinod? Did you understood how we can utilize and how can we get the count ifs using these two? Now clear? I hope now you will be able to apply this in your file, whatever file you are having. Is it? Sure. Thank you. All right. Okay. Now let's come back to our data. Okay. Now it is time to finish off our exact, like the whole data in a proper format with all the queries and, the measures, calculated columns and all. Okay. So just a second. Okay. Now here in calendar table, we are already having the day of the week. Okay. Day of the week, we are already having. Now, based on this, if I want to get whether it is a weekend or weekdays, which we did using if else conditional column in Power Query, do you guys remember that? Guys, yes, no? Yes. So how can we get the same thing here? Okay. Earlier, which we did. So for that, let's write a new measure. Okay. And I'm going to check here whether the date is a weekend or weekdays. Okay. Date, let's say date type. Okay. I'm just writing date type. Okay. And here what I need to do first is if condition. Okay. And what will be our logical test? I'm going to utilize one more function, that is OR. Okay. OR condition in that, because I want to check if the day of week, whatever the or I'm not getting the day of the week here. Day of week we are having already. Yes. Day. My intelligence is not working. All right. Let's remove OR here. We'll directly write the day of week. Any columns it is not giving as an output. Okay. Then we need to write it. Okay. As I'm not getting, my intelligence is not working right now. So let's write it properly so that it should not give an error. Logical one is our table name. First thing is our table name is what? EDW underscore calendar. From this particular table, okay, I want a specific column that is my day of week. Okay, so if this particular column, okay, is equals to 6. Okay, anyway, I have used OR condition here. So if it is 6, I'll just copy paste the table name. It is not giving right now for me. Okay, or if the day of the week is 7. Okay, all right, some issues are there here. I forgot to write the single quote. Okay, all right, day of week we are having. Still it is giving error, cannot find name day of week. Okay, are we creating the measure in any other table or something? Still it is okay. Let's see if it gives the output. If any of these conditions are true, okay, or condition, so it will be weekend, okay, or else it will be weekday. All right, let's hope for the best. Okay, a single value for column day of week in table calendar cannot be determined. This can happen when measure formula refers to a column. All right. So let me just see. Sorry. I'm doing one thing wrong here. That is, I'm creating a measure. But what actually it should be? Guys, it should be a column, not a measure. Okay. All right. Here, actually, I need to paste that. Now it should give us the output. Okay. We already have it as a measure name. So let me just type it. Now we are having all the output. Sorry, by mistake, I selected the measure instead of column. So let me delete this. All right. Now you guys can see we are getting the output properly. How can you manually write the table name and column name? And you are checking both the condition. Either if it is 6 or 7, it is weekend, else it is weekday. So let's say if I want the day name, only 3 letters of these day name, what can I do here? In a short day format, let's say trunk, no, trim, no, left, yes. So I need to write left function. Okay. Let's say I'm just writing simple short day. Okay. Shorter day. Here I'm taking left. Okay. In this left, I want to take all the day name, whatever the day name is there. Okay. And how many number of characters? Only 3. That's it. Done. Now I am having first 3 letters only. But if I want all the words in upper letter, like upper format, okay, capital letters, what can I do? Proper? Proper means all the words should be capitalized. Like first letter should be capitalized. Proper is that. Okay. If I want all the letters to be capital, what can I use? Upper. Okay. I can just add upper here and then close this. Done. Now all the values we are having in upper format, that is capital format. All right. So our calendar table is done. We are done with our calendar table. If you guys want to perform some more operation, you can do that. Like if you want to get, short a month, or you want to calculate the difference between these dates, these 2 dates and all, you can get that. Okay. Guys, tell me fast. Yes. So let's say here, as you guys can see, week num. If I want to get what is the week number they are having, new column, week. Okay. And here I can utilize week num. Okay. Date is our date column, whatever the date is there. All right. And return type is one, week begins on Sunday, or week begins on Monday, week begins on Tuesday. Let's say week begins on Monday. Okay. The type is 11. So which week of the month it is, it will show you. Okay. Got it? Week 1, then 1. See, what you can do here is you can utilize concatenate function. Okay. And also, first of all, you need to get the week of the year also. That you can do in Power Query itself. Okay. You just have to extract the week of the year information. Okay. Then you get this. Let's say I am having Monday. Okay. And Tuesday. So what is Tuesday and Wednesday? Okay. Or let's say Sunday. Okay. So let's say I want to see which week of the year it is. Okay. It will give us the week of the year. If you guys can see my calendar here. If the date we want to select Monday to count as a week. not from Sunday. So what will happen if I take Sunday? That means from 3rd of December, it will count the 9th of December as a 1 week. Okay. But if I select 11, that is, it is counting from Monday, that is 4th of December till 10th of December as a week. You got my point here? You are able to see the calendar? Yes? Okay. Now, on Vinod's question, what you have to do here is you just need to get into transform data. What you can do here, just add a column, date and week of the month. Okay. Here you got. Now, what you can do here is, here you can add values. Okay. Like week 1 or 2 and so on. How can you do that? Let me show you a custom column. Okay. And here what I want is week. Okay. Weekdays or something. Anything. Here what I want is I want to concatenate this week. Okay. And then one space. Then in that I want to concatenate it with week of the month. That's it. Done. Okay. All right. We are getting error here. What is the error? Operator and expression. We cannot apply operator and to types text and number. All right. That is the error. Okay. So the only thing is I can just change it to text value. That's it. Sorry. It should be before this. Still we are getting error. Okay. All right. Let me extract this again. Okay. Date, week of the month. The data type should be text. Okay. Done. Now I can add a custom column. Here, custom, I'm just taking week and operator, space also, and what is the name? Week of the month. Let me take it directly from here. Done. Now you are getting it properly. Got it, Vinod? Done. All right. So I'll just remove these steps. All right. So I hope everyone understood this regarding Vinod's question also. How can you do that? All right. So next thing is let's move to our another table column, that is customers table. Okay. I got all number of customers, total customers with high income. Okay. These are some measures which we have created. However, what actually we want some other values are, let's say first, let me see. First thing is here the value is in showing in rupees. Okay. So I need to change the data type first. Okay. It is currency. It is correct. But how can I change the currency value is from here. Okay. Whatever the currency type is, you can select it from here. So I am just selecting English US. So now we are having proper currency value. All right. So let's say I want to extract what is their current age of each of these customers based on their birth date. Okay. I want to extract, or let's say I want to create a new column. Let's say age of the customers. Okay. So for age of the customer, first of all, what I need to like check here. Okay. How can we get anyone's age? minus from current year, from birth date. But which function actually is required to get this thing? Date diff, because we want the difference between two dates. So let's use date diff. Okay, returns the number of units between the input two dates. First date is our birth date. Okay, all right. And second date is, let's say, today I am taking as per today. All right. Then what will be our interval? Whether you want the age in days, hours, minutes, months, quarters, second, weeks, or year. Okay. So I'll just select as year. Okay. I want their ages in years. Okay. That's it. Enter. Now we are having every customer's age. Okay. What is their actual age? All right. Now here, if based on these conditions like age and as well as their income level, okay, I want to set the customer priority. Okay, not income level, let's say based on annual income. Okay, I want to set the customers as standard or priority customers. Okay, so for that, let's say I want a new column here where I am binning these customers into two buckets. Okay, that is customer priority. Okay, I just want to set a customer's priority. All right, in this, what I want to check is if, okay, if what, the age of the customer, okay, if the age of the customer is greater than 50, okay, and if the annual income, okay, is greater than 100,000, okay, let's say, then these customers are priority for us. Result if true, these customers will be priority for us. Happened. Okay, else if these conditions are not met, then they will be standard customer. All right, enter. We got our output. You guys can see the income is, even if the income is 100,000, okay, so below 50,000, 30,000. What happened? Is it sorted in such a way? All right, I think I have to find that data itself. But based on that, we are getting the customer priorities, okay? Like standard or priority customers. You guys got this? How did we got it? So similarly, if I want to know if a customer is a parent or not, okay? If I write new column, if the customer is a parent or not, how can I check that? We can check if condition, okay, if the total childrens of that customer, okay, whatever their number of childrens, if it is greater than 0, then yes, they are a parent, or else no, they are not. Done. It will give us the output. So here our customers table is also done. Now product categories, we don't want to do anything here. Okay, leave it. Subcategories, nothing. Then comes our products table. Okay, in products table, I want to get some of the measures which I can utilize in my visualizations. Okay, like, let's see what we can do. All right, so here, what is our average price? Okay, average price we can get, guys. Yes, so I'll just right click, new measure. What is the average product price. Okay. Okay. In this simple function average. Okay. And here I just want the average of product prices. Done. Enter. We are not going to see the output here because we'll get it only when we call it into our visualization. All right. Now, if I want to like show my average product price, but it should not be affected by any kind of filters. So what can I use for that? Which two functions? All. Okay. And but all will be calculated how? Using which function? That is to remove your filters. Okay. We have to use calculate so that we can get the total value, new measure. All right. Here, if I write, let's say overall average price. Okay. Overall average price. Here, I want to calculate, okay, our average product price. Okay. That is our measure. I want to calculate these based on all. Okay. And it should not be affected by, let's say, any kind of product categories or anything. Okay, let's say product categories. All right. So now we will have our overall average price. Yes. Now one more measure I want to create here is I want to know how many product models I am having. Okay. How many unique product models I am having. What I can use in my measure. Count. I want to know unique product models. Tell me again, Mamta. Is it count which we need? Count will count only the numeric values, but we are having text values. Okay. So here distinct count. Sorry. Distinct count. Okay. What our model names. This will give us the unique number of how many number of models we are having. And Pradeep, difference between average price and overall average price. In customers, what will be the difference between total customers and all number of customers? We have discussed just now. Okay. What will be the difference? Let's say if I want to know what based on any education level, okay, I want to know the total number of customers. All right. But if I select all number of customers, what is giving here? It is excluding any kind of filters we are applying here. Similarly, if I say that what is our, let's say here, I am just going to take a table based on category names. Okay. I want what is our total average product price is. Okay. And what is our overall average prices. What is the difference between these two? So overall average price or overall total number of customers is not getting affected by any kind of filters like our normal total customers or average product price is getting affected. Based on filters, it is showing us the value, but our overall is ignoring any kind of filters which are there and showing you the total value. Okay. And here also the same thing is happening, as you guys, you can check it.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary role of relationships in Power BI data modeling? Your options are A. Enhancing visual aesthetics. Option B. Enabling data encryption. Option C. Defining connection between tables. And option D. Controlling report formatting. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertak. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Okay, so let's say I have any other value. Okay, so let's say I want to create a calculated column here. Okay, let's see the functionality of search also so that you guys can remember it. Okay, let's say I have multiple product SKUs. Okay, and I want to extract the values before a hyphen. Okay, dash value we are having. Before that, if I am having any kind of value, I want to extract that. Okay, it can be 2 letters, 3 letters, 4 characters, or so on. If I have a constant number of letters which I want to extract from here, like let's say 2, so which function I can use to extract this data? Left. But if I want, let's say I have a hyphen value. Okay, before that it can be 2 characters, 3 characters, 4 characters, and so on. So we don't know the number of characters before that specific uh, distinctive value. Okay, in such scenarios, what we can do is, let's say I'm just creating a SKU category. Okay, so in this, I want what from left side, I want to extract our text. Okay, what will be our text is our product SKU. Okay, this product SKU. But in number of characters, how many number of characters we want to extract, instead of that particular function, what we'll do, we will include another function, that is search. Okay, in this search, what I'm going to search for is a dash or hyphen value. Okay, and where I need to search this text, I need to search it in product SKU. Okay, this is done, and then number of characters we are still there. I'm just writing -1. Okay, 1 dash. Let's say this, yeah, for the text before that particular value, whatever we are searching for. Okay, so if I don't give this, it will include the hyphen also. Okay, so if I just press enter, here we are having all the characters extracted before that hyphen. Okay, got it, everyone? How you can utilize search? So our product was done maybe yesterday. So let's move to our another table, that is our returns table. Okay, so in returns table, we are having like product key, return date, return quantity, territory key. What else we can get? Okay, first of all, we can get our total returns. Correct, guys? Total return. In this total return, what I want to do is just counting the rows. Okay, and of which particular table. Okay, it is asking of which table actually you want to calculate. So our table is just returns table. So here what we did is, to get our total return, we counted all the rows which are there in our table returns table. Okay, returns data. So now we will get our total returns measure. Okay. Again, it is not showing us any kind of output because we have not called this measure in our dashboard or reports. Okay. So next thing is, if I want to get how much quantity has been returned. Okay. This is our total return. That means it is telling us that how many returns we receive. Okay. But quantity can be different. Am I correct, guys? Yes. A single return can have multiple quantities at once, like two products has been returned at once itself. Okay. So what I'll do here is just creating new measure. Okay. Here, total, or let's say quantity returned. Okay. In quantity returned, I am performing sum, that is addition. Okay. Of what? Our all return quantity. So it will give us the total values of quantity which has been returned. Correct? Why can't we count rows here, guys? Yeah. So it can have different return quantity like 2 or 3 or 1. Okay. Number of returns. So that's why we cannot count this. Okay. So we need to get the sum value. Okay. Then let's say I want to see what was our all return. Again, all return. You guys can get the difference between total return and all return. What will be the difference? If I say here, new measure, and I want to have all return, sum of all returns. But how it will be different? We are getting the same thing in here also, no? Total return also. How all return will be different from total return? No, the thing is here, the total return, we are counting all the returns which we have received. In all returns also, we are counting all the returns we have received. So what is the difference between these two? What will be the difference? We did that for our products also. Number of products and all products. We did for customers also. Total customers, all customers. Now if I take calculate here, and I'm just calculating total return which we created. Okay. And here I am just taking all of returns table card. Okay, here, and another card here. Okay. If I select total returns, it is giving me 1809, and all returns, it is also giving me the same answer. But what will be the difference in these two? So the all one will not get affected by any kind of filters we will apply, but our total returns will be changed according to the numbers. Okay. Let's say for an example, if I just take a table here and I take product keys. Okay. We are having product keys. Now for these product keys, what was our total return? We are getting, but if I select all return, what was the all total returns? We are getting one single value for each of them. Okay. So if we are using all, that is ignoring any kind of filter which we have applied. Now let's say I want to know what is the percentage of returns we are having. Okay. I'm just creating a new measure where I will get what is the percentage of all returns we are having. Okay. In that, I'm just dividing our total return with all returns. That's it. So it should give us the percentage of all returns, but one change still we have to do. What is that change which we have to do here? So if I take percentage of all returns, we are getting the values this. So what is the change which we need to do here? Any idea? Formatting percentage? We discussed this already in starting. Okay, the format which we are having here is general. Okay, we need to change it to percentage. All right. So once we are having as a percentage, here we can change the values to a up to 2 decimal points. Okay. So now if I go back here, you guys can see what is the total return we are having 70 for product ID 214. What is the percentage it is contributing to overall returns? So similarly, let's say if I want to get returns of any specific product or categories, okay, only for a category. Let's say I'm having here another table, simple table, and let's say I'm taking category name as these, and I want to get the total return of this. Okay, we are getting the output, but I want to calculate this particular, let's say, total return separately in a measure. Okay, so that I can have the return of the bikes. So what can I do? Using what we can do this? I want to calculate for any specific value, that is bike returns. Okay, one specific category itself. Okay, so which function should I use here? Calculate we are using since so long already. Calculate only, Naveen. You don't have to guess more. Sumex we use like when we need to iterate through each of the rows. Okay, and filter function, Jashvi, that also we can utilize, but for that we have to use like sum, and then you have to use filter. Okay, these two functions. But as we are already having our total returns, so I can just utilize calculate. Okay, in calculate, what will be the expression? Our total returns. Okay, now it is asking us to apply the filter. Based on which filter you want to calculate or want to get the total return already. So what will be our filter is our category name. Okay, the product category name should be equals to what? Bikes. This will now give you the total returns of bikes only. Okay, now similarly, if I want to get, let's say, new measure. So for an example, let's say from January, okay, January till December, I have the total return of 1000. Okay, using which function I can get previous month's return. Guys, any idea? I want to calculate what was our previous month return. First thing what we have to use, calculate date. All right, we need to calculate date, but what will be the function name? Earlier? No. Let's say, first of all, we need to calculate what? Our total returns, but based on a criteria that will give us the previous month's returns, which function we can utilize to get that. So for a description, let's say guys, we are already having the dates. Okay, it is calculating our total returns for the whole year. Okay, so if I want to get only for the previous month, what we need to do, this total return, we need to shift the date. Correct, we need to apply a filter to shift the date based on which we can get our total returns. Date add function, we can utilize date add, because we can move the given set of dates by specified interval. Okay, so here as I want to check for previous month return, here what we are doing, the total year's data, we are just shifting it to the previous month. So whenever you want to shift a date, what you have to use, date add. You guys got my point, everyone? So in date add, what we need to first give is dates. Okay. So dates is where our calendars date column. Okay. We are having dates there. Now number of intervals. What will be number of interval? As I said, if I want for previous month, what value should I give here? 1. Pradeep. Okay. At least you are looking into, as we want for previous month, not next month. Okay, we want to move the date for previous, not the next. If I want the value for next month, I can add here 1. But if I want, let's say for previous 3 months, then I have to write -3. Okay, so first of all, -1 for previous value, number of interval. Now the interval in terms of what? Day, month, quarter, or year. I want it on the basis of month. Okay, done? Everyone understood, guys? So I'll just press enter. Now this will give us our previous month returns. Okay, now let's move to our sales table. Okay, here we are done with. So first thing what I want to do here is, in our sales table, territories, we don't want anything. As you guys can see, we are just having normal territories. But one thing is there which I need to change. What changes I need to make here? So guys, always remember, no matter whatever data type you have selected in your Power Query editor, okay, the data type which you have selected in your Power Query editor, but always come into your this particular table view, okay, and then check if your data type is proper or not. All right. For let's say in calendar table, I'm having every data proper, let's say. Okay. So I'll just select this. Then in customers table, let's see, we already changed the data category, the currency type to dollars. Okay, so that was good. We did that within our table view. Product categories, everything was fine, so no changes. Subcategories, no changes. In our products table, okay, we are having a product cost and product price. Which kind of data it should be? What kind of data it is? General. But what it should be actually. So what we can do here is, we can change the formatting to currency. Okay. And the type is dollar already selected. Product price also, the formatting is currency. Okay. Done. Nothing else here. So products also is done. Now if I come to returns, nothing to change here. Everything is perfect. Now in territories, if I come, one thing here is, this is geo, sorry, sorry guys. Okay, these are geolocations, correct? All right. So we need to change the geolocation of these. like for this. So can we have it in format? Do we have that? No, it is showing text values, nothing else. Data type, text, but do we have geological data here? No. So actually from where we can change that is, we can change that from data category. All right. So data category is an option where you can select a particular column and assign it with address, place, city, county, state or province, postal code, country, continent, latitude or longitude. Okay. Or web URL, image URL or barcode. So if you are having any kind of these data within your table, then select the data category from here. First of all, this is continent. So I will select it as continent. And this is our country. Okay. So I'll just select it as country. Okay. Now, if I have a full address, I can select it as address. If I have a place or city, county, state, postal codes. So these data categories we can assign to the columns. And how you can identify, you guys can see the globe icon. So this is how you can utilize this in your maps properly. Okay. So that your Power BI can understand, okay, it is a geolocation, so it will be presented well within your maps. So territory is also done. Let's get into sales data now. Okay. So this is our main table where we need to get a lot of information which we can utilize to make our dashboard better. Okay. So first of all, I want to get the quantity which has been sold. Okay. We have order quantity. So how much total order quantity we need to like we have totally sold. Okay. So if I want that, just a second, guys. No, sorry. All right. Can we have some change in region? In returns, sorry, in territories, Pradeep? You're talking about this column. So what data category I can assign it? Can you tell me? Is there any data category which will fit it? So that's why I'm not changing it, okay? Because the regions can be like East region, North region, and so on, which we are not having here, okay? Understood? So I'm not changing anything here, okay? All right, so we were creating new measure where I wanted to get the quantity which we have sold till now. Quantity sold. Again, what I need to do is I can just perform sum of what our order quantity, whatever the order quantity we are having, total, enter. Correct. We got our quantity sold, total amount of product quantities we have sold till now as per the data. Now, based on this, we are having quantity returned and quantity sold also. Based on these two, what we can calculate? Difference between sold and return, order quantity. Basically, the rate of return, actually, let's say return rate. Is it correct? We can calculate this where we can just take order, sorry, quantity, return, and we can divide it by quantity sold. Enter. One more change I need to do here. What is that change, guys? Okay, for an example, if I say here, for all of these product keys, okay, let's say we'll take this, okay. We are having category names, not average product price or overall average price. I want to know what is total quantity sold for each of these products and what is our total return for this, okay, and what is our return rate. So what change actually we needed to do there in our return rate? Percentage, okay. Now, so for all the quantities sold, the return rate for each of these categories, I can remove total returns. Now I can see what was the return rate for each of these categories. Correct, everyone? Understood, guys? Any questions? No? All right. Now here in our sales data, let's come back. Okay. And in sales data, what we can have? We got our quantity sold. Okay. We can get our total orders also. How many total orders has been placed? New measure. Total orders. Okay. For this one, which function will be best? Count, count A, distinct count, or count rows? How can we sum order numbers? Count A. So if I utilize count A, will it count the duplicate orders placed on the same date having the same order number with different product key? So will it count the order as 2 instead of 1? Correct? So which one will be the best one? Distinct count, guys. Because we can have the order numbers as duplicates because we are showing only single product IDs in a single order. It can have order quantity different. Okay. So let's say one person can buy different products at once. Okay. So there can be order number, can be duplicate values here. So what we can do here is we can distinctly count our order number. That let's say for an example, I am having order number, okay, and here I am having product ID, okay. So if I want to get the order numbers, let's say here we are having quantity also for an example, okay. Order number is 1, product ID is 5, let's say quantity is 3, okay. But here order number is 2, product ID is 4, let's say, and quantity is 1. But for the same order number 2, I have ordered product ID 5 also and with the quantity 2. Order number should be unique itself, then why duplicate should happen? Because order number should be unique because that is our primary key. Yes, one order can have multiple products. We are having the order number same only, okay. It's not as a duplicate values, okay. So let's say in our data, okay, we have created order number, okay, whenever we are getting and products, okay. So order number, let's say 23, and products will be, let's say 15, 26. These are the product IDs for this order number. But if I want to simplify this, okay, can I perform or map this with the product IDs in another table where I'm having product ID and here let's say price I'm having, and here I'm having product ID as 15, price something, and 26 something. Okay. So can I map these order number with the product IDs? Can I do that based on this one? How can we do that? We are having two different values in the same cell. How it will be connected with this? Split data? Okay. So you want to create multiple product columns having two different products in the same row. So instead of this, let me clear this. Okay. Tell me, how can I normalize this data? 2 times order number, I can have order number as 23 and I can have product as 15 and 26 having the same values in the same column. Correct? Yes. So here we are not creating any redundant data. Okay. We are just normalizing our data set. Our product order and number which is there, that is unique itself. Okay. But we have normalized our data so that we can map this product also. Okay. But here we are getting a duplicate IDs. Is it correct, everyone? Yes. So how can we normalize this further? I can have another table with orders where I can have the order number 23, where I'm just having order number ID, or let's say any other IDs using which I can relate these two tables. All right. So this is what it is. The whole this is the play of your data normalization and everything. Okay. So I hope now everyone understood why we are using distinct count. So now second thing is I want to get, let's say, total revenue of our product here, whatever the revenue is. Okay. But before that, let's calculate. We got our total orders. Based on this, I want to get all orders also. Okay. New measure, all orders. Again, what we need to do is I want to calculate it on total orders. Okay. But there will be no filters based on our sales data table. All right. So it will ignore any kind of filters which has been applied for getting total number of orders. So I want to check which all orders are, how many number of orders we are having where the order quantity is more than one. Can we do that using which function? If I, let's say, I want to get the total number of orders, okay, which are having, let's say I will say bulk orders. Okay. So which function should I use here? Wherever I want to get the total number of orders, total orders, where the order quantity is more than one. How many such orders are there? How can I get that? Using which function? All right, order quantity is greater than one. Okay. First of all, we need to calculate what our total orders. Okay. We are calculating our total orders. The filter is what? The filter is wherever we are having our order quantity. Okay. The order quantity, wherever it is greater than one, we are counting only those. Now, similarly, I want to create what is our order number. Okay. Let's say for any kind of categories or any kind of particular filters, I want to calculate what is the percentage of all orders we are having based on any categories, subcategories, product IDs, or anything. Okay. So for this, I can just perform total orders divided by all orders which we created. Done. One last change is the formatting to be percentage. One more thing I just want to check. Let's say in customers table, what measures we are having? Annual income, age, priorities. Okay, nothing to do here. All right, categories, products, average product price. Okay, so shall we check this measure? Obviously, it is a price, so it should be a currency, correct? We are having a price value. It should be a currency. Okay, now if I just get into a card, let's say in this one, and instead of this, if I get what is our average product price, is it showing correct value? We need to make another change again, that is the decimal values should be up to 2 and the currency values is taken, but I would like to sell it. Okay, United States dollar value. Similarly, we can do that for overall average price also. It should be, the format should be currency, decimal values up to 2. Okay, it should be dollar. Okay, nothing else to change here. Then returns, we had nothing. Bulk orders, quantity sold, so nothing to change anything. Okay, so everyone understood till here. Now let's say I want to calculate. Okay, I want to calculate what is our total revenue which we have generated by selling these order quantities for each of these product keys. So how can, where we have the prices for product keys? We have the prices for each of these product IDs, the product price in our products table. But here, if I want to calculate for each of these order quantities, what is our total revenue which we got generated by each of these orders, how can I calculate that? Okay, so see this, okay guys, properly. First of all, I need to get the price for each of single product of these product keys. Am I correct? Yes. So what is the retail price? So first of all, I will get the retail price using new column. Okay. I am getting what? Our retail price, or let's say product price. Okay. Product price. So in product price, I want to just tell it, okay, that for each of these product key, how it can extract the values for each of these product using related function. So related, what it will do, it returns a related value from another table. Okay. So we have table in this one, in products table, we want to get the product price for each of these product IDs. Okay. So I'm just writing related, and what actually I want as the column, the product price. So based on the data model we have created, for each of these product key, after relating it, it will extract the product price for each of our rows. Got it? Yes. One thing more here, we need to make it as currency because it's a price. The decimal level up to 2 we will put, and it is dollar value. Okay. So we got our product price from where? From different table here, which is related to our sales table. Correct? Now, if I want to get the total revenue, the order quantities can be 1, 2, 3 or more, as you guys can see. Correct? So what I can do to get the total revenue, let's say new column here. And here I'm just creating revenue. Okay. Now in revenue, what I need, whatever the retail price is, sorry, we have created a column on, okay. The revenue, the retail price, which we are having in our calendars table, sorry, the sales table, we got our product prices, returns, I'm not getting that. Sales data, product prices here, okay. So product price multiplied by our quantity, whatever the order quantity we are having, done, enter. Now we are having the revenue here. What is the total revenue we got generated for each of the orders? To 2. All right, everyone. Now if I want the total revenue here, so what is our total revenue now? Now I can create a new measure, that is total revenue. Okay, in that, sum of what? Our revenue which we have created, done, enter. All right. So to get this total revenue, what all we did? We related the product price from another table. We got it here. Then multiplied this product price with our order quantity to get our revenue. And then we total this to get our total revenue generated for our business. Now here comes the another part. I am going to calculate the same thing, total revenue, but with different method. Okay, let's say it is our total revenue 2. Okay, and here instead of using like getting the product price, then calculating revenue by multiplying order quantity with product price, and then creating a measure to get total revenue, all these lengthy process, instead of that, I'm just going to use sum x. Okay, so how sum x will calculate that? Based on which? First of all, our sales table. Okay, the table is our sales table. What is the expression? Okay, expression is from this sales table, whatever the order quantity is. Okay, the order quantity. Okay, I want it to multiply with a value which is not available in our sales data but available in another table, okay, which is related. Okay, related to what? The product price. All right, so what it will do, it will take the order quantity, multiply it with our product price, get the revenue, and then provide us the sum value, the total value of revenue. You guys got the difference? How we got a calculated column, then calculated revenue, then got the total revenue. But same thing, how we can get just by using another function, that is sum. So you guys can see here, let's say for this, if I select total revenue, okay, this is showing 24.91 million. And for this also, if I select total revenue 2, this is also telling me the same, but with two different methods. One was lengthy and one was using a function. Fine. Now, if I want to see for these category names, what is our total revenue for each of these categories, we are getting the same output using sumx also. All right. So similarly, if I want to get our total cost also, okay, let's say we are having the cost of product here, product cost. What is our cost for each of these product orders? Actually, I can create a new measure. Okay. Again, let's say total cost. Okay. In this, again, we can use some X. Okay. In that, for our sales data table, for its all order quantity, okay, we are going to multiply it with related table of products and product cost, the column which is there. Done. This will give us the total cost. Now, if I want to see what is our total profit which has been generated from this, we can easily create it. Am I correct? New measure. What is our total profit equals to whatever the total revenue we got, say revenue 2 minus total cost. Done. Guys, change it to a currency value up to 2, total revenue also currency up to 2 decimal values, total revenue 2 also, it should be currency up to 2 decimal values, total revenue, and then total profit also, it is our currency value and up to 2 decimal places. Now if I come here, I can get the total revenue, whatever the total revenue we are having, as well as now I can get what is the total profit we receive for each of these product categories. So what is the total profit we got for each of these category names? So here we got our percentage of all orders, bulk orders, some calculated columns also, some more measures. Now let's create our, I want to know what is our previous month order, previous month revenue or previous year revenue to compare it to the current year values. Okay. So that we can compare it to the current month or current year or current uh, like month itself. First thing what I want is to calculate what was our previous month order. Previous month order, if I have to do, we already have total orders as you guys can see. So again, if I want to calculate our previous month order, what I have to do? Date add with minus. So calculating what our total orders, okay, which are there using date add function in which whatever the calendar date we are having, okay, I want to receive -1 number of interval in terms of month. All right. So this will give us the previous month order. Now, if I want to calculate previous month revenue, okay, previous month revenue, and I'm taking the same formula, okay, this one. So what changes I have to make here? To total revenue, that is instead of total orders, it should be revenue. All right, that's it. Now, similarly, if I want to create another measure, saying that I want previous year revenue. Okay, and I'm just pasting the formula. What change I have to make here? Year at the end. So instead of month, we just mention it as year. That's it. Done. All right. So we got our previous month order, previous month revenue, previous year revenue. Now, if I want, let's say, rolling revenue or rolling profit. So in this, we say that, let's say I want a 10 days rolling revenue. Okay. Or let's say 90 days rolling profit. Okay. So what it does, it says is rolling means the date will change according to the current date. Okay. That means, let's say we are today is, let's say 5th of December. Okay. 5th December. All right. And I want to calculate 10 days rolling revenue. Okay. That means from 5th of December, last 10 days. Okay. That means, let's say 25th November. I'm just guessing that. Okay. Do not judge me on that. November. Okay. So we are getting the rolling revenue from 5th of December to 25th of November. Okay. But next day, let's say on 6th of December, from which date it will calculate? It will calculate from 26th November. All right. So it will change according to the period you have given as per the dates which are there. That means it will automatically changes the dates from your existing date and always tell you last 10 days as per the current date. So it will change accordingly, like as per your current date. Okay. So that you can constantly have last 10 days, no matter on which date you are, it will always calculate and gives you the last 10 days rolling revenue, or let's say last 90 days profit. Okay. So for this, I'll just get new measure. Here, what we are calculating, let's say 10-day rolling revenue. Okay. So for 10-day rolling revenue, first thing we need to calculate what? Calculating our total revenue which we are having. Okay. Now on this revenue, we want to apply a filter. The filter which will decide like what total revenue we need as an output. Okay. So in this, the function which we have to use is which one? Which time intelligence function we have to use? Calculate calendar date. Okay. As you said today, okay, let's say if I am having a data, okay, data, and in that data, I am having data of like, let's say this year's only 1st of January till, let's say 31st of August. Okay, only this much. Then what we have to do? All right, you are understanding, Siddharth? So number of dates, okay, today date, James calendar date, dates between. So Prachi has said dates between. That is dates between. So what it does, it returns the dates between two given dates. But what is the difference between dates between and dates in period? You guys are getting my point here? Dates in period gives you returns the dates from the given period. Okay. But dates between gives you the dates between two given dates. Okay, dates, start date, end date. That's it. But if I select dates in period, it will say date, start date, number of intervals, and interval. So in dates and period, first thing, what will be our dates? Our calendar's date, as James said. Okay. But in this calendar date, what will be our start date? So how can I get the recent date as in start date? How can I get that? Today. But if my data, let's say today is 10th of December, okay? But in my data, I'm having only data till 8th of December. Then what will happen? How you will get the start date as today? Will it give you the exact output? No? Correct? So in this, as in start date to from date to number of days, okay, that we want as an actually what we are trying to do here is what you are saying. But how can I get the start date? Let's say in my data, the date I am having, the recent date as 8th of December. Yeah, calendar is there, but okay. But how can I get the recent date as my start date? Last date. Okay. Now we'll give you the date and time, James. Okay. Day, last date. All right. We you guys know about maximum? Yes. Maximum of what? The date which we are having. So it will give us the recent date, the latest date. All right. So we got our recent date from our data set. Okay. So start date is done. Now what will be our number of intervals? 10 days. Okay. But in minus, as Pradeep said, minus 10 because I want last 10 and in terms of days. But if I wanted, let's say last 3 month rolling revenue, what I have to do here? Minus 3 month, correct? So that is how you can utilize this. Okay. So this is done. Okay. Say now, if I want to create another measure, which will give us last 90 days rolling profit, as we discussed, 90 days rolling profit. So what all changes I need to do here? First of all, we need to calculate our profit instead of revenue. Okay. Dates in period, correct. Maximum of dates is correct. Now, instead of minus 10, what I need to do is minus 90 and in terms of days. That's it. Okay, so we got our 10-day rolling revenue or 90-day rolling profit. If we need particular period, then what will be? Particular period means in the sense like from any particular date to last 20 days or 30 days, is it? Pradeep, date to date. Date to date, why anyone will calculate date to date? Like what? Let's say from 1st of December, let's say 15th of December to 5th of December, is it? Yes. So you can just utilize date function, no date add. You can just get last 10 days, but that will not be rolling. That means it will not change. Okay. So if you want rolling period, that means you cannot give the date to date. Am I correct? Rolling means where the dates will change. Okay. Yes. So rolling means dynamic. That means you should not give a date to date. If you want date to date calculations, that is really easy. You can just give either a slicer in your visual to select from a date to date and you will get your total profit easily. You don't need to create any measure for that. All right. And please show implementation of this formula. It is just like, so whatever data I am having, from that date, the maximum date I am having in my data, the last 90 days rolling profit is our 2.14 million. These are the key performance indicators, okay, which are telling you about how the business is performing.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What does the DAX function, count rows function, do in Power BI? Your options are A. Counts the numbers of column in the table. Option B. Count the number of rows in a table. Option C. Calculates the average of a column. And option D. Returns the maximum value in a column. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.
Alright guys, so now let's start with the first question. What is Power BI? Power BI is a collection of business intelligence tools, techniques and processes that are used to extract valuable information from the raw business data by connecting, transforming and visualizing raw data sets from multiple sources. It provides the right tools to create interactive dashboards and live reports that can be shared and published on various platforms to help business users and stakeholders to make better decisions. With the competitive and highly categorized information, planners and decision makers can track their performance in the market. So that is all about Power BI. So now let's move to the second question. What are the important features of Power BI? So there are several important features of Power BI such as custom visualization, extract insights from large datasets, compatibility and reports. So now let's see what is custom visualization. Custom visualization allows users to transform data into visuals and share those visuals with the colleagues. Coming to the extract insights from large datasets, it allows users to explore and analyze data from all sources. The next one is compatibility. Once an output is generated, users can display the same in multiple devices that are compatible with the Power BI application. And the last, we are having reports. So with Power BI Natural Language Processing, also known as NLP or Power BI Q&A, users can perform queries on reports using simple English words. So these are some important features of Power BI. Now, coming to the question number 3, what are the major components of Power BI? So there are 5 major components of Power BI, starting from Power Pivot, Power Query, Power Q&A, Power View, and Power Map. So now let's see what is Power Pivot. Talking about Power Pivot, it fetches and cleans data and loads onto the Power Query. Moving to the Power Query, it operates on the loaded data. Now what about Power Q&A? It makes it possible for users to interact with reports using simple English language. Next is Power View. Power View lets users create interactive charts, graphs, maps, and other visuals. And at last, we are having Power Map, which enables the processing of accurate geographic locations in data sets. So this is all about the major components of Power BI. Now, moving to the next question, what is Power Query? Power Query is an ETL tool. Here, ETL is extract, transform, and load. It can help to shape, transform, and clean data with the help of intuitive interfaces, and no need for coding is required. Now, let's see how can Power Query can help you. The first one is it can import data from various data sources such as files, databases, social media data, big data, etc. Moving ahead, we can append and join data from several sources. Along with that, we can also add or remove data to shape it according to our requirements. So this is all about Power Query. Now, talking about the fifth question, what is the difference between Power BI and Excel? Talking about Power BI, it is not very good in handling tabular reports, whereas in Excel, it is better at handling tabular reports. Now coming to the second point, Power BI cannot display duplicate tables, whereas Excel allows users to display duplicate tables. Moving ahead, the third point is that Power BI allows interactive personalized reports, whereas Excel users cannot perform advanced cross-filtering between charts. Let's see some more points. Now, coming to the analytics part, Power BI offers simple analytics, whereas Excel offers advanced analytics. Next one, we will see the applications. Power BI is ideal for KPIs, alerts, and dashboards, whereas Excel has new charts now, but they cannot connect to the data model. So this is the difference between Power BI and Excel. Moving to the next question, what are the different views in Power BI desktop? There are three different views in Power BI, each of which serves a different purpose. The first one is report view. In report view, users can add visualization and additional report pages and publish the same on the portal from here. Now talking about the data view, in data view, data shaping can be performed through query editor tools. Now talking about the last view, that is model view, in this view, users can manage relationships between data sets. So this is all about the different views in Power BI desktop. Going ahead, the next question is, what is DAX? So DAX stands for Data Analysis Expression. It includes many functions that return a table rather than a value. It is a formula language that is used to perform basic calculations and data analysis on the data in Power Pivot. Also, it is used to compute calculated columns, calculated fields, and measures. However, data cannot be inserted or modified using DAX. Now, let's see the DAX syntax. Here you can see that in DAX syntax we are having total sales, and here the sales represent the reference table, whereas the sales amount represents the column name. So this is all about the DAX. So the next question that we are having, what data sources can Power BI connect to? Power BI can connect to various data sources. It can be categorized as follows. The first one is files. Power BI can import data from files like .csv, .excel, .pbix, and many more. Coming to the content packs. Content packs are a collection of related files or documents stored as a group. Power BI has two types of content packs, that is one from the service providers like Google Analytics or Salesforce, and the ones created and shared by the other users in the organization. Now coming to the last one, that is connectors. So now talking about the connectors, here we can use the connectors to a database and other datasets like database and SQL, Azure SQL, etc. So this is all about the data sources that can Power BI connect with. Moving next, we will see what is a comprehensive working system of Power BI. Talking about the Power BI comprehensive working system, it comprises of 4 steps. The first one is data importing. The first step is to import the data and then convert it into a standard format. Now, coming to the second step, we are having data cleaning. Once the data is assembled, it needs to be transformed or cleaned to remove unwanted data. The third step is data visualization. In this step, the data is visually represented on the Power BI desktop in the form of reports and dashboards with the help of powerful visualization tools. The last step is save and publish. Once your report is ready, you can save and publish the reports. These can be shared with the users through mobile apps and the web. So this is all about the comprehensive working system of Power BI. So now coming to the question number 10. What are the different types of filters in Power BI reports? There are various filter types in Power BI. The first one is visual level filters. Talking about these filters work on single visualization. They reduce the amount of data the visualization can see. These filters can filter calculations as well as data. Now, talking about the page level filters, these filters work on the report page level. Different pages in the same report can have different page level filters. The last one is report level filters. These filters work on an entire report. They filter all visualization and pages including in the report. So this is the basic idea about the different types of filters in Power BI reports. Now, moving to the next question, what are the different types of visualization in Power BI? The following are some types of visualizations that are available in Power BI. The first one is bar and column charts. You can use this visualization to look at a specific value across various categories. Now moving ahead, we are having area chart. Area charts help look at the magnitude of the change over time. The third one is card. Cards can be used to show the aggregate value of particular data points. Moving ahead, we are having donut and pie charts. These charts help you visualize the relationship between parts of a whole. The next one is maps. Maps show quantitative and categorical data with spatial locations. The next one is matrix. Matrix is a type of table that helps see aggregate data easily. And the last one is slicers. A slicer is used to filter other visuals on the page. So these are the basic type of visualizations available in Power BI. Now, let's jump into the next question. What are the various types of users who can use Power BI? There are various types of users who uses Power BI. The first one is report consumers. Report consumers consume reports according to their particular needs. Moving ahead, we are having report analyst. Report analysts require detailed data for their analysis of the reports. Next, we are having self-service data analyst. Self-service data analysts need an in-depth analysis of the data to work with. Moving ahead, we are having basic data analyst. The basic data analysts are able to build their own data sets. And the last, we are having advanced data analyst. Now talking about advanced data analyst, they can write SQL queries and bring hands-on experience in Power BI. So these are the types of users who uses Power BI. Now, coming to the question number 13, list out some drawbacks, limitations of using Power BI. So there are some limitations of Power BI, such as it is complex in nature. Power BI has been designed to be a little complex. Users need to know in depth about Power BI before they can start working on it. The second one is large data. Power BI isn't capable of handling large data and might time out while processing it. It cannot process data larger than 1 GB. The third point is limited sharing of data. Only users who are not on the same domain or have their email addresses listed on Office 365 can receive the files you share. The last one is limited data source. Power BI allows real-time connection with very limited data sources. So these are the drawbacks of using Power BI. Now, coming to the question number 14, what are the three fundamental concepts of DAX? Three fundamental concepts of DAX are as follows. The first one is syntax. It is the formula that includes the functions. If the syntax is wrong, the result will show an error. The second one is functions. These are arguments that a specific order to perform. The third one is context. Contexts are of two types. The first one is a row context and the another one is a filter context. Row context is applied when a formula has a function that applies a filter to identify a row in a table. Talking about filter context, it is applied when one or more filters are used to get a value. So these are the three fundamental concepts of DAX. Moving to the next question, what is the use of filter function? The filter function is used to reduce the number of rows in the table and use only specific data in calculations. The filter function is used as a parameter for other functions. Filter can have a negative impact on large source tables as it is an iterator. So this is the idea about filter function. Now, moving to the question number 16, what are the three edit interaction options of a visual tile in Power BI desktop? So the three edit interaction options are, the first one is a filter, second one is highlight and the last one is none. Now, talking about filter, it completely filters a visual tile on the basis of the filter selection of another visual tile. Now, we'll see what is highlight. It highlights the related elements on the visual tile and grays out the unrelated elements. The last one is the none one. None ignores the filter selection from another visual tile. So these are the three edit interaction options of a visual tile in Power BI desktop. Now, moving to the next question, what are the various versions of Power BI? Power BI currently comes in three versions. The first one is Microsoft Power BI Free Desktop. This version is for users who want to get business insights from their data with visualization. The next one is the Microsoft Power BI Pro. This is the full version of Power BI. It allows users unlimited reporting, sharing, and viewing of reports. And the last one is Microsoft Power BI Premium. This version provides a license for all users in an organization. So these are the various versions of Power BI. Now, moving further, the next question is, what is the difference between Power BI and Tableau? Power BI can handle a limited volume of datasets, whereas Tableau can handle huge datasets without affecting the performance of the system. Moving ahead, Power BI can be used by both naive and experienced users, whereas Tableau is used by experienced professionals for data analytics purposes. Moving ahead, Power BI has an easy to learn interface that helps the user to visualize the data and create reports, whereas in Tableau, the interface is difficult to understand by a non-technical user. Moving to the next point, Power BI provides an easy way for embedding the reports, whereas Tableau is a real-time challenge for embedding reports. Now, I would like to add one more point. Power BI uses DAX, which is also known as Data Analysis Expression, to build formulas and expressions for measuring the columns, whereas Tableau uses MDX, which stands for Multidimensional Expressions, to create complex calculations and measure columns and dimensions. So this is the difference between Power BI and Tableau. Now, moving ahead, the next question that we are having is, what are the building blocks of Power BI? Here you can see that below are the building blocks of Power BI. The first one is visualizations. Talking about the visualization, these are the visual representation of the raw data collected from varied data sources. Visualizations can be different types such as line graphs, donut charts, pie charts, bar graphs, maps, and etc. The second one is data sets. Data sets is a collection that Power BI uses to create visualization and reports. Data sets in Power BI can be of different types such as Excel sheets, CSV files, Oracle tables, and many more. The third one we are having is reports. A report in Power BI is a collection of visualization brought together on a single or multiple pages. Each visualization in a report shows the specific aspect of the data based on the requirement. For example, profit by products, sales by country, city report, etc. The next one is dashboards. Dashboards are single layer presentations with one or more visualizations embedded on a single page. Dashboards can be shared on various platforms like Power BI apps to provide live information. And the last one is tiles. Tiles are the single visualizations in a dashboard or report. For example, a pie chart, line chart, or any other visualization is a single tile in Power BI. So these are the basic idea about the building blocks in Power BI. So now, moving to the question number 20, name the different connectivity modes available in Power BI. There are three main connectivity modes available in Power BI. The first one is the SQL Server Import. It's the default and the most commonly used connectivity option in Power BI. With SQL Server Import, the user can fully utilize the Power BI desktop. You can easily connect the SQL Server data with Power BI and run queries on it. The second one is the direct query. Direct queries can be executed on datasets exceeding the recommended size. In this case, Power BI will only store the metadata of the source and execute direct queries on it. However, it limits the operations you can perform to prepare your data for reporting. So now, coming to the last one, live connections. Power BI service can be used to connect with live data sources such as SQL Server Analysis Services, Power BI datasets hosted by Power BI Service, and Azure Analysis Service. In a live connection, all the interactions will be done using direct queries. So this is the basic idea about different connectivity models available in Power BI. Now, moving to the next question, what are the essential applications of Power BI? Power BI is used by the following professionals and departments. The first one is the Project Management Office. Power BI is used by project managers to identify the current situation of various business units. It helps them to see the overall performance of the team and track the progress of various projects. The second one is Business and Data Analysts. Business analysts use Power BI to analyze the raw business data at greater speeds and efficiency. They prepare the data by cleaning and transforming it based on the specific requirements and prepare live reports to express the raw in the form of visual insights. The next one is the database administrators. By using PowerShell or Microsoft 365, The database administrator can increase the Power BI embedded capacity and assign the roles to different team members. With Power BI, the database administrators can set the passwords and decide who can access the reports and dashboard in Power BI. The next one, we are having IT professionals. IT professionals can use Power BI to create stunning visualization and dashboards to track their performance and visualize various log files for the meetings. It also helps them to find out the areas where the team needs to work on and improve their performance. Now, the last one is reports for the consumer. With Power BI, the business user can add custom reports to various applications designed from the consumer's perspective. For example, you can create a report that shows your daily sales down in different countries and add it to your social media profiles, websites, and applications. This will show the consumer your product's popularity and will motivate him to buy it. So these are the essential applications of Power BI. Now, talking about the question number 22, what are the advantages of Power BI? There are several advantages of using Power BI over other applications. The first one is ETL or Data Recovery Suite. Power BI has a robust set of tools for implementing the ETL capabilities. Data preparation and transformation are very important before moving to the visualization part. Power BI allows the user to directly build the reporting data marts and remove any ambiguities present in the datasets. The second one is the custom visualization. Power BI provides you the flexibility of creating custom visualization and adding them to your dashboards and live reports. Moving ahead, we are having Q&A capability. Power BI is capable of executing natural language queries with the help of Power Query and Power Q&A. So the next point is, it is easy to use. You don't need to be an expert to visualize your data and create reports in Power BI. It is a simple interface that allows even a non-technical user to transform the raw data into visually interactive dashboards and reports. And the last one is price. Compared to other BI and data visualization tools, Power BI is highly affordable. Small businesses can use Power BI for free and take smart decisions to improvise their performance in the market. So these are the advantages of Power BI. The next question is, what is Power BI Dashboard? Power BI Dashboard is a canvas that helps in creating a story with visualization and templates to better understand the data. It contains all the highlights of the data in the form of a one-page report. Because it is limited to one page, a well-designed dashboard contains only the most important elements of that story. So this is the idea about the Power BI dashboard. Moving to the question number 24, what are the most common data shaping techniques? The first one is removing columns and rows. If you combine data, you may find that some columns and rows provide redundant information or just don't serve your purposes. In that case, you can get rid of the columns or rows that you don't need. The second point is adding index columns. An index column lets you see your data in numerical order. Much like the index at the back of a book, an index in Power BI makes it easier to find what you are looking for. Now coming to the last point, applying a sort order. By customizing a table sort order, you can draw attention to the pieces of data that matter most for your purposes. So these are the most common data shaping techniques. So now let's move to the question number 25. What are the difference between a Power BI dataset, report, and a dashboard? Power BI dataset is the source that is used to create reports and visuals, whereas report is a Power BI desktop file that contains one or more pages of reports. Now talking about dashboard, it is a collection of visuals taken from various reports. Let me add some more points. Now in case of Power BI dataset, data is inside the model or a direct query connection to the source, whereas in report, it is a build to get an interactive in-depth analysis of a particular dataset. Now what about dashboard? Dashboard is built to get aggregate important visuals and metrics from different datasets. So these are the differences between a Power BI dataset, report, and a dashboard. Moving to the next question, what are the data management gateway and Power BI personal gateway? Gateways bridge the gap between data sources on-premise and Azure Cloud Service. Let's look at the features of both of these separately. Now talking about the Power BI personal gateway, there is no central managing. Only Power BI service is there. Also, it can be only used by one person, whereas in data management gateway, it supports direct query and import it. Whereas In this gateway, multiple users can use the gateway to develop content. Also, it monitors and controls centrally. So these are the difference between the data management gateway and Power BI personal gateway. So now, let's jump into the next question. Name some commonly used tasks in the query editor. The first one is the shape data. You can transform your data according to your needs to shape and clean it. The next point we are having is pivot columns. You can pivot columns and then create a table with the aggregate values. The third point is connect to data. You can get data from various sources and transform it. Moving ahead, we are having group rows. You can group the values of various different rows in a single value by summarizing. Next, we are having advanced editor. You can modify data using advanced query editor. And the last one is create custom columns. You can create custom columns with the help of custom formulas. So these are some commonly used tasks in the query editor. Moving to the question number 28, why do we need Power Query when Power Pivot can import data from mostly used sources? Power Query helps users pull data from various sources, manipulate it according to their requirements, and load it into Excel. It is better to use Power Query over Power Pivot, as with Power Query, you don't just get to load data, you can also manipulate it according to your own needs. So that's why we use Power Query over Power Pivot. Moving to the next question, what is the difference between calculated columns, calculated tables, and measures? Calculated column is added to tables by applying DAX formula on the existing data, whereas calculated tables are created using DAX formula to define values. Now talking about measures, it uses other DAX functions to create complex calculations. Let me add one more point for each of them. Now talking about calculated columns, in this DAX formula defines values in a new columns rather than querying data sources, whereas in calculated tables, it is created in both report and data views. Talking about the measures, it is used for highlighting running totals, comparing sales, sales forecasting, and other purposes. So these are the basic difference between calculated columns, calculated tables, and measures. Now, let's jump to the question number 30. What are the most common DAX functions used? Here are some of the most common usually DAX functions. The first one is date and time functions. The date and time DAX function is similar to the date and time functions used in Excel, but it is based on the date-time data types used by Microsoft SQL Server. Now, talking about the date-time functions, it includes several functions such as year, date difference, day, now, weekday, etc. Moving to the next function, we are having time intelligence. Using time intelligence functions, we can create date and time ranges combined with aggregations, and it is useful for building comparisons across time periods. For example, here we are having several time intelligence functions such as date add, such as next quarter, such as next year, etc. So after understanding date and time intelligence, we will see the filter functions. So by using filter functions, we can get specific data types, look up values in related tables, or filter by related values. There are several filter functions such as calculate, filter, related, isFilter, etc. The next function that we are having is math and trigonometric functions. The math and trigonometric functions perform a wide variety of mathematical calculations, and they are similar to the mathematical and trigonometric functions in Excel. It includes the functions like square root, the floor, the sum, degrees, etc. The next function that we are having is statistical function. Statistical functions are used to perform aggregations, and we can filter a column prior to aggregations. So now let's see some examples of statistical function. So the examples are minimum, maximum, count, row, etc. Similarly, we are also having the text function. So these are the most common DAX function that we used in Power BI. Now moving ahead to the question number 31. What are the different types of refresh options available in Power BI? There are 4 types of refresh options available in Power BI. The first one is package refresh. It synchronizes your data in Power BI desktop or Excel files between Power BI service and SharePoint online and on OneDrive. Moving ahead, we are having model or data refresh. Refresh the data available in Power BI service with the data stored in the original data source. Moving next, we are having tile refresh. So now talking about the tile refresh, this feature updates the cache for Power BI tiles. So now, let's move to the tile refresh. This feature updates the cache for Power BI tiles every 15 minutes on the dashboards. The last one we are having as visual container refresh. It is used to refresh the visual containers and the other visuals of cached reports once the data is changed. So now, let's move to the question number 32. Explain M language in Power BI. Now what is M language? M is a query language formula that is used in Power BI query editor. It helps in preparing data before loading it into the Power BI model. The main function of Power Query is to mash up data from one supported source to another. These data mashups are expressed with the help of Power Query M formula language. So this is the idea about M language in Power BI. Let's move to the question number 33. How is Power BI different from other BI tools? Power BI provides better features and data manipulation tools as compared to other BI tools like Tableau. A single user can connect with multiple data sources without any experience in coding and data analytics. As a product of Microsoft, Power BI is closely integrated with other Microsoft tools such as Office 365, SharePoint, and Bing. In the free version of Power BI Desktop, the user can analyze datasets of up to 1 GB in storage, along with 10,000 rows of data streaming every hour. Moreover, it provides features like Power Query, which allows the user to easily visualize the datasets by giving the command in the natural English language. So that's why Power BI is different from other BI tools. Alright guys, it's time to jump on the question number 34. What is Power BI Desktop? Power BI Desktop is a Windows desktop-based application for personal computers, primarily for designing, generating, and publishing reports to the cloud. It is used an on-premise version of Power BI. Power BI Desktop can run on PCs and work full-fledged even when the system is not connected to the internet. Just when users want to publish their reports to the cloud or share with colleagues, they are supposed to connect to the internet. Power BI Desktop is basically the first application that users jump into when they board on Power BI. So this is the basic idea about Power BI Desktop. Now, coming to the question number 35, what are the data sources for Power Map? The data sources can be Excel or external. To prepare the data, you have to make sure all the data is in the Excel table format with each row depicting a unique record. The row column headings must contain text and not actual data. This is important to make sure Power Map interprets it correctly while plotting geographical coordinates. You can use meaningful labels to make the category and value field handy when you are designing your tour in the Power Map Tour Editor pane. So these are the data sources that is used for Power Map. Moving to the next question, what are the different types of gateways are available in Power BI? So there are three different types of gateways. The first one is on-premises data gateway. It allows multiple users to connect to multiple on-premises data sources. With a single gateway installation, you can use an on-premises data gateway with all supported services. This gateway is well suited to complex scenarios in which multiple people access multiple data sources. So now, let's move to the personal mode on-premises data gateway. Talking about this data gateway, it allows one user to connect to sources and cannot be shared with others. An on-premises data gateway can only be used with Power BI. This gateway is well suited to scenarios in which you are the only person who create reports and you don't need to share any data sources with others. So this was the overall idea about the personal mode on-premises data gateway. So now, let's look into the virtual network data gateway. It allows multiple users to connect to multiple data sources that are secured by virtual networks. Here, no installation is required because it's a Microsoft managed service. This gateway is well suited to complex scenarios in which multiple people access multiple data sources. So these are the three different types of gateways present in Power BI. Now, moving to question number 37, what is Z-order in Power BI? Z-order is a design strategy that is used for arranging visuals over shapes. Also, Z-order can be defined as an implementation method that can be applied when reports have multiple elements. Further, this can only be used to refresh the display after the order of items in a report is changed. Moving to the next question, that is, can SQL and Power Query or Query Editor can be used together? The answer is yes. SQL and Power Query or Query Editor can be used together by defining an SQL statement as the source of Power Query or Query Editor function. This helps ensure a good database query has reached the source. It also helps in avoid any unnecessary complexity and processing by the client machine. Now, coming to the question number 39, what are the benefits of using the DAX function? Now, talking about the benefits of DAX function, as I already told you, DAX stands for Data Analysis Expression. DAX library enables you to use many advanced Power BI features. For instance, with DAX, you can manipulate your data dynamically by using select, join, filter, and many more commands. This way, users can give input to the Power BI dashboard and it will dynamically generate data including calculated columns, tables, and measures. Moving to the second point, using DAX, you can make your Power BI dashboards smarter. This is possible by using calculated columns and measures in Power BI to constrain the data that your dashboard will fetch and visualize. Also, a well-written DAX expression can decrease your latency and complete data processing using limited resources. Now coming to the last point, DAX operates on a system of nested filter contexts that work to optimize performance. Therefore, working with DAX functions will shape your thinking pattern when it comes to tables and filtering data. This implies that your experience with DAX will enhance your thinking and you will find better solutions to merge, filter, or manipulate your data in Power BI and other tools. So these are the benefits of using the DAX function. Now moving to the last question, what are content packs? Talking about the content packs, these are the packaged reports, dashboards, and data sets which can be shared with other Power BI users in the organization. When a content pack is connected on the powerbi.com portal, reported items are merged into workspace list. The most notable features of content packs are as follows. The first one, it provides access to specific groups or entire organizations. The second feature about the content packs is that it can be customized with a title and a description to help users to select the right pack. Moving to the last point of the feature, users who have access to the content pack can create new dashboards from the contents.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers data analytics course in collaboration with IIT and Powertech. Through this course, you will master Power BI, data modeling, data mining and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry expert. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career in the field of data analytics.